Chapter 121, Is the fate of the Huaguo already sealed? Bingning, you seem worried. Lin Tian sat down next to Luo Bingning and whispered. Luo Bingning said worriedly, can't you just do a good job as a translator? How can you participate in such a duel? Some people around looked at Luo Bingning. Although she was wearing a cap and a mask, her voice sounded very nice, and they felt that she must be a beautiful woman. It's okay. Don't you know my strength? It's a matter of minutes before I defeat them. Lin Tian held Luo Bingning's hand and said. Not far away, Nakamura Deru and Nakamura Jiro sneered. They had already seen through Lin Tian as a waste. Lin Tian, don't you want to go over and translate? Lu Bingying asked in a low voice. Lin Tian shook his head slightly. This is a life and death match, and such a duel is mainly decided by the sword. I'll stay with you here. After he finished speaking, he reached out and embraced Luo Bingning. There were so many people around, and Luo Bingning's body tightened slightly, but soon her head rested on Lin Tian's shoulder. Buddy, you're a great translator, but I think it's still not a good idea for you to agree to fight them. A young man whispered next to him. Jiro Nakamura is very strong. Taro Nakamura had mid-level dark energy cultivation a few years ago, and this guy must have reached the late stage of dark energy cultivation by now. Another person said. Lin Tian coughed lightly, thank you for your concern, but they can't hurt me at all. Don't be scared later. I understand. You have to be fast. If you admit defeat in time, you will win. The two young men who had just spoken whispered. The field was quickly cleared, and the second group took the stage. This group was Li Ji of the Huaguo Kingdom fighting against a young man from the Dongying Kingdom. It seemed as if fire was about to burst from Li Ji's eyes. Their families have a grudge against each other's families, and both sides have people who have died at the hands of each other. The invasion of the East Cherry Kingdom sowed the seeds of hatred back then, and martial arts families were the main targets of the invasion. You son of a bitch, give me your life. Li Ji shouted and slashed his long sword at the opponent. Clang! Clang! The opponent's weapon is a katana. This is a duel of swordsmanship, and both sides are aiming to kill with each blow. It's so fast. The level of hidden strength is so high. Master Lin is a martial arts master. I really don't know how powerful Master Lin is. You know Master Lin? I'm a fan of Master Lin. Not far away, the two of them talked about Master Lin. Luo Bingning turned her head to look at Lin Tian. With her head turned, her lips were only a few centimeters away from Lin Tian's face. Lin Tian also turned around. Their mouths were less than 10 centimeters apart. Luo Bingning's heart was beating fast. Honey, are you blushing? Lin Tian said with a smile. No, I'm not. Luo Bingning quickly turned her head back and continued watching the duel. Soon she exclaimed, Li Zhizhong has been cut. The opponent's katana had cut a gash in his arm. Blood quickly flowed out. Kill. Li Ji didn't care about this. He continued to attack, and under his frantic attack, the opponent was also quickly cut and bleeding. 1 minute, 2 minutes, 3 minutes. Gradually, the two men's bloodshed exceeded 10 minutes, and the two men became bloodied, bleeding more than 500 milliliters. Lu Bingning's palms were sweating. She was worried about Li Ji from the Huaguo side, and even more worried about Lin Tian when he got on the stage. What if something happened to Lin Tian? You damned beast, today I will die with you. Li Ji roared. His pace had obviously slowed down, and so had the speed of his attacks, but his momentum was no less than at the beginning. Li Ji's opponent was slightly stronger, but Li Ji was not afraid to die, and his opponent was beaten a little. After a while, the two men have already bled nearly 1,000 milliliters of blood. There was blood everywhere on the ground. Ordinary people bleeding this much would probably be in shock, but Li Ji and his friends are martial artists, but they are also on the verge of collapse. You're crazy, you're crazy. I give up. Li Ji's opponent finally couldn't hold back and shouted. If they continued fighting, they would probably die here together. Ha 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 ha. Li Ji laughed wildly. You little bastard, now you know who the grandpa is and who the grandson is, so you'd better behave yourself in the future. After saying this, Li Ji stumbled. He was supported by a willpower, but he couldn't hold on any longer. Hurry! Someone next to him carried a stretcher up, and Li Ji was quickly carried away. Lin Tian did not go over to help, there was no need. Li Ji's main problem was excessive bleeding. The doctors around him were waiting, and he could be given a blood transfusion immediately. It was terrifying. This was a fierce fight. Many of the people watching were left with numb scalps. Even in movies and TV shows, there are very few scenes of such fierce fighting, and the scenes are too bloody to be approved. Time passed by minute by minute. It was past noon, and everyone had skipped lunch, but no one was hungry. Most people couldn't eat anyway. It hasn't changed yet. Lin Tian muttered to himself, the next round will be Oyang Fei. The treasure chest on Luo Bingning's head was still a silver treasure chest. Other stimulations can also make Luo Bingning produce treasure chests, but it seems that he is not as effective as he is when he teases Luo Bingning. In the next round, Oyang Fei will fight against Fujiwara Ueno. Zhang Yi said with a solemn expression. In the first 5 matches, China won 2 and lost 3, and the players on the Chinese side who lost the 3 matches were all seriously injured. Even if Oyang Fei wins, we still lose. Lin Tian was just an ordinary translator, so that match doesn't count. Oyang Fei won, and we tied with the East Cherry Kingdom. Oyang Fei, come on. Many people were talking and many people were cheering loudly. Oyang Fei and Fujiwara Ueno entered the duel area. Fujiwara Ueno sneered, Oyang Fei, although this is your home court, there are many people cheering for you. But they can only witness your defeat at my hands. The translator next to him quickly translated his words. Oyang Fei said calmly, Fujiwara Ueno, we haven't fought yet, so it's hard to say who will win. His internal strength has been replenished. Oyang Fei, you will lose the next match. Even if you win me, your Huaguo will lose this time. Fujiwara Ueno said with a smile. He wanted to put pressure on Oyang Fei with his words. If Oyang Fei is impatient, the possibility of failure will increase. But Fujiwara Ueno's words had no effect on Oyang Fei at all. Could Lin Tian still lose to Nakamura Taro and the others? Stop talking nonsense and let's get started. Oyang Fei sneered. Fujiwara Ueno narrowed his eyes. Judging from Oyang Fei's reaction, this battle will not be easy. Kill. Both men moved at once. Oyang Fei used a tang sword, and Fujiwara Ueno used a katana. Clang. Clang. The 2 men fought ferociously together. They were both in the late stage of the dark power, and their moves were faster. The spectators were dazzled and their hearts were lifted. With the ferocity of Oyang Fei and his team, if their limbs were chopped off, they would probably lose them immediately. If the head is chopped off, it will be over immediately. Lin Tian, you're next. Lu Bingning said nervously. Oyang Fei is Lin Tian's friend, but she is not in the mood to watch. Chapter 122, Life and Death, Lin Tian Strikes. In the arena, Ueno and Oyang Fei fought fiercely. However, unlike the previous battle between Li Ji and his friends, both Fujiwara Ueno and Oyang Fei tried to avoid getting injured. Their idea of fighting is actually the same, to exhaust the opponent's strength and then take the opportunity to kill the opponent. If they can kill each other, they won't be polite. Afraid of getting hurt? When you are almost exhausted, I will take your life. Fujiwara Ueno's eyes flashed with cold light. Oyang Fei has a good talent for late-stage dark energy. If he kills Oyang Fei, the entire family will gain a lot of benefits. Time passes by minute by minute. The physical and internal strength of both Fujiwara Ueno and Oyang Fei were constantly being depleted, and their foreheads were covered in sweat. Their clothes were also soaked with sweat. A high-intensity life-and-death confrontation is very costly. Lin Tian stared at them solemnly. In theory, Oyang Fei should win, but the 2 are about the same in strength, and life and death may be decided in an instant. It could go either way. Brother, look at Lin Tian's appearance. Jiro Nakamura whispered to his brother. Nakamura Taro turned his head and glanced over. Lin Tian was frowning, probably already worried about the upcoming duel. We must be quick later. We'll rush out and smash the scabbard at him at the same time, making him scream in pain, so that he won't have time to surrender. Nakamura Taro whispered the tactics. Good. Jiro Nakamura nodded. In the arena, both Fujiwara Ueno and Oyang Fei were panting, but Oyang Fei was hiding something. He had also saved a small amount of internal strength and had not used it. Fujiwara Ueno, it's time to fight for your life. You'd better surrender, or I'll cut off your hand. Oyang Fei said in a fierce tone. Fujiwara Ueno actually understands Chinese, so he didn't wait for an interpreter. He sneered, "You want to cut off my hand? Then I'll cut off your head later. Want to kill me? Then you have to be prepared to die." Oyang Fei said with murderous intent. Originally, he had not thought of killing the other party, but since Fujiwara Ueno was so arrogant, he would not be polite later. Clang! Block! The two continued to fight, and their movements and attack speeds were much slower, but the danger did not decrease. Both of them were slower in their reactions, making them more vulnerable to being killed. Suddenly, Oyang Fei stumbled. Now! Fujiwara Ueno was overjoyed. He quickly attacked, slashing his katana at Oyang Fei's neck with all his strength. If this sword cut Oyang Fei, he would definitely die, and his head would be cut off in front of hundreds of people. Ah! Many people exclaimed. At this moment, Oyang Fei's speed increased dramatically, and with his increased speed, he perfectly avoided the attack. Pop! At the same time, Oyang Fei's tang knife passed over Fujiwara Ueno's neck, cutting his throat. Ah! Many people exclaimed again. This time, Luo Bingning let out a cry. Above her head, the silver treasure chest suddenly turned into a golden treasure chest. Fujiwara Ueno covered his throat, and blood flowed from between his fingers. His eyes were wide with disbelief. He couldn't understand how Oyang Fei still had internal strength. Hurry, hurry! The people of the Eastern Cherry Blossom Kingdom moved quickly. If they could save him in time, Fujiwara Ueno might still be alive. But Oyang Fei knew that Fujiwara Ueno would not survive. He was quite confident about his own sword. He died in a duel, and Fujiwara Ueno wanted to kill him. Fujiwara Ueno was killed, and he can't blame anyone. Damn it! Nakamura Taro and Nakamura Jiro looked very unhappy. The Nakamura family and the Fujiwara family have a good relationship, and they also have a very good personal relationship with Fujiwara Ueno. Oyang Fei, you little bastard, you're so vicious. Fujiwara Ueno's father glared at Oyang Fei. He was a master of martial arts, and he quickly judged that his son would most likely not be saved. I'm vicious? He just tried to cut off my head, and I just cut his throat. I even left him a whole body. Oyang Fei said coldly. He was not worried about the Fujiwara family breaking the contract, as that would be a violation of the martial arts code. And the Oyang family is no weaker than the Fujiwara family. Please. Fujiwara Ueno's father bowed to the Nakamura Taro and his men. Uncle, don't worry. Nakamura Taro hurriedly said. He understood what Fujiwara Ueno meant. Lin Tian and Oyang Fei were on good terms, so if he couldn't kill Oyang Fei for the time being, he would let Zhongsu and Taro and the others kill Lin Tian first. Luo Bingning's face changed. Lin Tian narrowed his eyes. These two dogs actually want to kill me. He is a Grandmaster of martial arts and can clearly sense the murderous intent emanating from Nakamura Taro and Nakamura Jiro. Originally, they only wanted to cut off his legs, but now because of Fujiwara Ueno, they already want his life. 5 minutes passed. A few doctors came out of the temporary medical room and shook their heads. The rescue failed. Johnny picked up the microphone. Everyone, I have some sad news. Fujiwara Ueno has died. But this is the true martial arts. Next is the final match of the life and death game. Nakamura Taro and Nakamura Jiro arrived at the duel area first. They both had weapons in their hands, and they were both samurai swords. Guys, why don't we call it a day? I tell you, I am stronger than Oyang Fei. I am afraid of myself if I use my full strength. Lin Tian stood on the sidelines. Nakamura Jiro sneered, you want to be a coward? You kneel down and crawl under our legs, and then let your girlfriend sleep with us for one night, and we will spare your life. Lin Tian's face turned cold. Zhongsu and Jilua actually mentioned Luo Bingning. Oyang, lend me your knife. Lin Tian looked at Oyang Fei. If Nakamura Taro and the others had been a little more polite, even if they wanted to kill him, he would have let them die with a little dignity. There is no need to give them a dignified death now. Brother Lin, here. Oyang Fei quickly handed his tang sword to Lin Tian. You're looking for death. In that case, I'll grant your wish. Lin Tian looked coldly at Nakamura Taro and the others. Many people felt strange. They thought that Lin Tian was just pretending, and that he would surrender the first time the duel began. Brother. Jiro Nakamura looked at Taro Nakamura. Follow the plan. Nakamura Taro whispered. Huagua, Lin Tian. East Sakura Country, Nakamura Taro, Nakamura Jiro. The two parties arrived at the designated area and bowed. The distance between the two sides was about 4 or 5 meters. Ready, go. Kill. Nakamura Taro and Nakamura Jiro both thrust their sword sheaths at Lin Tian, and at the same time, they burst forward with all their strength. 4 or 5 meters is a short distance for them. They were only 3 meters away from slashing Lin Tian with their swords. 4 meters, 3 meters. Lin Tian moved. He moved forward on his own initiative, and the Tang sword swept forward, cutting through the necks of both Nakamura Taro and Nakamura Jiro in a single instant. You. Nakamura Taro and the others' eyes were wide open. Many of the people watching also had their eyes wide open. They couldn't believe it. Isn't Lin Tian the translator? Bang! Bang! Nakamura Taro and the others fell to the ground. Save them! Several people from the East Sakura Kingdom entered the arena in a panic, but soon they realized that there was no need to save anyone. Nakamura Taro and the others had their necks cut off by more than half. Chapter 123, Are They Even Human? You. The people of the East Cherry Kingdom glared at him. Lin Tian said calmly, Don't look at me like that. They wanted to fight me, and they wouldn't agree to cancel it. Besides, they just tried to kill me. Someone from the East Cherry Kingdom roared, You deliberately lured them into action, letting them attack you and then die at your hands. Lin Tian smiled. Do you want to avenge him? We can add a match. I will fight you unarmed. The opponent was instantly silenced. Lin Tian killed Nakamura Taro and the others with a single sword strike. It was a surprise attack, but Lin Tian was also very strong. Without the full cultivation of dark energy, Lin Tian could not have succeeded. All the young people of the Eastern Cherry Blossom Kingdom, one by one, can come forward if they want to take revenge. A battle of champions is fine too. If you kill me now, no one will come after you. If you try to pull a fast one, the Grandmasters will come after you. Lin Tian smiled. Many of the powerful people in Dongying changed their expressions. Lin Tian has a master behind him? If Lin Tian has a master behind him, they dare not move. It would be difficult for them to survive if they were killed by a master. Lin Tian, who are you referring to when you say young people? Someone from Dongying asked. Lin Tian smiled and said, Anyone under the age of 30 who wants to challenge me can sign a life and death agreement and take responsibility for their own life and death. The people of Dongying looked at one of them. You just said that you only use your fists, not a knife? The young man from Dongying, Yamamoto, who was looking at the crowd, walked towards Lin Tian. He was a little short of 30 years old. He has perfected his dark energy. He is a very talented genius from the East Cherry Kingdom. A few years ago, he killed a talented martial artist from the Hua Kingdom. That's right. Lin Tian nodded slightly. Yamamoto Ichi stared at Lin Tian, and in his heart, he judged that if Lin Tian was a martial arts master, he would definitely lose. If Lin Tian is only a master of the dark energy, he can win more than 90% of the time if he uses weapons and Lin Tian doesn't. Lin Tian must not be more than 25 years old. A martial arts master at such a young age is highly unlikely. Yamamoto Ichi thought to himself. He looked at the 3 martial arts masters from the East Cherry Kingdom. One of them said in Japanese, Ichi, he just used one sword, so we didn't have time to judge his cultivation level. The speed is only perfect in the dark energy. The other 2 martial arts masters nodded in agreement. If the battle had gone on for a little longer, they could have judged Lin Tian's cultivation level. The battle had ended too quickly. Moreover, they felt that Nakamura and the others would definitely win, and they had not been paying close attention to Lin Tian. You're still hesitating, so forget it? Lin Tian said in a calm tone. Yamamoto looked at Lin Tian, his eyes flashing with brilliance. Let's sign a life and death contract and fight again. Are you sure? Even without a knife, my fists are very powerful. Lin Tian said calmly. Yamamoto walked over to the place where the contract was signed, and he signed his name and put his thumbprint on it. Lin Tian. Lu Bingjing looked at Lin Tian with concern. Lin Tian smiled and said, "Don't worry, I'll be fine." Soon Lin Tian also signed his name, and the two entered the duel area. Lin Tian was unarmed, while Yamamoto Aichi was holding a sword. The name of the sword is Martial Spirit. It once killed a talented martial artist from your country. You will be the second. Yamamoto Aichi smiled slyly, moving his feet, but his eyes were fixed on Lin Tian like a poisonous snake. Go Lin Gu! Someone from the Chinese side shouted. His brother was the genius martial artist who died a few years ago. Go, Lin Gu! Soon, more Chinese martial artists shouted in unison, and many of the remaining Chinese spectators joined in. If Lin Tianrua had killed a martial artist from another country, they might have felt a little bit bad. But Lin Tian had just killed a martial artist from the East Cherry Kingdom. Now Lin Tian is fighting against Yamamoto, who killed the Chinese genius a few years ago. He should have died long ago. Lin Tian, no matter how many people cheer for you, you cannot change your fate. You will lose, and you will die. Yamamoto Aichi smiled sardonically. He gradually built up his momentum. As long as he has built up his momentum, he will have no match at his level, not to mention that Lin Tian does not have a weapon in his hand at this moment. Kill! Suddenly, Yamamoto Aichi roared. He pounced on Lin Tian like a fierce tiger descending from the mountain. He slashed at Lin Tian's neck with his katana at a diagonal angle. If this sword cut him, Yamamoto would definitely be able to cut him from his left neck to his right armpit. In the blink of an eye, Lin Tian seemed to casually take a step back, and the tip of the katana passed in front of his neck. Bang! Yamamoto was unable to change his stance in time, and Lin Tian's lightning-fast fist smashed into Yamamoto's right temple. We yield. A martial arts master from the East Cherry Kingdom immediately said. Lin Tian stepped back and did not attack again. That one punch was enough. You and I. Yamamoto was staggering, his whole body stunned, and his brain had already begun to bleed. Lin Tian only used the power of the Dark Power Perfect level for this punch, but he controlled his power very well. Are you okay, Ichi? The three martial arts masters from the Eastern Cherry Blossom country entered the duel area. Yamamoto Ichi's ears, nose, and mouth were bleeding, and he looked dazed. Hurry, take him away for treatment. One of the martial arts masters ordered. Soon, Yamamoto was carried onto a stretcher. His pupils rapidly dilated, and the doctor beside him shook his head. Hurry, save him. The doctors of the Eastern Cherry Blossom Kingdom immediately began first aid, and even used an electric shock device, but it was completely useless. Thank you, Lin Gu. Thank you. Lin Tian came out of the duel area, and several people thanked him. They all had relatives who had suffered greatly at the hands of Yamamoto. Some had lost limbs, and some had even died. Everyone, you don't have to be polite. Lin Tian took Luo Bingning's hand and quickly left. We thought that our Huakai would lose to the East Cherry Kingdom, but we never expected Oyang Fei to win, and Lin Tian even won 2 rounds in a row. The most eye-catching one was a translator. 3 powerful martial artists from the East Cherry Kingdom died at the hands of Lin Tian. The best fighters are in the common people. Many people are talking about it. Outside, Lin Tian and Luo Bingning got into the car. Lin Tian said, Bingning, I just killed 3 people. Are you scared? Luo Bingning shook her head. She said in surprise, killed 3 people? Are the people of Donying considered human? Lin Tian laughed. Luo Bingning's answer was very pleasing to him. Lin Tian, this news is expected to spread very quickly. Perhaps someone who is pro-Donying will expose you online? Luo Bingning said with some concern. Lin Tian smiled and said, you worry too much. I think the government will definitely limit the spread of this news. After all, we still need to develop the economy with Donying, and this kind of news spreading will not be conducive to the harmony between the 2 countries. Donying has suffered a great loss and is humiliated, so it is likely that it will also block the news. The country with the worst performance, the country of the stick, is also likely to be happy to block the news. Lu Bingying said in surprise, but so many people saw it. Lin Tian said, if there is no traffic, and there are no related photos or videos, not many people will know. Lu Bingjing was relieved, that's good. She didn't want the news to spread, as it would have a significant impact on Lin Tian. Swallow, they say that Dongying may have a master. Will their master target you in secret? Lu Bingning asked. Lin Tian has already become a thorn in the eyes and a thorn in the flesh of the martial artists of Dongying. As long as they have the opportunity, they will definitely take action. Lin Tian smiled. Is there such a good thing? Luo Bing was stunned. Is this a good thing? Chapter 124, The Parents' Bodyguards Are Here. Lu Bingning asked in confusion, is this a good thing? Lin Tian nodded. Of course it is a good thing. If the martial arts master of the East Cherry Kingdom comes, I can send him on his way and solve a big problem for the country. Lin Tian has checked online whether there is a martial arts master in Dongying, but he has not found any relevant information. Such a person may be older, rarely exposed to electronic products, or Dongying may have strict confidentiality. With this incident, Lin Tian estimated that the martial arts masters who came might contact the martial arts master. Bingning, can you eat? Lin Tian started the car and asked. Lu Bingying touched her stomach. It was already past 1 o'clock. She was a little hungry, but she really didn't have an appetite for dinner. The battle was relatively brutal, with blood often spilling onto the ground. The floor was washed 10 times by the floor cleaner, which had a relatively large impact on people. The first batch of people went out and vomited quite a lot. Luo Bingning came out last, and she didn't throw up. She was already doing well. She will skip lunch today to lose weight. In addition, the family will eat vegetarian food for 3 days. Lu Bingning smiled. Lin Tian smiled lightly, then you eat vegetarian food for 3 days. I'm going back to pick up my parents and bring them to S City. Luo Bingying nodded. You killed someone, and your parents might get the news. They won't be so worried if you go back. Lin Tian nodded. After sending Luo Bingning to the company, Lin Tian returned home. He turned on the computer. The youth martial arts tournament was over, and if he hadn't controlled the news, it would have spread like wildfire. But Lin Tian checked the internet, and there was no relevant news at all. The news was indeed controlled. Dongying country was in deep trouble this time. First, Fujiwara Ueno died at the hands of Oyang Fei, and then the Nakamura brothers died at the hands of Lin Tian. Finally, Yamamoto Aichi was also killed. The Nakamura brothers were less talented, but Fujiwara Ueno and Yamamoto Ichi were very talented. If they hadn't died, they would have become masters of martial arts. Ah, that's good. Lin Tian searched the internet by hacking, and even if the group spread the news, it would be blocked. The East Sakura Kingdom and the Stick Kingdom have also blocked related information. Drip. Lin Tian's phone suddenly rang. It was General Yang Jihong calling. Lin Tian, well done, you have brought honor to our Chinese martial artists, and the bad reputation of the past few years has been cleared. But for the sake of the overall situation, this news must be blocked, and you cannot make a name for yourself through this competition. Yang Jihong said on the other end of the phone. Lin Tian smiled. General Yang, if I want to become famous, wouldn't it be better to reveal my identity as the masked hero? It's fine to keep the news secret. I have no objections at all. Yang Jihong was relieved. That's good. Lin Tian, you said in the competition that if the people of the East Cherry Kingdom misbehaved, there would be a Grandmaster level strongman to intervene. Do you have a martial arts master behind you? Yang Jihong only knew that Lin Tian was a martial arts master. He didn't know that Lin Tian was now a Grandmaster of martial arts. No, I am the Grandmaster. Lin Tian smiled lightly. On the other end of the phone, Yang Jihong was stunned. Lin Tian was only 23 years old. Could it be that he was already a martial arts master? Lin Tian, I'm talking about a martial arts master. Yang Jihong took a deep breath and said. Lin Tian is still a master of the Eru, Guqin, and Suona. Lin Tian smiled lightly. General Yang, I was also talking about martial arts masters. Can't I be a martial arts master? Yang Jihong's eyes showed shock. A martial arts master at the age of 23 would be a shock to the public. A martial arts master is absolutely a strategic talent. Lin Tian, are you joking? This is a very important matter. Yang Jihong said in a low voice. Lin Tian smiled and said, Don't worry, I'm not joking. I'm really a martial arts master. Good, Good, that's great. Yang Zhihong said with great joy. Lin Tian, the ex-soldiers I found for you have already arrived in S City. They should contact you soon. After hanging up the phone, Yang Zhihong laughed heartily. He was overjoyed. China now has a martial arts master, and he is so young that he can suppress martial artists from other countries for many years. This news must be reported. Yang Zhihong left in his car. He wanted to explain to the elders above in person, as it was difficult to explain clearly over the phone. The Yang family and Lin Tian are close, and Lin Tian is a martial arts master. He might have some thoughts if he kept this news from the higher-ups. Inside Lin Tian's villa. Boss, the Falcon squad reports to you. 12 burly men in front of Lin Tian simultaneously bowed. They looked at Lin Tian with eager eyes. They are all the best in their respective units, and even after they retire, they are still the best of the best. Even though they were paid well, they were not enthusiastic about their work as bodyguards, but now they were like a shot of adrenaline. Do you know me? Lin Tian asked in surprise. Did Yang Zhihong tell them about his identity as the masked hero? The man in charge said, Boss, my name is Shindong. I am the captain of the newly formed Falcon squad. General Yang told us about what happened at the youth martial arts tournament. You killed 3 martial artists from the East Cherry Kingdom, bringing glory to the country and protecting your parents. We are all very happy. Lin Tian thought to himself, so that's what they knew. My name is Yi Hui. We have comrades who died at the hands of the martial artists of the East Cherry Kingdom. We will definitely protect your parents. Another man stepped forward. The rest of the people quickly introduced themselves one by one. With Lin Tian's memory, he remembered all of them after they had said it once. Welcome, everyone. General Yang should have told you that the salary is 50,000 yuan per month, and there is no insurance or housing fund. If you are injured or even die, there will be compensation. If you die, the compensation will not be less than 5 million. Lin Tian smiled. Thank you, boss. Shindong and the others said in unison. Lin Tian said, Shindong, you provide me with an account number, and I will transfer all my money to your account. You can divide it up among yourselves. In addition to your salary, you will have 100,000 yuan in public funds each month, which you can use to purchase some necessary items. Shindong nodded and quickly provided Lin Tian with an account number. Shindong, Yi Hui, you and I will go back to the village. I will stay for 2 days and bring my parents over. If they can get used to it, they can live here in the future. If they can't get used to it, you'll have to go to the village. Shindong and the others nodded. Shindong and Yi Hui, send me your ID numbers, I'll book a flight back tomorrow. Lin Tian said. It's a bit late to go back today. It's already 3 p.m. After taking a plane to the provincial capital, we still have to take a car to the countryside. Shindong took out a stack of documents. Boss, this is the employment contract, with information on all of us. We all have injuries and illnesses, but you don't need to worry about our abilities. Lin Tian nodded. Their injuries were not a big problem for him, but he would not heal them immediately. If they behave well, they will definitely be treated. If you don't behave well, then I'm sorry. In the evening, Lin Tian returned home. Luo Bingning was back, and the golden treasure chest on her head was still hanging there. Bingning, come, give me a hug. I have to go to my room to practice. After dinner and the dishes are washed, Lin Tian said with a smile. Luo Bingning was a little embarrassed. Lin Tian reached out and held her in his arms. His head hid Luo Bingning's golden treasure chest on top of her head. Chapter 125, Martial Arts. Master of the Eastern Cherry Blossom Country. Ding, the golden treasure chest is open. Congratulations, host, you have obtained the recipe for the divine level anti-aging pill. The voice of the system rang in Lin Tian's mind. At the same time, a huge amount of information flooded into Lin Tian's mind. Lin Tian let go of Luo Bingning and returned to the master bedroom. He looked excited. He still didn't understand what the god-level anti-aging pill was, but it must be some kind of item, which meant that his treasure chest could open up to something else. In addition to the skills, the only thing that the treasure chest can open is the system space, and there is nothing else. To be honest, Lin Tian felt a bit of regret. Although it is good to have powerful skills, it is a bit monotonous. Besides, he has already obtained a lot of skills. He wanted to create a genius character. As a top genius, he knew so much, but what about research in other areas? He has a lot of skills, but no concrete research results. This seems problematic to others. The system, give you a thumbs up. Lin Tian thought to himself. With the first one, there will definitely be others in the future, so he doesn't have to worry about others' doubts in this regard. It didn't take long for the information to be received. With the help of the system, Lin Tian quickly digested the information he had received. Not only did he get the recipe, but he was also able to refine the elixir of youth according to the recipe. Wow, this pill is amazing. Lin Tian was secretly amazed. If the best ingredients are used and he personally refines it, the divine level anti-aging pill can greatly slow down the aging process. It can probably slow down aging by 30 years. A 50-year-old woman will look like a 20-year-old girl. Luo Bingning is 21 years old. If she takes one pill every year, she will still look the same in her 50s. And the divine rejuvenating pill not only changes the appearance, but also maintains the body's functions at a young age. He. Lin Tian was secretly delighted. If Luo Bingning can maintain her current peak beauty for a long time, that would be a great benefit for him. He himself is a Grandmaster of martial arts, and he won't age much until he's 50. Luo Bingning would be sad if she got old. The ingredients for this god-level anti-aging pill are not easy to find. Fortunately, there are many substitutes for each ingredient. Lin Tian thought to himself. The recipe for the god-level anti-aging pill is not just a single recipe, but there are many recipes for this kind of pill. Since the system has given such a reward, there should be no problem finding all the ingredients to make the divine youth pill. If he can make the divine level rejuvenating pill, Luo Bingning can use it, and so can his mother and Luo Bingning's mother. His mother and Luo Bingning's mother are both in their 40s, so the effect of using the divine youth pill on them will not be as strong. But they can still look a few years younger. The rate of aging will also be reduced significantly. Crackling. Lin Tian turned on the computer and started searching. Most of the medicinal ingredients can be purchased directly, but it is more difficult to find a few rare ones. Drip. Lin Tian called Dean Sher. Soon, the hearty laughter of Dean Sher came over the phone. Dr. Lin, what good news do you have for me? As the dean of a top-tier hospital in the city, Dean Sher's status is not low, and most people can't even get close to him. But he is happy to make friends with someone like Lin Tian. President Sher, I need some medicinal herbs. You should have the channels for that, right? Lin Tian asked. President Sher smiled and said, if I didn't have these connections, then I wouldn't have been the president for so many years. Dr. Lin, if you need any kind of medicine, as long as it exists on Earth, I can definitely help you find a way. Many herb dealers would like to curry favor with him. Lin Tian Dao, I'll send you a WeChat message later. Okay. After hanging up the phone, Lin Tian quickly sent a message to Dean Sher via WeChat. Dr. Lin, these things are not easy to get, but I have already made a promise, so I will definitely help you get them. Lin Tian received a voice message from Dean Sher. Thank you very much. After confirming this, Lin Tian climbed over the wall to the external network, and he hacked into the mobile phone of a martial arts master from the East Cherry Kingdom. He was one of the 3 martial arts masters from Dongying who participated in the youth martial arts competition. After the youth martial arts tournament, they hurried back to their country. If they had done well at the youth martial arts competition, they might have stayed in China for a while to promote themselves. No movement? Lin Tian muttered. After the youth martial arts competition, he installed a monitoring program on the mobile phones of several martial arts masters in Dongying. The monitoring program will listen to conversations around the clock. Soon, Lin Tian hacked into the second martial arts master. There was still no big discovery. When it came to the third, Lin Tian's eyes lit up. This martial arts master visited the martial arts master of the East Cherry Kingdom. Before the meeting, he handed over his cell phone. Lin Tian did not know the details of the conversation through the monitoring program. Ha! Lin Tian chuckled. Through the positioning of the mobile phone, he could find out where the martial arts master had gone, and then through the rest of the information, it would not be difficult to determine who the martial arts master of the East Cherry Kingdom was. Miyazaki Iju. This place is a property he secretly purchased. And according to public information, he died 10 years ago. Lin Tian muttered, his intuition telling him that Miyazaki Iju must have hidden a big secret by faking his death. I wonder if this guy will come looking for me. Lin Tian thought to himself. If Miyazaki Izuru came over, he would have every reason to kill him. The next morning, Lin Tian came out of his room, his eyes showing surprise. Luo Bingning had a black iron treasure chest on her head. What's going on? Nothing happened last night. Lin Tian thought to himself. Bingning, are you worried about something? After washing up and eating breakfast, Lin Tian asked. Luo Bingning looked a little distracted. Luo Bingning said weakly, Lin Tian, your parents are coming over. What if they don't like me? Lin Tian laughed, and he was surprised that Luo Bingning was actually worried about this. Bingning, what are you worrying about? If my parents don't like you, how high are their standards? Am I supposed to find them a princess from the royal family as a daughter-in-law? Lin Tian said in a bad mood. Lu Bingying looked at Lin Tian and said in a low voice, Lin Tian, with your qualifications, you might be able to find a princess. Lin Tian reached out and pinched Luo Bingying's tender face. Bingying, don't think about it. I like you just the way you are. Pop. Who told you to pinch me? Lu Bingning slapped Lin Tian's hand and said in a pouty tone. Lin Tian laughed and said, in a few days, we'll go to the imperial capital and give your teacher's wife another treatment. I'm going to kiss your face, so what's wrong with pinching it a little? Luo Bingning's face turned red. Your wife won't be completely recovered by then. Lin Tian smiled and said, even if she's not completely healed, she'll be close enough that I won't need to treat her again. Bingning, how about going to your house to kiss you? Chapter 126, Parents are fooled and crippled. Master, Liuha Village, Tianyang City. After taking a plane back to the provincial capital, Lin Tian, Shandong, and Yi Hui got into a taxi. Lin Tian said to the taxi driver. The taxi driver was stunned. It's over 100 kilometers to Tianyang City, and another 150 kilometers to the village below. This is a big order. But he was a bit afraid to take this order to the village. There are still 3 of them. Boss, it's too far for me to go there. The driver said hesitantly. Shindong took out his military ID card from his breast pocket. Big brother, we are soldiers. Is it convenient now? The driver was suddenly relieved. He smiled and said, of course, of course. A friend of mine had an accident in the village, so I've always been careful. Since you are PLA, of course there is no problem. The car soon set off. 2 hours later, the car left the highway and was only a dozen kilometers away from Lin Tian's hometown. The familiar scenery made Lin Tian feel a lot of emotion. The changes in the past month have been really drastic. I just wanted to live a normal life, make money, buy a house, get married, have children. I never thought that with a marriage certificate, the gears of fate would start to turn. Now I have a luxury house and a fancy car, and I have money in my bank account. He has a beautiful and lovely wife. More importantly, he has a system that opens up treasure chests and gives him powerful skills. Even the most ordinary wine tasting skills, if used well, will not only make you rich, but also ensure that you will never have to worry about food or clothing. Boss, let's get off here. We can walk from here to get familiar with the environment of the village. The car arrived at the entrance to the village, and Shindong said, well. Lin Tian nodded. He didn't tell Shindong the rest of their information. With Shindong and their abilities, it would be strange if they couldn't find his house. Shindong and the others got out of the taxi, which drove all the way to the neighborhood where Lin Tian lived. Uncle Mo, Auntie Wang. Seeing the neighbors around, Lin Tian greeted them as usual. He noticed that their expressions were a little unnatural, so he just casually replied to them and they all went back to their rooms. Has the news come back? Lin Tian thought to himself. The news of the youth martial arts tournament had been blocked by the state, but word of mouth was something that could not be blocked. Although he killed 3 people in one day, the villagers were a little scared. Dad, Mom, I'm home. Lin Tian shouted at the front door, but the door was closed. Creak. Hearing Lin Tian's voice, the door opened quickly. His parents were at home, but they had closed the door to avoid gossip. Son, why are you back? Chen Wan, Lin Tian's mother, said in surprise. Lin Tian smiled and said, I'm not here to pick you up. I'll take you to experience the airplane. Soon Lin Tian arrived in the room. His father, Lin Haisheng, lit a cigarette. Son, there is a rumor in the village today that you killed someone, and you killed 3 people. Dad, wasn't it a good kill? Lin Tian smiled and said. Lin Haisheng and Chen Wan looked at Lin Tian blankly. They thought there was a mistake, and their son was not a martial artist. In their opinion, it should be the same name. Son, did you really kill those people? Chen Wan asked nervously. Lin Tian nodded. Lin Haisheng took a deep breath. Good kill. I heard that the people killed were all ninjas from the little days. They all deserve to die. But when did you start practicing martial arts? How come we didn't know? Chen Wan also stared at Lin Tian. Lin Tian mumbled to himself, and he had to start fooling his parents. If he wanted others to believe, he first had to convince his parents that he had been a genius since childhood, but that he had hidden his talent. Dad, after Einstein died, his brain was stolen and cut into 240 pieces. Lin Tian said in a low voice. Lin Haisheng said in a bad mood, Are you trying to tell us that you are too smart and afraid of being caught and sliced? Lin Tian gave a thumbs up. Dad, you are worthy of being the father of the contemporary Einstein. You are indeed smart. You immediately figured out the whole story. Lin Haisheng. Didn't I often like to go into the mountains when I was young? I wasn't fooling around, I was practicing martial arts in the mountains. When I took the college entrance exam, I actually deliberately caught a cold and had a high fever, and I deliberately got a lower score. Lin Tian Dao. Lin Haisheng and Chen Wan looked at Lin Tian in silence. In their eyes, Lin Tian was talking nonsense in a serious manner. Mom and Dad, you watch. Lin Tian said, releasing his inner energy, and under his control of inner strength, several chairs around him flew up. This. Lin Haisheng and Chen Wan widened their eyes. Soon the chairs landed, and Lin Tian smiled. I first studied medicine, then studied martial arts. Combining medicine and martial arts, I now have the strength of a Grandmaster of martial arts. But externally, I only showed my strength as a martial arts master, and Bingning only knows that I have the strength of a martial arts master. Lin Haisheng took a deep breath. I'll take it slowly. Half a minute later, Lin Haisheng said, I've read martial arts novels. What do these realms represent? Lin Tian smiled. There are only about 20 martial arts masters in China. Apart from me, there are no martial arts masters on the surface, but I don't know if there are any in secret. A top martial arts master can fight a regiment in the city. I can probably fight a division in the city. A standard division is 10,000 people, and they are extremely powerful. But Lin Tian wasn't exaggerating when he said that. He was a martial arts grandmaster, and light weapons were useless against him. Heavy weapons are inconvenient to use in the city, and martial arts masters are extremely fast, and they can also use buildings to hide. If it were another martial arts master, he might not be able to fight off a division, but don't forget that Lin Tian has the system space. The system space has 27 cubic meters. It's not difficult for him to fill the system space with the arsenal. How many people will die from the 27 cubic meters of bombs? Son, are you joking? Lin Haisheng said in disbelief. Lin Tian shook his head. Why would I lie to you? I only dare to gradually expose some things when I have the strength. At this point, Lin Tian took out his phone and opened the Huayin app. In addition to medicine and martial arts, I have another little hobby. The masked hero is me. Bingning doesn't even know about this. Lin Tian said. In fact, Luo Bingning already knew, but she let Lin Tian say it like this. Chen Wan said in disbelief, Son, is Grandmaster Lin you? Your father likes to watch Grandmaster Lin's videos very much. Lin Haisheng looked at Lin Tian blankly. He has become a fan of his own son? Lin Tian smiled and said, That's right, this is my account. I'll show you the backstage. This account has made a lot of money. Soon, Lin Haisheng and the others saw Lin Tian's background. They saw the balance of Lin Tian's account that had not yet been withdrawn, and the long string of numbers made their hearts race. Dad, Mom, are you surprised? Lin Tian said with a smile. Lin Haisheng smoked a cigarette. He had to take a break. The impact was too great. For a while, his brain couldn't process it. I'll make some tea. Chen Wan got up and said. She had to find something to do. She felt like she was dreaming. After a while, Shenwan returned with the tea she had made, and Lin Haixing finished one cigarette and lit another. You little rascal, you're so powerful, you've been hiding it from us for so long. You've made us worry about your work. Lin Haixing said angrily. Lin Tian smiled and said, Dad, if I tell you too much too soon, won't you be worried every day? I didn't know that the Grandmaster was so great before. I haven't met any other martial artists, so I only recently learned about this. Shenwan said, Lin Haixing, don't talk about your son. Didn't you hear what he said at the beginning? Einstein's brain was stolen and cut into more than 200 pieces. That is to say, my son knows how to endure, otherwise, I am afraid that something would have happened long ago. Lin Haixing nodded slightly. If he had bragged about it early, it would have been a tragedy. Shenwan said, Son, how are you and Bingning doing now? Brothers, if you like it, give it a 5-star rating, thank you. Chapter 127, I and Bingning got married. Lin Tian smiled and said, We're doing great. Mom and Dad, I have something to tell you. Bingning and I got married. What? Lin Tian's parents looked at him blankly. We went to get our marriage certificate on the day we met. She said we would try marriage for 3 years, and if it was suitable, we would continue. After getting to know each other, we realized that we were a good match. Shenwan said, You didn't say anything on the phone. Mom, it's better to say this in person. Besides, I've only been with her for a month. Her parents were against it. Lin Tian explained. Lin Haixing said, Does her family know about your situation? Lin Tian shook his head, Her parents don't know about my situation yet, and I haven't met her parents yet. Bingning told her parents that she was doing well, and her parents' attitude has softened a lot. Her father asked me to go to her grandmother's memorial service in a few days. Lin Haixing nodded. You've grown up. You can make your own decisions. Shenwan smiled and said, Your father used to oppose your relationship with Bingning, but now he has finally changed his mind. Lin Tian looked at Lin Haixing in surprise. Dad, it's hard to find a girlfriend like Bingning, even with a lantern. Why did you oppose it? Lin Haixing said in a bad mood, You hit it well, but what did you have that was worthy of Bingning before? The Luo family has billions of assets, and I'm afraid that you will be knocked unconscious before you marry her. Lin Haixing used to worry about this, but now he doesn't. A martial arts grandmaster can defeat a division by himself. With this kind of strength, no one will dare to cause trouble for Lin Tian. Dad, the news of the youth martial arts tournament has spread to the village, and the attitude of the villagers seems a bit off? Lin Tian Dao. Lin Haixing took a deep breath and said, The news came back this morning that you killed 3 people. At first, some people cheered. But after a while, there were some rumors saying that killing 3 people in one day was too violent and cruel. They don't think about it. There were 300,000 innocent souls in Nanchur back then. Shenwan said, Your father had a few words with some people, and then we thought that it must be the same person with the same name, so we didn't bother to argue and closed the door to hide in peace. I never thought it was you. Lin Tian comforted them, Don't worry too much, Mom and Dad. People in the village aren't that simple-minded. Some people are playing their own little games. They don't want to see our family get better in the village, because that would affect their interests. Lin Haixing sighed slightly. That's true. Dad and Mom, someone gave me a villa. Why don't you go live in the city? Shenwan was surprised, A villa was given to you? A villa in S City must be very expensive. Lin Tian smiled, Isn't my medical skills pretty good? The villa was given to me by a wealthy businessman and is worth hundreds of millions. Ha! Lin Haixing and Shenwan gasped. They couldn't even imagine a house worth hundreds of millions. If you go to S City, you can live there in the future. Lin Tian said. Lin Haixing shook his head, It's okay for a short stay, but we're not used to living in a villa like this for a long time. You and Bingyin can use this villa after you get married. Shenwan nodded, Yes, you can use that villa for your wedding. Are you still living at Bingning's place? It's too much trouble to move back to S City. Don't you want to stay with Bingning's family? Lin Tian frowned slightly. Lin Haixing said, Son, if you have money, it would be great if you could buy us a house in the provincial capital. That way, it will be more convenient for you to come back and see us when you and Bingning come back, and we can also come back when there is something in the village. Lin Tian's eyes lit up. That's a good idea. The prices of houses in the provincial capital are not expensive. It would only cost him 10 million yuan to buy a villa, and he could afford it right now. He has already been paid for both endorsements. He now has more than 16 million yuan on his card. Are you sure you don't want to go to S City? Lin Tiandao. Lin Haisheng and Shen Wan shook their heads. Lin Haisheng said, "We don't feel comfortable living in a villa worth hundreds of millions of yuan. We can just buy a normal house in the provincial capital." Lin Tian nodded. "Okay, then I'll buy you a house in the provincial capital." At this time, there was a knock on the door. From the sound, Lin Tian knew that it wasn't Shindong and his friends. Lin Haisheng quickly opened the door. Outside the door was Jiang Huai, the village chief of Lin Tian's village. He knew Lin Tian was back and rushed over. Jiang Huai was in his 50s and had a pot belly. He has been the village chief for only a few years, but he has already built a beautiful house and bought an Audi last year. Lin Tian had heard from his parents that when the village chief was elected, Jiang Huai paid for votes. 300 yuan per household. His father refused to accept the money and gave the votes to someone else. The result was predictable. Jiang Huai won the election with his money. Hai Shang. "Oh, Xiaotian is back," Jiang Huai said. Lin Tian raised his eyelids, and the aura of a martial arts master was released in an instant. "Xiaotian is also someone you can call?" "You." Jiang Huai's face changed drastically. He took a few steps back and sat down on the ground. In his eyes, Lin Tian instantly became more terrifying than a tiger, and he felt as if his soul was trembling. Lin Tian stood up and walked towards Jiang Huai. "You were behind the scenes, weren't you?" Lin Tian said. Jiang Huai's face turned pale. Every step Lin Tian took, the pressure on him increased. I. Jiang Huai's eyes were panicked. Lin Tian said indifferently, "We are all from the same village, I don't want to make things too difficult. Don't be the village chief anymore. Uncle Yang did a good job before, so he should be the village chief again." Jiang Huai said in a trembling voice, "The village chief is elected by everyone, not just anyone who wants to be one." Lin Tian, don't do anything rash. Lin Tian nodded slightly, "You're right. Then I'll send you to jail first, and then hold a new election. You have embezzled more than 200,000 yuan, which is punishable by law with a sentence of 3 to 10 years. Your 60th birthday will probably be spent in prison." Jiang Huai's forehead was sweating profusely. I haven't been feeling well lately, and I will fully support Yang as the village chief," Jiang Huai said with a dry voice. Lin Tian nodded slightly, and his momentum instantly subsided. Who? Jiang Huai gasped for breath, looking at Lin Tian in fear. Lin Tian had such a strong aura. "Get lost." Lin Tian waved his hand impatiently. Jiang Huai left in a dejected manner. Lin Haisheng said, "Son, he must have taken a lot of money. Isn't it too easy to let him go?" Lin Tian smiled and said, "Wait until he supports Uncle Yang to become the village chief, then we can secretly have someone take care of him. He has good relations with some people, and if we openly go after him, I'm afraid some people will gossip behind his back. Uncle Lin and Uncle Lin are still in the village." Lin Haisheng nodded, and Lin Tian's approach was indeed better. Chapter 128, Is Grandmaster Lin a martial arts master? Didn't you say there would be a martial arts live broadcast? It's been a week, why hasn't Grandmaster Lin broadcasted yet? Lin Xianyu, hurry up and broadcast it, the flowers are already wilting. The Martial Arts Secret Manual. Bought from a certain treasure has arrived, so sit back and wait for the broadcast. Many people comment in the comments section of Lin Tian every day. There are many people who are looking forward to his martial arts live broadcast. These guys are pushing every day. It seems that a martial arts live broadcast will have to be arranged for them. Lin Tian thought to himself. He was looking at the green mountains behind the house. When he was a child, he often went to the mountains. He would help his family gather firewood, pick wild fruits in the mountains, or secretly bring martial arts novels to the back mountain to read. As for martial arts, is it enough to find a straight stick and wave it around, pluck wildflowers and grass, and shoot birds with a slingshot? Mom, I haven't been to the back mountain in a long time. I'm going to go check it out, Lin Tian said to his mother, Chen Wan. Shenhuan said, "There are no people in the mountains now. The roads are overgrown with grass and it's hard to get in. I have a way. I'll be back before dinner." Lin Tian quickly headed to the back mountain. Shindong and Yi Hui had already told their parents that they would come and their parents would make arrangements. It's really completely deserted. Lin Tian thought to himself. When he was a child, many people went to the mountains every day, but now, throughout the year, only a few people go to the mountains when they visit the graves. Lin Tian scanned the area. He was in a mountain valley, and no one could see him from this side. As for the nearby area, if someone is hiding, his ears as a martial arts master are not for show. Who? Lin Tian suddenly flew up. He flew through the air on the leaves, and with his current strength, it was completely possible to fly on the leaves. The mountain breeze blew Lin Tian's clothes, and he felt extremely happy. He couldn't do this in the city. There are people everywhere in the city, and there are cameras everywhere. It's great. It took Lin Tian just over a dozen breaths to reach the top of the mountain. Behind his house were the Green Mountains, and the small hill he was climbing now was the one he had to climb every year in the past. Their family grave is here. His grandfather's grave was also here. Soon, Lin Tian arrived at his grandfather's grave. He took out the incense, joss paper, and money from the system space. He had prepared these things when he was in the city. Of course, he had to worship his grandfather when he returned to his hometown. If it weren't for his grandfather's engagement, even if he had the system, he wouldn't have been able to activate it without meeting Luo Bingying. "Grandpa, I want to let you know that Bingning and I are already married, but we haven't had a wedding banquet yet. When we have a wedding banquet, I will bring Bingying to see you." Lin Tian knelt in front of his grandfather's grave and burned paper money. After the paper money was burned, Lin Tian stood up. He looked around. Strange, the feng shui of this place is very ordinary. Lin Tian muttered to himself. He is a feng shui master, and according to his understanding, with this kind of feng shui, the descendants should be ordinary. But he can't be considered ordinary now. Damn! After a while, Lin Tian slapped his forehead. He was really stupid. He had obtained such a thing as the system, and how could the influence of the Feng Shui Bureau possibly compare to that of the system? "Grandpa, I'll come visit you again in the future." Lin Tian flew away on the leaves. Before long, he reached the deeper mountains. People occasionally go to the mountains outside, but the mountains inside may not be visited for 3 to 5 years. Fortunately, there is still a signal. Xiao Yao is indeed ahead. Lin Tian muttered. He took out a new set of clothes from the system space. This set of clothes was a kind of ancient costume that was more like a fairy. The original Hanfu is suitable for playing the Eru and the Guqin, but it doesn't match the martial arts live broadcast. Once everything was ready, Lin Tian quickly opened the live broadcast. He didn't warm up for this broadcast. Even so, as soon as Lin Tian started the live broadcast, many people quickly flooded into the live broadcast room. Lin Tian now has nearly 40 million followers. What did I see? Grandmaster Lin actually launched a surprise attack and quietly started a live broadcast. Where is Master Lin? This outfit is different. Is this really Master Lin? Soon, many comments appeared in the live broadcast room. Huayin headquarters. Boss, Grandmaster Lin is broadcasting live, and this time he's chosen a location in the wild. One of Zhang Han's men shouted. Zhang Han's eyes lit up. He quickly reported the news, and Lin Tian's live broadcast traffic had to be guaranteed. Huayin has signed a S-level contract with Lin Tian. A dormitory in a university. Brothers, stop playing around. Grandmaster Lin is live streaming a martial arts show in the wild. A young man lying on the bed and playing with his phone yelled. Master Lin didn't even give a warning. This is just getting started. It's still hammer time. Tell your friends on the other side, they will understand. The few people playing the game quickly went offline, and they got the news that their opponents had also gone offline quickly. One of them even ran into the hallway and yelled, Brothers, Lin Zongshire is live. The rest of the dormitory quickly rushed into the live broadcast room. The news of Lin Tian's live broadcast quickly spread across the country. In just 2 minutes, there were hundreds of thousands of people in his live broadcast room. This martial arts live broadcast was highly anticipated. This guy, he went back home to broadcast live. Lu Bingning muttered. Tang Yan told her that Grandmaster Lin had started broadcasting, so she cancelled an unimportant meeting and watched the live broadcast. Tang Yan now knows that Lin Tian's martial arts are powerful, but she doesn't associate Lin Tian with Grandmaster Lin. Lin Zhongshu's Zhao, Guqin, and Suona are all at the master level, and Lin Tian is only 23 years old. Online predictions of Grandmaster Lin's age range from 30 to 40, and some say he's in his 40s or 50s. There are no guesses for the 20s. A three-time Grandmaster, a martial arts master, and a Grandmaster in the martial arts world, Grandmaster Lin is only in his 20s, which is completely against common sense. Everyone, there are quite a few of us, so let's get started. Lin Tian smiled and said to the camera. I ran into the mountains for this live broadcast, and I didn't bring my arrow, Guqin, or Suona. Let's just chat. What do you want to see? What do you want to know? Countless comments quickly appeared. How old am I? Lin Tian smiled and said, I didn't think you would be interested in this. It's hard for you to guess my age. Because I am a martial arts master. I can live to be 160 years old, but my exact age is a secret. Many people watching the live broadcast widened their eyes in disbelief. Grandmaster Lin is a martial arts master. A four-time Grandmaster. No, we were all wrong. Grandmaster Lin is probably much older than 30 or 40. He may be 70 or 80 years old. This makes sense for Grandmaster Lin to be a four-time Grandmaster. Countless barrage of comments appeared. Countless gifts also appeared. There were more than 2 people who sent the spaceship. Some of these people who sent the spaceship were martial artists, and they knew exactly what a martial arts master represented. There are no martial arts masters in the country. Martial arts masters are the overlords of the martial arts world. How powerful is a martial arts master? Many of the same questions appeared on the barrage. Lin Tian smiled slightly. Is it powerful to catch bullets with your hands? Chapter 129, Shocked by the Plan. There are now millions of people in the live broadcast room, and they are all shocked to hear Lin Tian say this. I'm going, a martial arts master can catch bullets? This reminds me of the fire demon of the Star Master. Master Lin, show us a performance. Countless barrage of bullets came pouring out of the live broadcast room. Lin Tian smiled and said, Family, I don't have a gun for you to test, but it's true that a martial arts master can withstand a pistol bullet. He has a pistol, but he can't use it casually. If he tests this in the live broadcast room, Hua Yin will be very conflicted. Should we block his live broadcast? Yang Zhihong and the others would be very helpless if they knew. You weren't given a gun to play with like this. Family, let me test this for you. Lin Tian plucked a slender blade of grass. Go! With the help of internal strength, the straw shot out at high speed, and in an instant, the straw pierced a tree as thick as a bowl. Lin Tian walked up with his cell phone in hand. Millions of people clearly saw the straw piercing the tree. It was numb. Everyone in our dormitory was numb. My neck is definitely not as hard as this tree, which means that Grandmaster Lin can kill me with a single blade of grass. I just doubted whether Grandmaster Lin could block a bullet, but now it seems that Grandmaster Lin may have been a bit conservative. The barrage of bullets is crazy. And every second, many people are giving gifts. Family, I promised you that I would show you some light skills during the live broadcast. Next, I'll show you this. Lin Tian said, putting his phone down and lightly touching his toes in front of the camera. He easily jumped 3 zhan high. Then, he easily and leisurely flew from one tree to another. Millions of people in the live broadcast room were dumbfounded. Newton, who am I, and where am I? It's hard to imagine what it would be like if Master Lin went to the Olympics. Lin Tian circled the trees and arrived at the phone. He smiled and said, Family, let me show you the speed of a martial arts master. After that, Lin Tian quickly advanced. At a speed of 60 to 70 kilometers per hour. This speed is extremely terrifying in the jungle. Suddenly, Lin Tian's body flew up, and he reached the treetops, where he quickly advanced on the treetops. Countless people watching the live broadcast were stunned. Somewhere in the southwest. Dad, our family has produced a master before. Was our ancestor that powerful? Asked a young man in a training suit. The father and son watched the live broadcast together. His father took a deep breath and shook his head. No, ordinary masters are definitely not this powerful. Grandmaster Lin is not only a martial arts master, but he has been a martial arts master for the past 20 or 30 years. The young man said in disbelief, Dad, then Grandmaster Lin became a Grandmaster before he was 50? The middle-aged man nodded. It's very possible. There is another possibility. Grandmaster Lin may be over 100 years old. He is just playing in the mortal world as an old child. The young man was shocked. At the same time, many other martial artists in many parts of China were also shocked. Dad, what kind of strength is this? Oyang Fei asked. He was watching the live broadcast with several people in his family. Oyang Fei's father, Oyang De, took a deep breath and said, more than 100% is not the early stage of a master. The possibility of being in the middle of the master level is also very low. The probability is that he is in the late stage of the master level, and the probability of being a master is very low. Lin Xianfeng must be the master behind Lin Tian. No wonder Lin Tian dared to kill 3 people from the East Cherry Kingdom. Oyang Fei was puzzled. He had previously suspected that Lin Tian was the masked hero, because he knew that Lin Tian was a martial arts master. Now he knows that the masked man is probably a late-stage master, and Oyang Fei is somewhat skeptical. The difference between the early stage of a master and the late stage of a master or a master who has reached perfection is actually quite large. It's already pretty amazing that Lin Tian has reached the early stage of the Grandmaster. This masked man may be Lin Ji's master. Oyang Fei thought to himself. After half a minute, Lin Tian landed from the treetops. Family, have you seen Weiya? Hanging from the wire, I feel dizzy. It's not easy to be an actor in a martial arts TV series. Lin Tian said with a smile. There are already 2 to 3 million people in the studio. I pretended to see it. At this speed, the wire must have killed people. I'll believe Grandmaster Lin when he says he can fly to the sky. The live broadcast room was bustling with activity. The amount of rewards keeps rising. Most people who watch live broadcasts never give rewards, and they don't even bother to click on the free likes. But now many of them are quietly recharging. Fan Old Playboy gives away spaceship *300. Fan Shinjia Sanyi gives away spaceships *200. Xin Lao and Shen Wanshun didn't see the live broadcast at first, but they saw the scene just now. What do you think, Lao San? Shen Lao asked. Shen Wanshun took a deep breath and said, as long as we cling to the thighs of Grandmaster Lin, we can ensure that our Shen family will be safe for 100 years. It's good that you have this realization. Shen Lao's nodded slightly. He sighed. Lin Tian was already a martial arts master at the age of 23, and he himself said that he would live to be 160 years old. Do you think he can become a martial arts grandmaster? Shen Wanshun nodded, there is no doubt. Shen Dao said, by then, he will probably live to be 200 or 300 years old, and he may even live another 200 years. Hiss. Shen Wanshun gasped. Master Lin is strong in martial arts, skilled in medicine, and strong in everything else. We can't imagine his future. Shen Lao said with a sigh, I'll have to give your brothers a good talking to when they get back. Yes. Shen Wanshun nodded. Somewhere in the East Cherry Kingdom, Miyazaki Ikaro silently watched Lin Tian's live broadcast. This live broadcast lasted only half an hour. Cancel all plans against Lin Tian for the time being, Miyazaki Yazura said in a low voice. Father, you are not necessarily weaker than him, a middle-aged man said in front of Miyazaki Ikaro. Miyazaki Ikaro shook his head, one must know one's limitations. I am no match for this Lin Zongshi. He can kill me in 10 moves. The middle-aged man's face changed. Miyazaki Ikaro said in a low voice, when you don't have enough strength, don't cause the Empire any trouble. And, change the base location. The middle-aged man was stunned. Father, isn't this base quite safe? Miyazaki Ikaro shook his head, don't be careless. Those who want to achieve great things must be careful and careful. I feel that this base is no longer safe. We need a safe environment to complete the Tianri plan. The middle-aged man nodded. Miyazaki Iju's eyes flashed with brilliance. If the Tianri project is successful, I will personally kill this Lin Zongshi. With his flesh and blood, our plan will go better. Chapter 130, Buying a Villa for Mom and Dad. High-tech zone, Xingqing, H province. Dad, what's going on? I had another drinking party, and you asked me to come home without saying anything. Lu Changxin, the mayor of the high-tech zone, arrived at the house and asked. Lu Guohong, Lu Changxin's father, frowned. You're the mayor now, so I can't let you come home unless something's wrong? Dad, you shouldn't say that. No matter how high I rise, I'm still your son. Lu Changxin smiled as he changed his shoes. Lu Guohong said, don't change your shoes. Come with me. This is very meaningful for the entire Lu family. Lu Changxin was puzzled. But he definitely believed in his father. He could become the district chief because of his father's connections and vision. Dad, what's going on? The driver started the car, and Lu Changxin asked. We are going to Tianyang City to meet a young man named Lin Tian in Liuha Village. You'd better be more polite to him than to me. Lu Guohong said. Lu Changxin said blankly, it will take more than 2 hours to get there, and it will be dark by then. He is the deputy head of the district, after all. His father is in his 70s, and the two of them are going all the way to see a young man? Take a look at this. Lu Guohong handed the phone to Lu Changxin. Lu Changxin watched a recorded live video. Dad, isn't this a movie? Lu Changxin couldn't believe it. The video that Lu Guohong showed him was of Lin Tian flying through the jungle and speeding through the treetops. This is real. The martial arts master in the video is a martial arts master, and the Lin Tian we are going to meet is probably his disciple. He may have reached the level of a martial arts master. Lu Guohong said. Lu Changxin said doubtfully, Dad, I know that you used to like martial arts very much and still practice them occasionally. But because of this, we have to travel so far to see Lin Tian, a young man. Is it really necessary? Lu Guohong said calmly, do you know what a martial arts master represents? Lu Changxin shook his head. His father loved martial arts and reached the level of dark power in his middle age, but his hobbies were not in this area. Lu Guohong said, in our country, there are no martial arts masters on the surface. Master Lin is the only one now. Lu Changxin still didn't understand. For martial artists, the fact that China has a martial arts master means that their path to becoming a master is much smoother. If they have any questions, they can ask someone. For the country, martial arts masters have a strong deterrent effect, making martial artists from other countries much more low-key. Lu Guohong explained. Lu Changxin understood a little, but he still asked doubtfully, Dad, is the martial arts master's deterrent ability that strong? Lu Guohong nodded. Are our country's fighter jets, warships, and missiles strong? Lu Changxin smiled and said, of course. Our military strength has developed by leaps and bounds over the years, especially our navy, which is growing like dumplings. Lu Guohong said calmly, however, these important national weapons cannot be used lightly, and if they are used, it will easily lead to war. Martial arts masters are different. A martial arts master can easily make a person disappear. Lu Changxin thoughtfully said, the country and the martial arts family will both attach great importance to Master Lin. Lu Guohong nodded slightly. We can't directly contact a person like Grandmaster Lin, but Lin Tian is from our province. If he gets rich, his parents might move. Lu Changxin's eyes lit up. If his parents move to our high-tech zone, there will be plenty of opportunities to interact with them in the future. Dad, you're amazing. Lu Guohong said, if we hurry over now, we should be able to get the top prize. It will definitely be too late tomorrow. You're not the only one who's noticed this. Lu Changxin nodded. If Grandmaster Lin's influence is that great, then Lin Tian is probably a disciple of Grandmaster Lin, and there must be more than one person who wants to climb up this relationship. After more than 2 hours, Lu Changxin and the others arrived near Lin Tian's house. It was already dark. It had not been long since Lin Tian and his family had just finished dinner. Dad, it seems we're in luck. Lu Changxin let out a sigh of relief and smiled. They had talked a lot on the way, and Lu Changxin had come to realize how powerful a martial arts master was. What's more, Grandmaster Lin is a 4-star Grandmaster, and in addition to martial arts, he is also very good at other things and has a wider network of contacts. Lin Tian opened the door and went outside. A car drove up to a place not far from their home. Lu Guohong and Lu Changxin took the cigarettes and alcohol from the trunk and headed for Lin Tian's house. They had bought them on the way. Are you? Lin Tian asked in a puzzled tone. Lu Guohong smiled and said, Master Lin, I was in the martial arts world in my early years, and I barely reached the level of dark power. Lin Tian shook his head, I am not a Master Lin. Please come in. Lu Guohong and the others entered the room. It didn't take long for Lin Tian to figure out their identities, and he probably guessed their intentions as well. Lin Tian thought about it. He wanted to buy a house for his parents in the provincial capital. The high-tech zone was a good choice, and it was convenient to have someone to help. Mr. Lu, do you want my parents to live in the high-tech zone? Lin Tian said bluntly. Lu Changxin hurriedly said, Lin Tian, for special talents, we can provide guaranteed housing for talents. Lin Tian shook his head, I don't need that. I plan to buy a second-hand villa for my parents in the provincial capital. The price is between 10 million and 15 million. The community is of a better quality, and it is the kind that you can move in immediately. Lu Changxin patted his chest and said, Lin Tian, leave this to me. I'll definitely give you accurate information tomorrow morning. Half an hour later, Lu Guohong and the others left satisfied. Lin Tian was also quite satisfied. His parents would live in the provincial capital in the future, and Lu Changxin would take care of them, which would save them a lot of trouble. And Lu Changxin helped them find a house, and the one they found was definitely much better, so his parents would be more comfortable living there. His roots are here, and he has to develop some of the connections here in H province. Son, they may want to take advantage of you. If it's bad for you, let's not live in the high-tech zone. Chen Wan said. Lin Tian smiled, they are not qualified to take advantage of me, and they are not qualified to bring me harm. Lin Haisheng said, you make the decision yourself. The IQ of your mother and I combined is probably not as high as yours. The night passed. Early in the morning, Lin Tian received a message from Lu Changxin. He helped look for 3 apartments overnight and went to see them in person. All 3 were quite good. Lu Changxin sent a lot of photos of the 3 apartments. Mom and Dad, which one do you like? Lin Tian asked. Lin Haisheng and his wife already knew that Lin Tian was going to buy them a villa, and they quickly chose one of the 3. The total price was 11.8 million. Lin Tian took Lin Haisheng and the others to the provincial capital. After seeing it with their own eyes, Lin Tian and the others decided to go ahead with the purchase. The transfer procedures were completed in the afternoon. Lin Haisheng and Chen Wan couldn't believe it. This villa was already very good for them. They never thought that they would one day live in a villa. Shandong, Yihui, I'm taking my parents to West City for a few days. What should we pack? You decide. Lin Tian said to Shandong and the others. Okay, boss. Shandong and the others nodded. Chapter 131, Father-in-law's phone call. Luo Bingning was waiting in the parking lot at the airport in S City. She drove Lin Tian's Range Rover over. She looked nervous. Before Lin Tian left yesterday, she had a black iron treasure chest on her head, but now it had suddenly turned into a silver treasure chest. But the upgrade of the treasure chest was not just because she was going to meet Lin Tian's parents, but also because of the impact of Lin Tian's live broadcast yesterday. Drip. Lu Bingning called Tang Yin. Bingying, are you still nervous? You're so good, you'll definitely be fine. Tang Yin said with some helplessness. She and Luo Bingning had talked a lot last night. In her opinion, with Luo Bingning's qualifications, why should she be nervous? In terms of looks, talent, and family background, Luo Bingning is extremely outstanding. Swallow, I forgot one thing. Lin Tian said he had already told his parents about our marriage. What should I call them when I meet them? Later? Asked Luo Bingning. Tang Yen was stunned. This also made her a bit confused. If there is no affection, even if there is a certificate, you can just call them uncle and aunt. Even if there is affection, but no certificate, it is the same. Luo Bingning and Lin Tian have feelings and are married. Bingying, I don't have any experience with this either, so I can't give you any advice. You should ask Lin Tian later. He will turn on his phone when he gets off the plane. Luo Bingning sighed, that's fine, I won't talk to you anymore, Lin Tian and their plane will be landing soon. After that, Luo Bingning hung up the phone. Bingying, we've landed. 5 minutes later, Luo Bingning received a message from Lin Tian. Luo Bingning hurriedly sent a message to ask Lin Tian. Lin Tian replied with a smile, we've both got our licenses, so of course you have to call them mom and dad. Don't you want to? No, but... Luo Bingning sent a look of grievance. She hasn't had a wedding yet. I'm just teasing you. We've only got our marriage certificate, not the actual marriage. You can just call them uncle and aunt. According to our customs, you call them mom and dad after you receive the red envelope on the day of the wedding. Lin Tian sent a message again soon. Lu Benjing saw the message and let out a long sigh of relief. Hit you. She quickly sent Lin Tian a knock on the head emoticon. Lin Tian immediately sent a kissy face. You bad boy. Lu Bingning muttered to herself. The airport in S City is huge, and Luo Bingning waited for quite a while before Lin Tian came with his parents. When she saw Luo Bingning, Chen Wan's eyes lit up. What a beautiful girl. Luo Bingning's appearance is already extremely high, and in order to meet Lin Tian's parents, she dressed up very nicely today and even went to get her hair done. Her appearance is simply off the charts. Hello, Auntie and Uncle, I'm Bingying. You have come a long way. Auntie, here are some flowers for you. Lu Bingning gave a large bouquet of flowers to Lin Tian's mother, Chen Wan. Chen Wan couldn't stop smiling. Her son is so lucky. Bingying, thank you. Auntie saw your photos online, and you are even more beautiful in person than in the photos. Chen Wan said with a smile. Lin Tian smiled and said, Bingying, you sit in the back seat and talk with your mother. Dad, you sit in the front seat. Okay. Lu Bingying nodded. Soon Lin Tian and the others got into the car. Lin Haisheng and Shan Wan were a little nervous, as the car looked very expensive. In addition, they were meeting Luo Bingning for the first time, and they were a little nervous sitting in the same car. Lin Tian smiled and said, Dad, didn't I say someone gave me a villa? This car came with it. If you like it, you can take it away. Lin Haisheng said in a bad mood, I don't even have a driver's license, and this car looks very expensive. Lin Tian joked, this car is worth millions, a bit expensive for me, but there is a rich woman behind me, how about letting Bingying give you a car? Luo Bingning's eyes lit up. Uncle, I can give you a car. You don't need a driver's license, and there will be a driver. Lin Haisheng quickly said, Bingning, don't listen to Lin Tian's nonsense. You little brat, just drive carefully. The atmosphere in the car became much more relaxed after this interruption, and Shen Wan and the others in the back row started chatting. The more they talked, the more satisfied Shen Wan felt. It's hard to find a daughter-in-law like this. Fortunately, she now knows that her son is also quite outstanding, otherwise the more she talks, the more she will feel guilty. After more than an hour, Lin Tian drove to the villa that Zhao Shanglin had given him. Lin Haisheng and Shan Wan were amazed. The villa that Lin Tian bought for them in Star City was quite good, but it was much worse than this one. The villa is more expensive than the other one. Mom and Dad, what do you think of this villa? If you like it, you can live here. Lin Tian took Lin Haisheng and Shan Wan to the villa. Lin Haisheng and Shan Wan both shook their heads. Lin Haisheng said, although this villa is very high-end, it is too high-end and not as comfortable. Shan Wan smiled and said, we live in Xingcheng, which is very good, but if you and Bingning have a child, we can come over and help take care of the child. That's fine. Lin Haisheng nodded. Lu Bingying blushed. Lin Tian coughed lightly and said, Mom, we are still young. Let's enjoy our time as a couple for a few years first. We can talk about having children later. If Luo Bingning's illness is not cured, it is simply not suitable to have a child, and the child will inevitably die young. The lower abdomen is in the abdomen, and when the coldness erupts, Luo Bingning can hardly bear it, and the child can't bear it at all. Uncle and Aunt, I'll go cook. Luo Bingning, she has already bought the ingredients. Bingying, you can cook? Auntie will be with you. Chen Wan smiled and said. The two of them laughed and chatted as they entered the kitchen. Dad, is Bingying doing well? Lin Tian smiled. Lin Haisheng nodded, it's really good. You should thank your grandfather properly in the future. I didn't expect that the marriage arranged by your grandfather was so good. Lin Tian smiled, I already thanked Grandpa. Dad, don't you like the arrow? There is an entertainment room on the 3rd floor. I'll play you some music. Lin Haisheng shook his head, this neighborhood has a nice view. You can walk with me outside first. Lin Tian nodded. Leaving the villa, Lin Haisheng said, Son, you need to get your parents' approval early and have the wedding as soon as possible. Lin Tian said, I initially plan to have it in March or April next year. Lin Haisheng shook his head. It's only September, and the wedding is not until half a year later? If Bingying's parents have no objections by then, you should get married earlier. Lin Tian frowned. This year, the time is very tight. In the imperial capital, the Luo family will definitely have to hold a wedding banquet, and it will be relatively cold in the imperial capital at the end of October. It would be easy for Luo Bingying to have an accident in her wedding dress. If the wedding is held this year, the time left for them is only 1 month, at best. Early next year, January and February are also not suitable. In Lin Tian's opinion, the most suitable time would be April next year, when the weather would already be warm. Dad, I'm going to the capital in a few days to see what Bingning's parents think. Lin Tian said. Lin Haisheng nodded. Drip. Lin Tian's phone suddenly rang, and it was a strange number. Hello? Lin Tian answered the phone. Lin Tian, this is Bingning's father Luo Hongchuan. Lin Tian was stunned. It was his father-in-law calling. What should I do? He's waiting online, it's urgent. Chapter 132, Mom and Dad are both conquered. It has been a month since he married Luo Bingning, and Luo Hongchuan and the others have not come over. This is the first call he has received. It would be a lie to say that he wasn't a little bit nervous. If he didn't care about Luo Bingning, he wouldn't care what Luo Hongchuan and the others thought, but he had already decided on Luo Bingning. The thoughts of the father-in-law are still very important. Of course, if Luo Hongchuan's attitude is always bad, then don't blame him. After all, Luo Bingning has already recognized him. They have already received their marriage certificate and are now a legal couple. Uncle Luo, Bingning's phone is not working? Lin Tian asked. Luo Hongchuan said, Bingning said that your parents are in Shangshur. Give your father the phone. I'll talk to your father. Uncle Luo, please wait a moment. Lin Tian covered his phone with his hand and said to Lin Haisheng next to him, Dad, it's Bingying's father calling. He called me for the first time, and it was to find you. Don't panic. Your son is a martial arts master, and the Luo family's tens of billions of assets are just a small matter. After Lin Tian finished speaking, he handed the phone to his father. Lin Haisheng waved his hand to indicate that Lin Tian should go away. Lin Tian walked away quickly. He could still hear clearly even if he walked far away. Hello, are you the in-laws? Lin Haisheng said. Lin Tian. His own father is really straightforward. He just said it out loud. I wonder how the old Luo on the other side feels. Brother Haisheng, it's me. It's been 12 years since we last met, and in that time, Bingying and the others have all gotten married. Luo Hongchuan said with emotion on the other end of the phone. Lin Haisheng said, it's true that a lot of time has passed. It's fate that Lin Tian and Bingning are together. Luo Hongchuan said, Brother Haisheng, I didn't call you for anything this time. You are having a good time in S City. Bingying and the others are the younger generation, so let them show their filial piety. After chatting for a while, Luo Hongchuan and the others hung up. Lin Tian approached, and Lin Haisheng said in surprise, Son, do Bingning's parents not know anything about your situation? Lin Tian nodded. I guess so. They are in the imperial capital, and Bingying didn't say anything. Unless they had someone check on me, they probably wouldn't know. Lin Haisheng said with a little emotion, they don't know anything, but they can still barely accept you, which is pretty good. It is likely that Bingying has said a lot of good things about you in private. Bingying is a good girl. Don't let her down. Lin Tian nodded. The imperial capital. Lu Bingying's mother Suyin was by Lu Hongchuan's side. After Luo Hongchuan hung up the phone, she asked, How is it? Lu Hongchuan said thoughtfully, Bingning told me before that if Lin Tian's father objected, she would ask me to help. It seems that Lin Tian's father has no objections. He called me directly by my family name. Suyin. Lin Tian and Luo Bingning have received their marriage certificate, so it's fine to call them in-laws. Honey, why don't we go to S City? Suyin said. Lu Hongchuan shook his head slightly. Lin Tian will be here in a few days, so let's meet Lin Tian then. If Lin Tian has some major flaws that are unacceptable, it would be a bit awkward to meet his parents. Suyin nodded. They had previously had Lin Tian investigated, and the results showed that although Lin Tian was ordinary, he did not have any bad habits. However, the investigation may be distorted. As parents, they still have to meet Lin Tian in person to check for their daughter. With their experience and discernment, if Lin Tian has a problem, they believe they can definitely find it. Honey, didn't you recommend Master Lin to me? I saw a comment in his comment section. It seems that Grandmaster Lin has a disciple named Lin Tian. Su Yindao said. Lo Hongquan laughed and said, the name Lin Tian is too common. Could it be the same person? I heard a customer say that this Lin Tian is quite powerful. He may already be a martial arts master at a young age. Suyin shook her head, I was just saying that. Of course I know they can't be the same person. Bingning, did you do all this? Lin Tian and the others came back, and Lin Haisheng exclaimed in amazement. There were already several dishes on the table. Each dish looked very good. Chenwan said, if it wasn't Bingying who made them, then who else could it have been? I wish I could cook as well as she does. 10 minutes later, the last 2 dishes were ready. Dad, I'll drink with you. Lin Tian smiled and opened a bottle of Flying Dragon Moutai. At first, he didn't know, but later he discovered that there was a wine cellar under the villa, with a lot of good wine. The total value of the wine is estimated to be several million. He called Zhao Shanglin and asked him to ship the wine away. Zhao Shanglin would never do such a stupid thing. Auntie, shall I accompany you with some red wine? Lu Bingning asked. Sure, today is a happy day. Chenwan smiled and said, I don't usually drink. Luo Bingning handed a bottle of red wine to Lin Tian, who took it. He reached into the bottle and the cork was sucked out by his powerful internal strength. Soon the 4 of them started eating. Bingning, your cooking is superb. Chenwan's eyes lit up. Luo Bingning's cooking skills are really good. It's really very good. The level of a hotel chef. Lin Haisheng tasted a few dishes and praised them. Luo Bingying said happily, Uncle and Aunt, if you like it, eat more. Aunt, try this. After the meal, Lin Tian felt that his son was no longer as important as his daughter-in-law. His parents were completely won over. After the meal, Chenwan rushed to wash the dishes. Drip. Lin Tian's phone rang, it was Dean Sher calling. Dean Sher. Lin Tian went to the balcony to answer the call. On the other end of the line, Dean Sher apologized, saying, Dr. Lin, I'm sorry, but the herbs you need are very rare, and I've only been able to find a very small amount. It may take a long time to find more. Lin Tian said, Dean Sher, can you take a picture and send it to me? Okay. After hanging up, Lin Tian quickly received the photo. He was overjoyed. There are indeed not many rare medicinal herbs, but the amount of each of those herbs needed is actually not very much. The ingredients that Dean Sher found can be used to make 10 or so pills. If he personally made the pills, they would be so powerful that everyone would only need to take one a year. It is worth mentioning that this pill can also be taken by men, but the effect will be slightly weaker if taken by men. Men care more about whether their bodies are strong, and whether they look a little older is not a big deal. Dean Sher, how much did it cost in total? Lin Tian sent a message asking. Dean Sher, it didn't cost much. Dr. Lin, when you find more later, you can give me the money together. That's fine. Dean Sher, I'll come by tomorrow to pick up the herbs. I still need these herbs, so please continue to collect them for me. Lin Tian Dao. After hanging up the phone, Dean Sher's face broke into a smile. He felt very good about getting connected to Lin Tian. He knew about the youth martial arts tournament. Lin Tian was strong in martial arts and medicine, and Grandmaster Lin was probably his master. Chapter 133, The Abnormality of Miyazaki Ikaru. Uncle and Aunt, we'll come back to see you tomorrow. Mom and Dad, you rest well. Lin Tian and Luo Bingning drove away from the villa. There are rooms here, but not enough quilts, so they won't be staying here tonight. Honey, how was it? Were my parents easy to get along with? Lin Tian smiled and said. Luo Bingying nodded, Auntie is quite talkative, and your father is a bit less talkative. Do you think he might not like me? Lin Tian shook his head. That's just the way my dad is. You'll see. He doesn't dislike you. He even called your dad directly and addressed him as son-in-law when they spoke on the phone. Ha? Luo Bingning was stunned. Lin Tian's father had called her father? When did this happen? Before dinner, we went out for a walk, and he was telling me to be nice to you. While we were talking, your father called. Lin Tian pouted, thinking that his father-in-law was looking for me, but it turned out to be my father. Luo Bingning smiled and said, "You still have a problem with it. Aren't you afraid that my father will call you to cause trouble?" Lin Tian looked at Luo Bingying. "Bingying, do you think I'm afraid?" Lin Tian smiled and said. Luo Bingying's face showed a hint of shyness. Whether Lin Tian was afraid or not depended on whether he had fallen in love with her. "How do I know if you are afraid?" Luo Bingning said coquettishly. Lin Tian drove with his left hand, and his right hand was on the center console, palm up. Lu Bingning looked at Lin Tian's hand, and slowly reached out with her left hand and clasped it with Lin Tian's right hand. A warm current surged through her heart. At this moment, words are unnecessary. "Bingying, can you take your parents shopping tomorrow? I have something to do tomorrow and I'll probably be busy all day," Lin Tian said. Now that he had the ingredients, he had to refine the elixir. One of the elixirs would be his mother's birthday present. Her birthday is the day after tomorrow. That's fine. I'm the boss, so I can give myself a holiday. I'll work overtime at night to take care of the company's business, Luo Bingning said. After half an hour, Lin Tian and the others returned home. Lin Tian looked up at Luo Bingning's head. The silver treasure chest still hasn't gone up. This treasure chest has been there for almost 2 days. Should I wait a little longer, or should I take it now? Lin Tian thought to himself. The silver treasure chest is very precious. It would be very heartbreaking if it disappeared tomorrow. Grandmaster level martial arts, master level ancient medical techniques, grandmaster level geomancy, and god level rejuvenating pills can all help Bingying. It won't be a problem for Bingying to survive this winter. The golden treasure chest is not that urgent. Lin Tian thought to himself. He said, reaching out to give Luo Bingning a patting, "Honey, I'm going back to my room. You be good. You've messed up my hair." Luo Bingning blushed and said shyly. Lin Tian laughed and said, "I look forward to the day when you say, 'Honey, you're pressing my hair.'" Luo Bingning. Ding. The silver treasure chest is opened. Congratulations, host, you have acquired the Grandmaster level skill of changing your appearance. The voice of the system rang in Lin Tian's mind. Lin Tian returned to his room. A large amount of information kept flooding into his mind, but the silver treasure chest was something that Lin Tian could now handle. Amazing. After digesting the skills, Lin Tian praised himself in his heart. Grandmaster level hacking skills are probably the best in the world, and the same goes for Grandmaster level disguise. Lin Tian went to the bathroom mirror. His Grandmaster level disguise, combined with Grandmaster level martial arts, can change his body greatly without the use of auxiliary tools. In the mirror, his face visibly changed, and in just half a minute, he looked completely different. His height also changed, becoming 7 or 8 centimeters shorter. Cough cough. Lin Tian cleared his throat and tried to speak. Changing one's appearance also includes completely changing one's voice. His voice was completely different from his original voice. He tried to take a few steps, and his walking posture was also well controlled. He had actually obtained a Grandmaster level disguise, which was not bad. With this, it would be convenient to do some things abroad in the future. Lin Tian muttered. With his hacking skills, he could easily get a passport for himself, and in the future he could travel to other countries without anyone noticing. Even if he doesn't go out to cause trouble, this is also very useful. Now, many people probably think that he is Master Lin's disciple, and some forces will definitely investigate him. By comparing his posture with that of Grandmaster Lin, they might be able to tell that they are the same person. With the help of a disguise, he can change his appearance. In the future, if necessary, he can also let Grandmaster Lin appear directly. I don't know what's going on with the little book. Lin Tian returned to his original state. He turned on the computer and started searching. Lin Tian frowned slightly. There was a fire at Miyazaki Ikaro's house. The fire was raging, and the entire house was burned to the ground. Lin Tian found the video. The fire was extremely fierce, and it must have been poured with a lot of gasoline. Miyazaki Ikaro was a martial arts master, so it is unlikely that someone would have poured gasoline into his home. He moved out of his own accord. The fire was set to burn away any possible remnants. Lin Tian's eyes flashed with brilliance. Miyazaki Ikaro has bin faking his death for so long, and now he has even burned down his house and moved to a new place. There must be something he doesn't want to be seen. Lin Tian tried to find out where Miyazaki Ikaro went through surveillance, but this kind of investigation soon could not be carried out. Miyazaki Ikaro and the others arrived at a parking lot, where the surveillance cameras happened to be broken, and many cars came and went in the parking lot every hour. Hello, boys. Lin Tian entered the encrypted chat group of the Hellfire Hacker Organization. They were all online. When they saw this sentence and the extra avatar, they all changed color. They had spent a lot of effort to get this chat group, and it was even more powerful, but they had never imagined that it could be hacked so easily. Boss, we haven't been messing around lately. We've only been making money from the East Cherry Kingdom, and it's not much. The leader of the Hellfire Hackers, Ling, replied. He was targeted by Lin Tian for heavy losses, but he dared not speak out. Lin Tian could send them to jail in minutes. He could even send them to meet God in a minute. With Lin Tian's hacking ability, they knew that if Lin Tian wanted to get rid of them, it would definitely not be a difficult task. Guys, you are active in donging every day. Help me find a person. This person is hiding. Lin Tian sent the information about Miyazaki Aizu to the chat group. Someone checked it out quickly. Boss, didn't he die 10 years ago? This person sent a message. Lin Tian sent the latest information on Miyazaki Ikaro to the group. He is still alive and is probably secretly researching something. You guys find him for me. Miyazaki Izuru is hiding, and it's not easy to find him with just high technology. You need to search everywhere. It even requires some luck. Boss, we'll try our best. Ling replied. Lin Tiandao, boys, come on. If you don't do a good job, something bad might happen. Chapter 134, the Zhuanyandan, has been successfully refined. The chat group's many avatars disappeared, and after half an hour, no one in the entire chat group spoke. Are you all here? The leader, Ling, spoke. Yes, boss. Yes. The rest of the people all squeaked. They were not offline, they were just a little depressed, and they were afraid that Lin Tian was peeking at them. KLNG said, guys, it seems that with our strength, we will never be able to escape from each other's control. In that case, we might as well go along with each other, and the other party should not do anything to us. The rest of the people all agreed. That's all we can do. Completely giving up resistance, they felt much more relaxed. The other party was so powerful, and the strong were respected. It wasn't unacceptable for them to listen to the other party. Guys, since that's the case, let's analyze it. The opponent is most likely to be in one place, so let's search every place in a carpet-like manner. Let's treat this as a challenge. If we complete it, our skills may improve a lot. Ling said. The rest of the group enthusiastically expressed their opinions. Lin Tian came out of the shower at this time. His avatar disappeared, but in fact he had not yet left the group chat. Well done, guys. Keep it up. Lin Tian sent a message and then left the encrypted group chat. Hellfire. Fortunately, they didn't discuss how to target Lin Tian, otherwise it might not be as simple as emptying his bank card. Even without hacking, the dark web is offering a bounty for a hitman to take care of them. Where were we? Let's continue the discussion. After a half-minute of silence, Ling sent a message. The next day, Luo Bingning accompanied Chen Wan and the others as they strolled around the city. Lin Tian went to Din Shi to retrieve the medicinal herbs. He carefully examined and judged each herb. The age of the herbs, the length of time they were grown, and even the quality of the light conditions can affect their medicinal properties. A change in the efficacy of a medicinal herb could cause the elixir to fail. Fortunately, Lin Tian now fully masters the Zhuandan, and he is also a Grandmaster of martial arts and a Master of medicine. Phew! After half an hour, Lin Tian had sorted out 2 batches of ingredients, and there was no problem with boiling 2 pills at the same time. He can make more if he gets used to it. The first time, Lin Tian was careful. If he messed up, at least he still had the ingredients, and he could continue to try. Crush it for me. Lin Tian pressed his hands on the herbs that had been cleaned out in turn. His powerful internal strength crushed them, turning them into slag. Then it was time to boil. This requires a certain degree of skill and timing in the timing of the ingredients, and the effect of the god-level cooking skills is now in full effect. Zhu Yenden he only got the divine recipe and knew how to make it, but this did not include the control of the heat. It is easy to control the flame on a gas stove, but it is not so easy to control the flame and temperature. Damn. Half an hour later, Lin Tian shook his head helplessly. Even though he knew the steps perfectly, the first pot still failed because he was a little slow when putting in one of the herbs. After summing up the lessons learned, Lin Tian quickly began the second pot. However, the second pot also failed. 3 p.m. Lin Tian looked at the 2 pills he had made, which were round and smooth under his internal strength. Although the color of the pills was not very good looking, Lin Tian was certain that the 2 pills were indeed the elixir of youth. The effect is not obvious when a young girl like Luo Bingning takes it, but it is very effective for the elderly. For example, if Lin Tian's mother, Chen Wan, took it, the power of the pill would make her younger by several years in one night. However, the effect of the pill only lasts for 1 year. The next year, she must take another pill to maintain the effect, otherwise she will age a few years and be reduced to her original form. Unfortunately, if there is enough spiritual energy in the world, 1 pill might be able to maintain youth for decades. Lin Tian thought to himself. But the fact that the pill only lasts for a year is not without its benefits. If the big shot buys it for the second year, he will definitely want it again. While the pill can preserve youth, it also has the effect of prolonging life. For middle-aged people like Chen Wan, who are in their 40s or 50s, taking 1 pill a year can extend their life by 15 years. For those in their 50s and 60s, taking 1 every year can extend their life by 10 years. If you start taking it after the age of 60, it can also extend your life by 5 or 6 years. If it only had the effect of delaying aging, many people might not be interested, but with the added effect of prolonging life, this anti-aging pill is a life-saving elixir for many people. 3 points. There is still time to refine another batch. Lin Tian thought to himself. He used all the remaining ingredients to make 4 more pills, and fortunately, after 2 hours, he succeeded. In total, he made 6 pills. He packed the pills in small bottles and set off quickly. He dined out that night. Lu Bingning chose the top restaurant, with a first-class environment and a beautiful night view of the city. Bingning, aren't they Lin Tian's parents? Don't you think they don't fit in with the environment here? Before Lin Tian arrived, someone came up to Luo Bingning. Lin Haisheng and Shen Wan frowned when they heard this. Luo Bingying's face turned cold. Zhang Guanyao, your behavior is very unbecoming of a young master of the Zhang family. Please leave. Demeanor? Zhang Guanyao shook his head. The girl he liked had been snatched away. This was not the time to talk about manners. Ladies, do you think your son is worthy of Bingying? High society is not so easy to get into. At this point, Zhang Guanyao took out a check from his pocket. This is a cashier's check for 10 million yuan. You can take it to any bank and have it cashed immediately. Take it and let your son leave Bingying. Luo Bingying said coldly, Zhang Guanyao, take your stinking money and leave, otherwise you won't have a good time. Lin Tian entered the restaurant at this time. Chen Wan saw Lin Tian from afar. She was relieved. She was mainly afraid that Luo Bingning would suffer if there was a conflict. Bingying, don't be angry. Which family's idiot son is this? Chen Wan asked. Chen Wan said this, and Luo Bingning felt a lot more relaxed. She was afraid that Chen Wan and the others would be shocked, but it seemed that they weren't. Auntie, he is from the Zhang family of the imperial capital. The Zhang family has assets of over 100 billion, so they are still a little powerful. Luo Bingning smiled. Lin Tian approached and picked up the cashier's check on the table. Zheng Xiao, you can afford to give away just 10 million? Tell your father I want 1 billion. If there isn't 1 billion by tomorrow morning, the Zhang family will be in big trouble. Zhang Guanyao looked at Lin Tian like a fool. 1 billion? Who do you think you are? Zhang Guanyao said disdainfully. Luo Bingning said, Zhang Guanyao, have you just returned to China? Yes, I just came back from abroad. Is there a problem? Zhang Guanyao frowned. Luo Bingning said indifferently, go back and discuss it with your father and hurry up and get the $1 billion ready. Zhang Guanyao's face changed slightly. If Lin Tian said this, he could just ignore it. But when Luo Bingning also said that, something was wrong. Bingying, what else did he say? Lin Tian asked. Luo Bingning said, he was quite rude, saying that the uncle and aunt were out of place in this environment, and that you were not worthy of me. Is that so? Lin Tian nodded slightly. Then add another 1 billion. I hope that by tomorrow morning, the Zhang family will have 3 billion ready. If you like to spend money, spend more. Chapter 135, not a penny less than 3 billion. Zhang Guanyao's face became a bit ugly. Lin Tian said this, and Luo Bingning did not object. He was afraid that Lin Tian was not simple, and he had kicked into a brick wall? Hoof. Zhang Guanyao snorted and left in a flash. Lin Haisheng said, son, will there be a problem? Lin Tian smiled and said, Dad, don't worry, there won't be a problem. If the Zhang family is smart, they will prepare 3 billion. Chen Wan whispered, son, will the Zhang family call the police? Will the police say this is blackmail? Lin Tian sat down next to Luo Bingning and said, Mom, small amounts of money are considered extortion, but billions are not. In ancient times, if you privately raised 5,000 cavalry and someone reported you, if the emperor confirmed it, you would be dead. If you have 500,000 cavalry, you can say, I have done nothing in my life that needs to be explained to others. Lu Bingning burst out laughing. Lin Haisheng said, son, you have to be a little more careful. Lin Tian nodded. I've already been very low-key, and the Zhang family still provoke me in this situation. That's the Zhang family's problem, not mine. The higher-ups will understand. Lu Bingning smiled and said, Uncle and Aunt, I don't think you need to persuade Lin Tian about being low-key. He is too low-key. Uncle and Aunt, I'm sorry for making you feel wrong just now. Chen Wan quickly said, No. Bingying, don't worry, our tolerance is not that fragile. That's right. Lin Haisheng said. Knowing the situation of their son, Zhang Guanyao's words could not hurt them. What's the point of giving away 10 million? Lin Tian's villa is worth more than 100 million. The villa they bought for them is worth more than 10 million. They won't even feel it if you give them this little amount of money. After leaving the restaurant, Zhang Guanyao quickly dialed a phone number. You Wu, you tricked me. Zhang Guanyao said coldly. The person on the other end of the phone was called Wu Zongliang. He was surprised and said, Mr. Zhang, what do you mean by that? What did I do to you? Zhang Guanyao said coldly, you deliberately mentioned that Luo Bingning had a boyfriend, and you also said that Lin Tian's parents had arrived in S-City, and she was still entertaining Lin Tian's parents. And you said that Lin Tian's parents were just farmers. Wu Zongliang said in a low voice, Zheng Xiao, you have to be honest when you speak. I did say these things, but I was only trying to remind you out of good intentions. Tell me which part of what I said was wrong. Zhang Guanyao was speechless. Wu Zongliang was not wrong in saying these things. But Wu Zongliang definitely didn't mean well. Hoof. Zhang Guanyao hung up the phone with a cold snort. After thinking for a moment, he called a local young master in Shishir, Wang Xiao, I have something I want to ask you about. Just ask, Zheng Xiao. Zhang Guanyao said, Wang Xiao, don't I have an idea about Luo Bingning? She recently had a boyfriend, do you know his specific situation? On the other end of the phone, Wang Jingtao's face changed slightly. Did you offend him, Zheng Xiao? Zhang Guanyao said, it's not considered an offense. It's just a minor conflict. If you know anything, please let me know. Wang Jingtao said, at the youth martial arts tournament, he killed 3 Japanese people. It is suspected that he has the strength of a martial arts master. In addition, the popular Grandmaster Lin on the internet is very likely to be his master, or an elder of the Lin family. Master Lin is probably the only martial arts master in our country. After hanging up the phone, Zhang Guanyao felt his head buzzing. As a member of a large family, he knew a little about martial arts and had even practiced them, but he had not been able to stick with them. He also knew about Grandmaster Lin on the internet. He can kill people with flying flowers and leaves, fly in the treetops, and say it live on the air, and he can withstand a pistol bullet. Even in the age of modern weaponry, this is a peerless warrior. In ancient times, this was a terrifying existence that could defeat an army single-handedly and defend a city single-handedly. I'm going to fuck you up, Wu. Zhang Guanyao cursed in his heart. He wanted to go back and beg for leniency, but he didn't dare. He had just despised Lin Tian's parents, but if he went back now, Lin Tian would kill him in secret, and where could he go to explain himself? Drip. Zhang Guangyao thought about it for a long time and then called his father. Don't hang out with your friends anymore. Come home as soon as you return to China. Your mother is always thinking about you. Zhang Guangyao's father, Zhang Shishan, said. Zhang Guangyao took a deep breath. Dad, I've gotten into some trouble. Someone has asked the Zhang family to prepare 3 billion. What a big mouth. Zhang Shishan snorted at the other end of the phone. The Zhang family has more than 100 billion yuan in assets, and he is not weak in his abilities and means. The Zhang family was not so strong when he took over. Who is so arrogant? Zhang Guangyao quickly said it out. On the other end of the line, Zhang Shishan suddenly felt sick. Stupid. How many times have I told you to think twice before acting? You actually went ahead after hearing a little news. Zhang Yisun said angrily. Zhang Guangyao said with a heavy heart, Dad, I carefully observed them before I took action, and their parents are indeed just farmers. And this matter is related to Bingying, so? Dad, he's asking for 3 billion. Can we just ignore him? Or we can call the police and accuse him of blackmail. Zhang Shishan said in a long silence, Do you think the police can find evidence if the Grandmaster kills someone? Or will they look for evidence seriously? If the Zhang family targets a martial arts master, no one else dares to say it, but I'm afraid that your father and I won't live for more than 3 days. Zhang Guangyao's face turned quite ugly. Dad, do we just give him the 3 billion? If he gives away the 3 billion, Zhang Guangyao knows that he will never become the head of the Zhang family. Dad, is it possible that Grandmaster Lin is not his ancestor? Zhang Shishan said coldly, What do you think? Without the backing of a martial arts master, would he dare to make such a request? You go over there right now and apologize. I will raise the money. Even if the Zhang family has more than 100 billion in assets, 3 billion in cash is not something the Zhang family can just take out whenever they want. But the family has one night to raise 3 billion. How could this happen? After the call, Zhang Guangyao's face turned pale. He would definitely become a marginal figure in the family if he gave away 3 billion. I have to beg Lin Tian. Yes, I'll go beg him. If he can be persuaded, there is still hope. Zhang Guangyao quickly returned to the restaurant where Lin Tian and his friends were. Pop. He slapped himself in the face. Mr. Lin, it was my fault. I shouldn't have bothered you. Can we forget about this? Zhang Guangyao said in a low voice. Hearing the slap, some of the other people in the restaurant looked over here, and some recognized Zhang Guangyao. Oh my, isn't that Zhang Guangyao from the Zhang family? This guy is usually quite arrogant, but today he actually slapped himself. It really is him. What did he offend this time? 2 young people at a table whispered in shock. Lin Tian said calmly, Zhang Guangyao, if you call your father and mother, I will give you each a punch and you can keep the 3 billion. Zhang Guangyao said with a bad look on his face, Our Zhang family is not a small family. Do you have to be so aggressive? Lin Tian snorted, Didn't you act like a bully when you faced my parents? Not 1 less cent of the 3 billion. Now get out of here, or it won't just be 3 billion. Zhang Guangyao left with a black face and a dejected look. Chapter 136, The Amazing Effect of the Rejuvenating Pill. After leaving the restaurant, Zhang Guangyao contacted his father Zhang Shishan again. Dad, I found Lin Tian, and I even slapped myself, but he said that not a single cent less than 3 billion would do. He also told me to leave, or it would be more than 3 billion. Zhang Guangyao said with a suppressed temper. As the son of the Zhang family, he had never been treated like this before. He had publicly slapped himself in the face and was told to get lost. I'm raising the money. You hurry back. On the other end of the phone, Zhang Shishan said in a low voice. Zhang Guangyao said, Dad, why don't we try the Luo family? Isn't Lin Tian dating Luo Bingning now? Let the Luo family speak for him. Zhang Guangyao didn't want his family to pay so much money. The more they paid, the worse his treatment would be in the future. I'll think about it. Zhang Shishan hung up the phone. He walked back and forth in the living room. He of course knew Luo Bingning's father, Luo Hongchuan. After all, the circle of super rich people in China was not that big. But their relationship was only casual. With such a small amount of friendship, the possibility of Luo Hongchuan agreeing to cancel the 3 billion is very low. Why should he upset his daughter's boyfriend for him? Lin Tian has a martial arts master behind him, and in his opinion, Luo Hongchuan must be very satisfied with Lin Tian as a son-in-law. Zhang Xishan had no idea that Luo Hongchuan actually didn't know about Lin Tian's situation, and he didn't pay attention to the martial arts circle. Alas! Zhang Xishan sighed. The 3 billion has already been spent. In the future, we can ask the Luo family to help us ease the relationship with Luo Hongchuan. Now it is likely to be an insult. What a bastard! Zhang Xishan cursed in his heart. He was not cursing Lin Tian, but his own son, Zhang Guangyao, who had brought great trouble to the family by not understanding the situation. After dinner, Lin Tian and the others returned to the villa. My son, Bing Ying bought me clothes, a bag, a necklace, and other things. She wouldn't listen when I told her not to buy them. Chen Wan showed off a lot of things. All the things that Luo Bingying bought for Chen Wan and the others were not cheap. All the things together cost about 2 to 300,000 yuan. When they bought it, Chen Wan and the others felt sorry for the money. But they were still happy when the things were bought back. Lin Tian said with a smile, Mom, this is Bingying's thoughtfulness. Just accept it with a peace of mind. This is my birthday gift to you. Lin Tian took out a small bottle from his pocket and said, Bingying, go and get a bowl of water. Soon Luo Bingying poured the water. Lin Tian poured out a brown pill from the vial. Son, is this my birthday gift? This birthday gift doesn't look as good as the one Bingying bought. Chen Wan said. You can say whatever you want to your own son. Lin Tian said in a bad mood, Mom, if someone wants to buy this pill, it's not negotiable for less than 100 million. For an elderly person whose life expectancy is approaching the end, a pill like this can extend life by 1 year. Not to mention 100 million yuan, even 100 million US dollars would be snatched up by people. Some of the super rich people in foreign countries are so rich that they can rival a country. What is 100 million US dollars to them? For very rich women, this pill can make them young, and they will want it very much. Is this thing worth 100 million? Chen Wan said in disbelief. Lin Haisheng and Luo Bingning also looked at the unremarkable pill in a daze. Lin Tian smiled and said, if I sell it to a super tycoon abroad, I would get a price of 100 million US dollars. It can extend the life of elderly people with limited time by 1 year. Lin Haisheng and the others were shocked. This pill is very inconspicuous, but it has such a terrifying effect. Mom, you should take it right away. Lin Tiandao said. Chen Wan said in a low voice, it's so expensive, why don't you sell it? Lin Tian. Lu Bingning said, Auntie, this thing is expensive to sell, but the cost of making it by Lin Tian himself is definitely not as high. And Lin Tian can still make it. Chen Wan nodded, that's true. She quickly took the pill. The pill quickly began to release its medicinal power, and Chen Wan soon felt her body become warm. Dad, you can eat it later. I just made this, and although I think it's definitely fine, you shouldn't eat it together. Lin Tian Dao. Chen Wan looked at Lin Tian, son, you're using your mother as a guinea pig. I feel a little hot. Lin Tian smiled and said, Mom, it's normal to feel hot. You'll be sweating a lot tonight, so drink plenty of water. I'll send Bingying home first and then come back. If there is anything unusual, I can deal with it here first. Lu Bingning said, Lin Tian, I can go back by myself. I can drive, so don't leave here. Then be careful. Lu Bingning left, and Lin Tian went to the master bedroom to meditate and practice. He used some of his internal strength to refine the pills. The night passed. Ah! Lin Tian heard his mother's screams from the bathroom outside. What's wrong? Lin Haisheng quickly got up and went to the bathroom. He was stunned to see Chen Wan. He knew exactly what his wife looked like, and compared to last night, Chen Wan looked 5 or 6 years younger. In one's 40s, a difference of a year or two in age won't make much of a difference in appearance, but a difference of 5 or 6 years is very obvious. Son, come quickly. Chen Wan shouted. Lin Tian arrived outside and saw Chen Wan smiling. Mom, this is the normal effect of the pill. It's not a longevity pill, but an anti-aging pill. If you take one every year, you'll look the same at 60 as you do now. How about it? Are you satisfied with this birthday gift? Chen Wan was overjoyed. Will I really look the same at 60? Lin Tian nodded, yes. Unfortunately, Mom, you are a bit too old. If Bingning eats it every year, she will look the same at the age of 50. Chen Wan and Lin Haisheng were shocked. The effect is incredible. Chen Wan smiled and said, I'm very satisfied to still look like this at 60. By the way, I feel like I have more energy. Lin Tian said, that's normal. This pill doesn't just change your appearance, it completely changes you from the inside out. Ding dong. The doorbell rings. Lu Bingning came over early. Auntie, you're. Seeing Chen Wan, Lu Bingning was stunned. Compared to yesterday, Chen Wan has changed a lot. Chen Wan smiled and said, Bingying, you're surprised too, right? Lu Bingning nodded repeatedly. Auntie, you look several years younger. Chen Wan laughed and said, Lin Tian said that if you take one every year, you will still look the same in 30 years. Really? Lu Bingning looked at Lin Tian and said in surprise. A bronze treasure chest appeared above her head. Lin Tian nodded with a smile, of course it's true. Drip. At this moment, Lin Tian's phone rang. It was a strange number. Hello? Lin Tian answered the call. On the other end of the line, Zhang Xishan said in a deep voice, Mr. Lin, I am Zhang Xishan of the Zhang family, the father of Zhang Guangyao. On behalf of the Zhang family, I apologize for my son's inappropriate behavior. We have already prepared 3 billion. Lin Tian said calmly, I'll send you a bank account number. You should be able to transfer the money with your abilities. After that, Lin Tian hung up the phone. He quickly sent the card number to Zhang Xishan. Your savings card with the last digit 9527. The bank soon sent a text message to remind him that the 3 billion had been transferred, and the long string of zeros looked very pleasing. Chapter 137, Zhang Guanyao's Despair. Seeing the bank text message that Lin Tian received, Lin Haisheng was surprised. The Zhang family really transferred the 3 billion to you. Chen Wan was a little worried, son, the Zhang family might transfer the money first and then turn around and report it to the police. Lin Tian smiled and said, Mom, you don't need to worry. The Zhang family has more than 100 billion yuan in assets, not just a few billion. The Zhang family is not worth the risk for 3 billion. Lin Haisheng said, son, do you have to pay taxes on this money? Lin Tian. His father's words had a little bit of him stumped. Whether or not the money obtained by cheating should be taxed is a question. Let's see when the annual tax return comes. Lin Tian said. Lin Haisheng nodded slightly, son, you'd better not touch this money yet, in case there are any problems later. This is a lot of money, and even though Lin Tian is confident, Lin Haisheng and Chen Wan are still worried. Lin Tian smiled and said, Dad, I'll listen to you. I'll put the money in a 3-year time deposit and earn some interest. The interest for 1 year is estimated to be 100 million. Lin Haisheng and the others were secretly amazed. 100 million a year, almost 300,000 in interest every day when you open your eyes. You can't spend it all, you simply can't. Lu Bingning opened her mouth, but she didn't say anything. It would be a shame to leave such a large sum of money lying around. But they didn't need the money, and compared to Lin Haisheng and the others, they could afford to make less money. Okay, let's put it in a fixed deposit. Chen Wan quickly said. She felt more at ease with the money in the bank. Lin Tian smiled. He didn't really feel much of a ripple in his heart after getting the Zhang family's 3 billion. He had 480 million US dollars in secret overseas accounts. When converted into RMB, it is more than 3 billion. Dad and Mom, you should spend as much as you want, don't be too stingy, you won't be able to spend the interest on this money. Lin Tian smiled. Lin Haisheng and Chen Wan nodded. Lu Bingning said, Lin Tian, I have someone prepare a yacht. Let's take our uncles and aunts out to sea. For a bit of fun. Go to sea? Sure. Lin Tian nodded. Dongying has begun to discharge nuclear waste into the ocean. The coastal areas of China are still okay, but the pollution may worsen next year. An hour later, Lin Tian and the others boarded the yacht. The yacht that Luo Bingning had prepared was very luxurious. It was estimated that renting such a yacht for a day would cost a lot of money. Before receiving the 3 billion, Lin Haisheng and the others might have been a bit stingy with money, but now they are much better off. The capital, the Zhang family. Zhang Shishan, his wife, and their 3 sons were all at home, and Zhang Shishan smoked cigarette after cigarette. Honey, it's been an hour. Zhang Shishan's wife broke the silence. Alas! Zhang Shishan sighed. He had a little hope in his heart that perhaps Lin Tian was just trying to scare him and that the money would be transferred back. Now it seems that he was wrong. Zhang Shishan looked at Zhang Guangyao. Zhang Guangyao's heart trembled. Dad, maybe we should wait a little longer. Maybe Lin Tian will transfer the money to us tomorrow. Zhang Shishan shook his head. An hour was more than enough time for Lin Tian to transfer the money to the bank. If he transferred the money to them, they could report it to the police and Lin Tian would have an excuse. Lin Tian could say that he didn't expect them to do this. If he didn't transfer the money, this excuse would be useless. It would show that Lin Tian had no intention of transferring the money back to them. It doesn't matter if we wait until tomorrow or next year. Guanyao, although the 3 billion is from our family, the rest of the family will also be affected. You have to explain to the rest of the family, do you understand? Zhang Shishan said in a low voice. The Zhang family is the majority, but there are still others. This incident involving Zhang Guanyao has affected the interests of the entire family. Dad, I understand. Zhang Guanyao said with a trembling heart. Zhang Shishan took a deep breath. I'm glad you understand. You were originally groomed as the heir to the family, but you are no longer qualified to be the heir to the family. At the same time, your annual dividend from the family will be reduced to 300,000. Zhang Guangyao's face changed drastically. Losing the right to inherit is expected, but the annual family dividend has been reduced to only 300,000. His annual dividend used to be 5 million. 300,000 is less than 1/10 of what he used to get. This income is even less than that of an ordinary middle-class family. Dad, 300,000 is too little. I can't even spend it all. Zhang Guangyao said anxiously. Zhang Shishan said in a low voice, this is the resolution of the family's senior committee. This money is enough for you to live a normal life. You can't spend money as extravagantly as you used to. At this point, Zhang Shishan looked at his wife and said, Wife, don't give him money in secret. That would be hurting him. If he can still live a very luxurious life, Lin Tian may not be happy, and our Zhang family may have even greater problems. If the family has more trouble, the family elders may decide to expel Guanyao from the Zhang family. Zhang Shishan's wife nodded lightly. Alas! She sighed. Zhang Guanyao said with a bitter tone, Dad, our family's wealth accounts for 60%, why do we still have to listen to the rest? Is the family council so important? Zhang Guanyao's eldest brother coughed lightly. Third brother, you can't put it that way. Although our family is rich, the people in the family council are no weaker than us. Zhang Shishan stared at Zhang Guanyao coldly. If you obey the arrangement, you will still receive 300,000 yuan from the family every year. If you don't, you won't get a penny. You choose. He was disappointed with his son, Zhang Guanyao. His behavior had made the head of the family very passive. Zhang Guanyao wanted to say firmly that he didn't want any money. But in the end, he didn't say it. It's not easy to earn 300,000 these days. With this 300,000 yuan, at least he won't have to worry about food and drink. Wife, help Guanyao pack up. Starting today, he has to rent a place on his own. Zhang Shishan said in a low voice. Zhang Shishan's wife frowned. Is it necessary to go this far? After all, our Zhang family is a well-known and powerful family. Zhang Shishan shook his head. That's a woman's view. The most unstable power in the world is money. A policy from above will bring down a family like ours. The power of the powerful is much more stable. But the most stable is one's own strength, like Grandmaster Lin, who is not affected by external forces at all. Zhang Shishan's eyes showed envy. If the Zhang family had a martial arts master, life would be much easier. Listen up, you two. Don't ever offend Lin Tian again, and don't ever offend Master Lin. Zhang Shishan's gaze swept over the other 2 sons and said sternly. Zhang Guanyao's face became sullen. His father didn't even mention him. He had become a marginal figure in the Zhang family, receiving a small amount of money each year to live on and die. He was ready to die. Dad, we know. Zhang Guanyao's eldest and second eldest brothers said. They were still in a good mood. They didn't have the same education as Zhang Guanyao, and Zhang Guanyao would have been the heir to the family. Now they have hope. Zhang Shishan picked up his cell phone. He wanted to contact Luo Hongchuan and ask him to organize a dinner to ease the tension with Lin Tian and Grandmaster Lin. But soon he put the phone down again. Lin Tian's parents were in S-City, and it was Lin Tian's mother's birthday today. Lin Tian didn't have time to deal with him now. Luo Hongchuan has found a good son-in-law. Zhang Shishan was full of emotion. Even if Lin Tian is not a martial arts master now, he will become one in a few years, and he may even become a grandmaster in the future. Chapter 138, I am Grandmaster Lin. Boss, you're lucky you set sail today. If you had waited a day, you might not have been able to set sail tomorrow. The captain of the yacht, Xie Zhong, smiled and said. He had already steered the yacht to a clear stretch of water where Lin Tian and the others could go fishing and diving. Lin Tian was puzzled. Why can't we go out to sea tomorrow? Xie Zhong said, the meteorological station has issued a typhoon warning. There will be a typhoon the day after tomorrow, so it is highly unlikely that we will be able to go out to sea tomorrow. Lin Haisheng smiled and said, Captain, it's normal to have typhoons this time of year. Just take it as a vacation and rest. Xie Zhong smiled bitterly, typhoons are usually okay, but this one seems to be different. It might be a super typhoon. Fortunately, the typhoon should not land in S-City, and it is likely to come from Fuzhou. We won't suffer too much. There is internet on the ship, so Lin Tian took out his phone and started searching. The strongest typhoon in history is about to make landfall. The Meteorological Bureau has confirmed that the Hague has been upgraded to a super typhoon of category 18 and will probably hit the southeast coast head-on. Lin Tian looked solemn. 18 is the highest level, and if such a super typhoon makes landfall, the damage will be incalculable. Captain, have you ever experienced a category 18 typhoon? Lin Tian asked. Xie Zhong shook his head. I've experienced a category 17 typhoon. It was terrifying. The ship was like a toy. He paused for a moment and said, Boss, has the typhoon in the Hague been upgraded to a super typhoon of category 18? Lin Tian nodded. Xie Zhong's expression became a bit ugly. If a category 18 typhoon hits, a large area will be affected. God forbid, it'd be best if the typhoon headed east, towards Sakura, where they're going to discharge nuclear waste these 2 days. The typhoon will carry the nuclear waste to their land. Lin Tian looked southeast. His eyes narrowed slightly. The heavens are probably not going to help in this matter, but if he goes, he might be able to use Jinhai Tower to divert the typhoon. This would be a good opportunity to expose Grandmaster Lin. Lin Tian thought to himself. He has a Grandmaster level disguise technique, so he can change his appearance and appear in public. According to the current trajectory, the Hague will land on the southeast coast tomorrow, and it will reach the city the day after tomorrow. Lin Tian thought to himself. He had to go to Fuzhou tonight and make arrangements in advance. By evening, Lin Tian and his yacht had docked. Son, your mother and I have discussed it, and we'll go back tomorrow morning. It won't be fun if there's a typhoon and heavy rain. And we're delaying the ice-freezing work here. Lin Haisheng said. Lu Bingying quickly said, Uncle, I'm fine. I can just work a little overtime at night to take care of my company's business. Shenwan held Luo Bingning's hand and smiled. Bingning, you have accompanied us for 2 days. We will come again next time. Lin Tian said, Bingying, let's let our parents go back in the morning. I have to go on a long trip tonight. It's important. Dad, you go back and take that pill. After you return to Xingqing, you'd better not return to the village for a month. If you really have to go back, then you should go back, because your appearance will change much less than your mother's. Lin Haisheng and the others nodded. They didn't ask Lin Tian what he was going to do on his trip. With Lin Tian's current abilities, some things might be classified. Bingning, you will escort my parents tomorrow. Lin Tian said to Luo Bingning. Luo Bingning nodded. Lin Haisheng took the pill tonight, and since Lin Tian was leaving tonight, it was obvious that it was no small matter. Half an hour later, Lin Tian and the others returned home. Lin Haisheng took the pill. Soon he felt his body start to heat up, but this heat was different from a fever, and it felt quite comfortable to him. Lin Tian, come kill the fish. Lu Bingning said in the kitchen. They caught a lot of fish today. Lin Tian arrived in the kitchen. He was extremely quick, and in no time at all, he had the fish killed. Lu Bingning said suspiciously, Lin Tian, you are so skilled at killing fish, but your cooking is really bad? Lin Tian smiled and said, I'm good at martial arts, so killing a few fish is nothing. My cooking skills are only mediocre. His cooking skills are now at the level of a culinary god, but unlike Luo Bingning, who loves cooking, he doesn't like to cook for himself. Lu Bingning's cooking is also very good. Doesn't it taste good to eat something that's already made? Bingying, Lin Tian's cooking is very ordinary. The food he makes is just not very good. Shenwan pushed Lin Tian out of the kitchen. 2 hours later, after Lin Tian and the others had finished eating, Lin Haisheng was in a very relaxed state, so there was definitely nothing wrong. He dared to let his mother take the first pill, so he must have great confidence in the pills he made. Dad and Mom, I'm leaving first. Bing Ning will send you in the morning. Lin Tian and Luo Bingning left. There was only the Range Rover in the villa, so Luo Bingning sent Lin Tian to the airport. Are you going to Fuzhou? Asked Luo Bingning. Lin Tian smiled and said, You're so smart, honey. It seems that our children will definitely not be stupid. Luo Bingning said in a puzzled tone, The Typhoon is Tianwei. Even if you are a martial arts master, it won't do much good. Lin Tian smiled and said, I also know a little bit about feng shui. There is the Jinhai Tower and the Dragon Vein. I might be able to use the power of the Jinhai Tower and the Dragon Vein to divert the typhoon. Lu Bingning looked at Lin Tian blankly. You know about feng shui? Lin Tian smiled and said, I've only recently learned it. Have you noticed that the layout of the things in your house has changed a little recently? Do you feel more energetic? Luo Bingning said in surprise, No wonder I haven't been sleepy lately. It turns out that you adjusted the feng shui. Many wealthy families actually believe in this. My mother believes in this very much and even hired a feng shui master to decorate our home. Lin Tian chuckled, Most feng shui masters are just messing around, but the really good ones do have an effect. By the way, I will appear as Master Lin. Lu Bingning looked at Lin Tian with a puzzled expression, Wear a mask. Lin Tian shook his head. I recently learned how to change my appearance, so you won't recognize me when I'm disguised. Luo Bingning was not surprised. Compared to such a mysterious thing as feng shui, the art of disguise is ordinary in her eyes, and it is normal for Lin Tian to learn it. She had already accepted Lin Tian's demon-like character. Okay, you can go back now. Be careful on the road. Lin Tian got off the driveway at the airport. He had already bought the plane ticket, and the plane took off more than half an hour later. It landed at 11 p.m. The flight is not cancelled tonight, but everything will be cancelled tomorrow. Driver, go to Jinhai Tower. Lin Tian took a taxi. The taxi driver was a middle-aged man. He said, Young man, the typhoon is coming. Jinhai Tower is now closed. You can only look at it from the outside. Lin Tian said, It's good to look outside. With such a big typhoon coming, I hope Jinhai Tower will be able to hold up. The middle-aged man nodded, and there was a look of worry on his face. According to the current trajectory, the typhoon is likely to make landfall in Fuzhou. Less than an hour later, Lin Tian arrived near the Jinhai building. He found a place to change his appearance. He also put on a set of ancient clothes that he often wore during the live broadcast. Hello, Jinhai Tower is currently closed to visitors. Lin Tian was stopped by the staff of the Jinhai Tower. Lin Tian smiled and said, Please report to the higher-ups that my name is Lin, and people on the internet call me Master Lin. It's the middle of the night, but there are a lot of people in the Jinhai building. Chapter 139, Where is the typhoon better? The staff member at Jinhai Tower widened his eyes and said excitedly, You are the masked hero, Grandmaster Lin? It's me. Lin Tian smiled slightly. He looked to be in his 40s, with a bit of the elegance and scholarly air of a Confucian, and a bit of the domineering air of a martial arts master. Grandmaster Lin, there are some important people coming up. Please wait a moment, I will report to you immediately. The staff member hurriedly said. He wanted to invite Lin Tian directly, but what if he made a mistake? If the leader blamed him, he would lose his job. It's fine. I can wait a little while. Lin Tian smiled lightly. The staff member quickly ran up the stairs. He panted and rushed inside, saying anxiously, Your Excellencies, Master Lin is here. What did you say, Li? One of them frowned and said, Director, Master Lin is here. The masked hero, Master Lin, is a master of the Eru, Guqin, Suona, and martial arts. The staff members said excitedly. There were leaders from the provincial and municipal governments, feng shui masters, and top experts on typhoons, but the arrival of Master Lin was the most exciting for this staff member. He had met the leaders more than once, and he had met the feng shui master, but he had never met the four-talent master. Are you sure it's Master Lin? A provincial leader said in surprise. There should be no mistake. The staff member hurriedly said. The provincial leader was Secretary Chang Qingyuan, who quickly said, since it's Master Lin, let's go and greet him. The Arrow Grandmaster, Guqin Grandmaster, and Suona Grandmaster are not worth his personal greeting, but the martial arts Grandmaster is different. As the secretary, he was well aware of the power of martial arts masters. Secretary Chang, please wait a moment. We'll go and greet him. Yes, Secretary Chang. The others said. Chang Qingyuan waved his hand. The four masters will surely be remembered in history, and we are nothing compared to Master Lin. Let's go together. The group arrived outside the hall. Secretary Chang, it's not necessary. Lin Tian's voice came from below, and he flew up and arrived in front of Chang Qingyuan and the others in just a few seconds. Chang Qingyuan and the others were stunned. They had seen live broadcasts before, but seeing Grandmaster Lin fly through the treetops was a much more shocking experience. Everyone, snap out of it. Lin Tian said with a smile. Chang Qingyuan came back to his senses and exclaimed in amazement, Master Lin, people can actually fly. You are truly amazing. I am Zhang Chongshu, I know a little about feng shui and martial arts. A 60 or 70-year-old man said. Master Lin, I am Su Tianji, and I also know a little about feng shui. Another man said, this person looks to be only in his 50s. Lin Tian nodded with a smile, friends, I also know a little bit about feng shui, so I came to take a look. Chang Qingyuan's eyes lit up. Master Lin, let's talk inside. More than 10 people entered the Jinhai building. Chang Qingyuan said solemnly, Master Lin, according to our experts' analysis, the probability of Typhoon Hague making a direct landfall from our side is over 50%. Even if it is not, it won't be far off. The safety of the lives and property of the people is facing a huge test. Lin Tian smiled and said, Secretary Chang, it's really a little surprising to see you here. Chang Qingyuan coughed lightly. Some aspects of feng shui are superstition, but some have scientific basis. A great man once said, it doesn't matter if the cat is white or black, as long as it can catch mice, it is a good cat. Master Lin, your feng shui is. Lin Tian smiled lightly, my feng shui is similar to martial arts. He is a grandmaster of martial arts and feng shui, so there is nothing wrong with saying that martial arts and feng shui are similar. Zhang Chongshu and Su Tianji were shocked. Zhang Chongshu hurriedly said, Master Lin, have you reached the level of a master in feng shui? Maybe, but no one has ever compared me to anyone. However, my level is slightly higher than the person who built this Jinhai tower. Lin Tian smiled. Su Tianji took a deep breath and said, as far as I know, the person who secretly presided over the construction of this Jinhai tower is a master of geomancy. Chang Qingyuan and the others were overjoyed. Zhang Chongshu and Su Tianji had already made it clear that this typhoon was too strong and they were not sure about it. Master Lin, do you think this typhoon will change course? Chang Qingyuan asked hurriedly. Lin Tian smiled lightly, I didn't have 100% confidence before coming here, but I do now. In the past, it was underutilized, and the dragon vein here has accumulated a lot of energy, so there is no problem with the typhoon turning. Chang Qingyuan was overjoyed and said, Master Lin, is that true? Lin Tian nodded. It's not a big problem. It's a bit too much to say it's 100% possible, but 99% is possible. But we need to make some changes here tonight. Chang Qingyuan hurriedly said, Master Lin, you tell us how to change it. Including me, we are all at your disposal. Lin Tian smiled and said, Secretary Chang, it's much easier with you here. Soon, Lin Tian made one request after another, and Chang Qingyuan and the others quickly got to work according to Lin Tian's requests. At first, Zhang Chongshu and Su Tianji were a little skeptical about Lin Tian's level of feng shui, but after a while, they realized that Lin Tian was much better than them. Lin Tian's feng shui is definitely at the level of a master. Quickly, replace this plaque. Where's the excavator? These trees have to be dug up quickly. The 10-meter stone tablet, hurry up and bring it over. With Cheng Yuan as the secretary, many things became very simple. Lin Tian only had to say it and someone would do it. Wherever there was digging to be done, the excavator would be mobilized immediately, and wherever there was new construction to be done, the construction team would work through the night. From midnight to early morning, Jinhai Tower has changed a lot. Secretary, the latest news from the Meteorological Bureau is that the typhoon is 100% set to make landfall in The Hague. The meteorological bureaus of countries such as the Philippines and the Philippines have the same judgment. An expert from the Meteorological Bureau said here. The typhoon is getting closer, so it can be predicted more accurately. Typhoons can turn, and Typhoon Hague is too strong, so the weather bureaus of neighboring countries are paying close attention. They have also given their own forecasts for the path of the typhoon. Well. Cheng Yuan nodded. He looked at Lin Tian with bloodshot eyes. Lin Tian smiled. Secretary Chang, don't panic, there are always some miracles in this world. It's time, I'll put up the stone tablet first. Next to Lin Tian was a 10-meter long, more than 1 meter wide stone tablet. This huge stone tablet weighed 7 or 8 tons. Up! Lin Tian lifted his hands, and his powerful internal strength exploded, and the heavy stone tablet was actually lifted upright by him. Boom! Immediately after, Lin Tian rose from the ground and slapped the top of the stone tablet. The stone tablet, bearing the tremendous force, was driven into the ground by more than a meter. Lin Tian's figure flew up again. Boom! Boom! After 3 slaps, the stone tablet was suddenly 4 meters into the ground. The people around were shocked. Can this be done by human power? A stone tablet weighing 7 or 8 tons was raised, and after 3 slaps, it was driven 4 meters into the ground. Is Grandmaster Lin just a martial arts master? Some people whispered. Next to him, Zhang Chongshu was shocked. He has the level of dark power in martial arts, and he knows a little about martial arts. Is a martial arts master really that strong? Master Lin might be a grandmaster of martial arts. The Zhenhai Monument. Lin Tian fell from the top of the stone tablet. He raised his palm into a brush, and the stone was carved with characters as if it were tofu. This scene once again deeply shocked everyone present. Zhang Chongshu and Su Tianji exchanged a glance. They felt that Grandmaster Lin was probably a martial arts master. Otherwise, is the difference between a martial arts master and a martial arts grandmaster too great? They know some martial arts masters, but none of them are so abnormal. Master Lin, is it done? Cheng Yuan approached and asked. He was very polite before, and now he is a bit respectful. Lin Tian is a god. Of course. Lin Tian smiled and asked, where do you think the typhoon will go? Everyone present thought of the East Cherry Kingdom. Of course, it's better to go to Dongying. You really want to? Don't think about it. This is a typhoon, a natural force. How can humans control the specific direction of a typhoon? Wherever it goes is the will of heaven. Lin Tian smiled and said. He said, and silently manipulated the entire feng shui array. Chapter 140, We Must Believe in Science. Dongying Internet. Haha, the Weather Bureau of China has also sent a message confirming that the landing site is China. An 18-level typhoon, just sending them to the 18th level of hell. Let the typhoon blow harder. The internet in Dongying is in a state of jubilation. Nowadays, there are very few people in Dongying who are friendly to China. They wish that China would have a major disaster every day. An increasingly powerful China makes them scared. After all, their ancestors did a lot of cruel things. Gentlemen, why don't we build a building to summon this typhoon? If we can't summon it, even if we summon it countless times, then it means that the heavens are targeting China. A net celebrity from Dongying posted on the internet. This typhoon is huge, and there are many people in Dongying who are concerned about this, so he wants to take advantage of this wave of traffic. Originally, he was a little afraid to do so, but now, the weather bureaus of Dongying, the Philippines, and China have all issued messages saying that the typhoon will make landfall on the southeast coast of China. This wave of traffic is not worth not taking advantage of. This is fun. Watch my great summoning technique. Typhoon Hague, come to our Dongying country. That's right, come to our country. I'm joining the army of summoners too. Come on, little Hague. The post is getting more and more popular, and a large number of people from Dongying are joining in the fun. In their view, the landing of the Hague in China is a foregone conclusion. In the future, they can use this to mock China. It didn't matter how many people they summoned, the Typhoon was headed straight for China. It was as if the heavens were determined to target China. The news didn't take long to spread back to the mainland. When they saw this, many netizens in China were outraged. They knew very well that those people in the East Cherry country had no good intentions. Even now. Turn around and go to Dongying. Lin Tian secretly thought to himself. He used Jinhai Tower to activate the power of the Dragon Vein, and a powerful invisible force field blocked the path of the Typhoon. 200 or 300 kilometers away, the Typhoon, which had been heading straight ahead, suddenly made a strange turn. It had originally been heading northwest, but now it had turned northeast. Dongying is in the northeast. What's going on? Has the Hague changed direction? The Weather Bureau of the Kingdom of China discovered this change at the first opportunity. Don't get too excited too soon. We'll have to see if it lasts. A leader of the Meteorological Bureau said in a low voice. His hand holding the teacup was trembling slightly. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. Half a minute passed, and the weather satellite clearly showed that the Hague had really turned. It was heading northeast, away from China. Drip. On the Lin Tian side, the expert from the Meteorological Bureau received a phone call, and soon his face showed surprise. After hanging up the phone, he said excitedly, "Secretary Chang, it has turned. The Typhoon Hague has really turned. It is now heading northeast toward Dongying. According to its current path, Typhoon Hague will sweep across the entire country of Dongying." Chang Qingyuan was also overjoyed to hear the news. "Master Lin, thank you, thank you. On behalf of the people of the entire province of F, I thank you for your contribution, Grandmaster Lin." Chang Qingyuan shook Lin Tian's hand and said excitedly. Lin Tian smiled and said, "Secretary Chang, you don't need to thank me. The Typhoon's direction has nothing to do with me. I think that this kind of thing is completely unacceptable in a feudal society. We should still believe in science." Chang Qingyuan looked a little strange. He nodded and said, "Master Lin, you are right. Where the Typhoon goes is the will of heaven. How can human beings change that? We are just panicking and trying to find a solution." Lin Tian nodded with a smile, "Secretary Chang, you are right. The Typhoon turning is just a coincidence. Don't you think so?" The people around him nodded in agreement. But they didn't think so in their hearts. Yesterday, Lin Tian said that it would be 100% successful. Today, Lin Tian set up the monument, and soon after, the Typhoon changed its direction. Is there really such a coincidence? A typhoon of Category 18 contains a huge amount of energy, and it is not easy to change its path. Not to mention the fact that the change was so great. It also happened to be heading in the direction of Dongying. Lin Tian had asked them before what direction he wanted the Typhoon to go. They didn't say, but they were thinking the same thing. "Master Lin, do you think this Typhoon will change its direction again?" Chang Qingyuan asked with a slight hint of worry. Lin Tian smiled lightly and said, "Personally, I think that since it has made such a big change, it should not change again. It is now on the right track." Some of the people present smiled knowingly. This route will sweep across the entire territory of Dongying, and it is definitely the best route. The nuclear waste will be swept inland to them. "Master Lin, after working all night, let's go somewhere for breakfast?" Chang Qingyuan smiled. Lin Tian shook his head, "Secretary Chang, you have a lot of things to do, and I have other things to do, so I'll leave now." At this point, Lin Tian lightly tapped his toes. In a few seconds, he had disappeared without a trace. Master Lin is truly a master. With feng shui, he is a master of 5 elements. Chang Qingyuan said with emotion. Zhang Chongshu coughed lightly, "Secretary Chang, let's talk for a moment." Chang Qingyuan followed Zhang Chongshu and Su Tianji to the side. Zhang Chongshu whispered, "Secretary Chang, we think that Grandmaster Lin may be a martial arts grandmaster. He may also be a master in feng shui." Su Tianji said, "This Typhoon is too strong. I don't think the feng shui master has such great abilities." Chang Qingyuan's eyes narrowed. If he is a martial arts master, that would be incredible. "Are you sure?" Chang Qingyuan asked. Zhang Chongshu shook his head. I'm not sure, but can a martial arts master put up such a heavy stone tablet? I don't think so. Cheng Qingyuan nodded slightly. Since Grandmaster Lin said he was a Grandmaster, you should treat him as such. Okay, Secretary Chang. Zhang Chongshu and the others nodded. Dongying Meteorological Bureau. What the hell is going on? Jisun Xin, the director of the Meteorological Bureau, was stunned. The typhoon was originally heading straight for China, but now it's turned and headed straight for them. Director, we need to issue an immediate warning. Someone beside him reminded him. Jesenshin shouted, what are you waiting for? Issue a weather warning immediately. Contact the nuclear power plant and tell them to stop discharging nuclear waste. The typhoon will bring polluted seawater inland. Everyone around them hurriedly got to work. Not long after, one of them said, Director, the nuclear power plant has replied that the nuclear wastewater has just been discharged. Shit. Jisun Xin was furious and shouted. Commissioner, could this have anything to do with the typhoon turning? Someone raised their hand. Jisun Xin walked over and saw a petition with over 1 million responses. Damn it. They actually petitioned The Hague to come to our country, and now they're happy. Jensen was furious. He knew that this had nothing to do with it, but now that the typhoon had changed course, he was annoyed to see the post. What's going on? Why is the typhoon heading this way? Did the petition come true? I hope it's not true. The latest news from the Meteorological Bureau has left many Japanese dumbfounded. The typhoon has completely changed its course. I'm finished. The net celebrity who posted the post turned pale. If the typhoon Haiha sweeps through Dongying, the damage will be huge, and the anger of countless people will flood towards him. Ha, I'm laughing myself to death. Dongying country summoned Typhoon Hague, and Hague really passed. Countless people in the Kingdom of China are overjoyed. Do. Luo Bingning sent a video to Lin Tian. The bronze treasure chest on her head had suddenly turned into a golden treasure chest. She was stunned by the typhoon's change of direction. Wife, do you miss me? Lin Tian said with a smile. Luo Bingning nodded imperceptibly. Old husband, are you done? When are you coming back? I'll pick you up at the airport. Chapter 141 Luo Bingning cried. After she finished speaking, Luo Bingning's face turned red. She had not called her husband on her own initiative without Lin Tian's request. Bingning, call me again. Lin Tian said with a smile. Luo Bingning said coquettishly, no. Are you coming back today? Lin Tian smiled and said, I don't know if I can come back. It depends on when the flight is resumed. I should be able to come back in the afternoon. After the typhoon turned in The Hague, its speed of movement increased significantly. It won't take long for the impact of The Hague on China to basically disappear, and the impact on Dongying will continue to increase. Send me the flight information as soon as you book the ticket. Yes, dear. In the evening, Lin Tian returned to S-City. The Typhoon Hague was approaching Dongying, causing huge waves off the coast of Dongying, and the raging sea was rushing towards the land. Damn it, they actually summoned a typhoon. It's all over. It's so powerful even before it makes landfall. What will happen when it does? Many people along the coast of Dongjia were angry and desperate. With a typhoon of this magnitude, they would surely suffer huge losses. Compared to ordinary people, many business owners were more panicked. The losses they will suffer from the huge typhoon will be even greater. Most of Dongying has not yet felt the typhoon, but from the news, they can also feel the horror of The Hague. This typhoon is terrifying. We inland will be affected. Amaterasu Amikami, please change its direction again. More netizens in Dongying started building buildings in an attempt to change the direction of the typhoon. However, this time the typhoon did not listen to them. The typhoon continued to advance in a straight line. Everyone, a friend of mine in China sent me news that there have been changes to the Jinhai Tower in Fuzhou. He investigated and found that the construction of the Jinhai Tower was carried out overnight, and according to rumors, the Grandmaster Lin of Huaguo went there. There are bloggers on the Dongying Kingdom network sending messages. The message comes with a lot of pictures. The pictures include the new town god tablet erected by Lin Tianxin. It must be China. That's right, The Hague was clearly about to land on their territory, but they suddenly turned 90 degrees and came to our country, Donying. I think this Master Lin is involved. Many people in Donying were outraged. The news soon spread to the Kingdom of China. Believe in science and revere nature. The Fuzhou government issued an official notice. Ha, the government is slapping its own face. The people of Donying are shameless. When the typhoon came to us, they said it was the will of heaven, and now they are saying it was man-made. If human beings can change it, then it must have been summoned by them. They are the ones who built the building with millions of people. The Chinese internet is in a state of jubilation. The southern coast of the country of Donying. Yamamoto-kun, is there still no way? An official from Donying asked. Next to him was a feng shui master from Donying, which also had some feng shui buildings along the coast. Impossible, completely impossible. Let's retreat quickly, or we'll be facing the typhoon head-on. The landscape master of Donying, Yamamoto, shook his head. Let's retreat. The officials in charge of the Donying kingdom ordered. They left in a hurry, and soon the wind became stronger and stronger, and the waves became bigger and bigger. A feng shui building here was destroyed by the waves. This feng shui building was created by the feng shui master of Donying kingdom in the past and had a certain effect of resisting typhoons. When it was destroyed, the invisible force field disappeared. The original speed of the Typhoon Hague had been reduced somewhat, but with the disappearance of the force field, the power of the Typhoon Hague had increased. Hoo-hoo! The ferocious wind overturned boats, blew cars into the air, and many houses were also blown away. The terrifying scene was like the end of the world. Gee, that's a bit sad. Lin Tianxia got off the plane and watched the news. He had a smile on his face. The damage caused by this wave to the country of Donying is incalculable. Especially the typhoon that will bring the nuclear waste to their inland, which will have a lasting impact on Donying. Lin Tian, over here. At the exit, Luo Bingning waved and called out. She was being followed by a man. Even though Luo Bingning was wearing a mask, he could tell that she was a beautiful woman. Honey, how long have you been waiting? Lin Tian walked up and embraced Luo Bingning with his arms open. Luo Bingning's body tightened slightly. There are so many people at the exit. But she quickly thought to herself, she was wearing a mask, and no one could see her anyway. Her head rested on Lin Tian's shoulder. It won't be long. Let's go. Luo Bingning whispered. Hey, buddy, let's get acquainted. My name is Zhang Lin. I do business in the city of S and own a small company. I have assets of 20 to 30 million. The man next to him said confidently. Lin Tian let go of Luo Bingning. Wife, where are the car keys? Lu Bingning gave the car keys to Lin Tian. Lin Tian shook the car key and smiled. Rolls-Royce Cullinan, less than 1,000. Buddy, you bought one too? Man. Sorry to bother you. He turned and left. He can't afford to provoke someone who can afford to buy this car. He has a net worth of 20 to 30 million yuan, so he has some money, but why would someone with such a net worth spend nearly 10 million yuan on a car? Honey, you still have to show off your wealth when the time comes, otherwise, you can't get rid of these flies. Lin Tian smiled. Luo Bingning nodded. The two of them got into the car, and Luo Bingning asked curiously, Lin Tian, did you drive the typhoon away? Lin Tian started the car and smiled, no, I just used the power of heaven and earth. Fortunately, the ancients built the Zhenhai Tower there. Lu Bingning nodded and said, Lin Tian, my aunt bought me a jade bracelet that cost hundreds of thousands of dollars. Lin Tian said in surprise, my mother really spent a lot of money on it. I just transferred them 1 million yuan. This million, Lin Tian is transferring to them for their usual expenses, and to buy some things for the house. I told my aunt not to buy it, but she insisted. She said that her family was poor before and didn't have any heirlooms to give me. Luo Bingning said with a slight blush. Lin Tian smiled and said, Mom bought it for you, so you should keep it. You're not wearing it, so it doesn't look good? Luo Bingning shook her head, it looks good, but I often practice boxing with Yenner, and I'm afraid I'll break the jade bracelet. I'll put it in the box as a family heirloom. Lin Tian smiled. A jade bracelet worth hundreds of thousands of yuan is a bit low grade as a family heirloom, but as long as my mother and wife are happy, that's fine. Lin Tian, my father called it noon. He asked when we were going to the imperial capital, tomorrow or the day after tomorrow? Lu Bingning asked. The day after tomorrow is the anniversary of Luo Bingning's grandmother. Lin Tian said, if your company is not busy, we will go to the imperial capital tomorrow. You still have to go to your teacher's wife's house. After more than an hour, Lin Tian and the others returned home. Lin Tian and Luo Bingning were a bit dazed. A lot of things at home were in a mess. Lin Tian, there's been a break-in at our house. Lu Bingning quickly went to the master bedroom where she lived. The safe was open and the contents were gone. Among them was the jade bracelet that Chen Wan had bought for her. Husband, oh. Lu Bingying's eyes reddened and she cried out. Chapter 142, A Very Special Robbery. Be good, don't cry, don't cry. Lin Tian hugged Luo Bingning and said with a heartache. Luo Bingning's tears flowed out, and the tears fell onto Lin Tian's shoulder. Lin Tian's heart burned with anger. After being married for so long, Luo Bingning had never cried. The thief actually made Luo Bingning cry. Honey, I don't care about anything else, but the jade bracelet that Auntie bought me was also stolen by the thief. Oh. Lu Bingning cried even more as she said this. Bingying, don't worry, I will definitely find it back. Even if the thief has 3 heads and 6 arms, he won't be able to escape. Don't you trust my abilities? Lin Tian comforted Luo Bingning. Lu Bingning looked at Lin Tian with teary eyes. Can you really find it back? I feel so sorry for my aunt. Lin Tian wiped Luo Bingning's tears away with his hand. He whispered to Luo Bingning, Bingning, I am talking to you in a secret code, so don't mention the Typhoon or anything else. It may not be an ordinary thief, the house may have been bugged or something. Luo Bingning was stunned. Lin Tian said softly, don't cry, you won't look pretty if you keep crying. There are surveillance cameras everywhere now, so we can find the thief. Lu Bingning nodded. I'll go to the property management office to check the surveillance footage. You should look around the house to see if anything else is missing. Lin Tian said. Luo Bingning said, okay, I'll check it again carefully. Luo Bingning knew what Lin Tian meant. Lin Tian was asking her to look for hidden listening devices or anything else. Lin Tian did not go to the property management company. He went to the roof. It was dark and there was no one on the roof. He went to the corner and took out a laptop from the system space. He had a computer at home, but there might be a pinhole camera or a bug in his room. His hacking skills must not be exposed. Lin Tian quickly hacked into the surveillance system of the residential area. If it was just a common thief, the problem would be much simpler. If it wasn't, it might involve foreign forces. Lin Tian's eyes flashed with brilliance. There is something wrong with the property's surveillance video. There was a half-hour-long video that had been replaced by a video from the same time a few days ago. Even the property management staff would have had a hard time noticing the replacement if they hadn't looked closely. A master. This is no small-time thief. Lin Tian's eyes flashed with brilliance. The opponent's methods are very clever. But this kind of trick is like showing off in front of Lin Tian. The video that had been replaced had been deeply erased, but it took a little time, and Lin Tian was able to restore the video. I've found you. Through the elevator surveillance, Lin Tian quickly found the target. The target was a fashionable-looking woman wearing a mask, so it was hard to see what she looked like. The hair looked like a wig to Lin Tian. After getting out of the elevator and entering the room, Lin Tian couldn't figure out what she did. He quickly checked where she went through the surveillance camera. Not long after, Lin Tian frowned. After she left, she took a taxi to the urban village. The place where she got off was a blind spot for surveillance cameras, and there were also many vans and other vehicles coming and going in this area. She could have gotten on any one of the vans and left. Very cautious, a professional. I'm afraid that the surveillance cameras on the way here won't be able to find anything. Lin Tian thought to himself. He quickly checked the surveillance camera from the time he arrived, and sure enough, the woman was in a taxi in another blind spot. After thinking about it, Lin Tian checked his mother Chen Wan's bank account. By checking where the payment was made, he found the shop where Luo Bingning and the others bought the jade bracelet. He got the video taken by the store and several nearby surveillance cameras. Such a professional approach could only be used by a top thief, or the other party was not after the property at all. Lin Tian thought to himself. If it was the latter, there was a very high possibility that there were surveillance cameras or listening devices in the house. Drip drip drip. Lin Tian called the head of the special operations team, Fong Hejuan. Team leader, there are thieves in my house and the damage is not small. Can you please send a few more capable brothers over? Lin Tian said. Fong Hejuan's face changed. Lin Tian's home was broken into, and he said the damage was not small. Could it be that Lin Tian's gun was stolen by the thief? Lin Tian, I'll bring someone over right away. Fong Hejuan said in a low voice. He didn't say much on the phone. Soon, Fong Hejuan called several people to set out. They sounded the alarm and arrived at the Lin Tian community in less than half an hour. Lin Tian was waiting for Fong Hejuan and the others outside the community. Lin Tian, the gun hasn't been stolen, has it? Fong Hejuan pulled Lin Tian aside and asked. Lin Tian shook his head slightly. I didn't leave the gun at home. I suspect that my home may have been bugged or something. I just went to the property management office to check the surveillance video, and one of the surveillance videos was replaced. It wasn't a small thief. Fong Hejuan nodded. If there are any surveillance cameras or listening devices in your home, we will definitely find them. Lin Tian nodded. I believe that you are definitely professional. Soon, Lin Tian took Fong Hejuan and the others to his home. Bingning, they are from the National Security Bureau. This case is not simple. They are here to check if there are any problems in the house. Lin Tian said. Lu Bingning nodded. Fong Hejuan ordered, Tianjing, Meng Qing, you check Miss Luo's room, check carefully to make sure nothing is missing. Yes, sir. Luo Bingning is a girl, and some things are more private, so Fong Hejuan thoughtfully arranged for 2 policewomen to inspect them. Soon, Fong Hejuan and the others began to carefully inspect the room. Lin Tian arrived at his bedroom. There wasn't much in his bedroom. Fong Hejuan and the other 2 men also went into the bedroom. It didn't take long before they checked it over and found nothing. Lin Tian, your computer, keyboard, and case must be disassembled for inspection. These are easy places to hide things. Fong Hejuan said. Lin Tian nodded. Soon his computer monitor, keyboard, and case were all disassembled. Team leader, we found something. The young man who disassembled the keyboard found a very small bug. Lin Tian looked solemn. Even if he is a Grandmaster of martial arts, it would be difficult for him to find such a small thing hidden in the keyboard. If he knew for sure that there was a problem with the keyboard, it would be fine, but there are many places in the house where things can be hidden. Keep looking. Don't miss anything, no matter where you look. Fong Hejuan said in a low voice. Yes, team leader. The rest of the people shouted. Fong Hejuan held the tiny listening device in his hand. Lin Tian, if we find this, it definitely won't be an ordinary robbery. Many countries' secret agents don't have such a bug. Lin Tian nodded slightly. Chief, thank you for your trouble. Fong Hejuan shook his head. No trouble. With your relationship with Grandmaster Lin, your business is related to national security. An hour passed in the blink of an eye. Fong Hejuan and his team found a total of 3 listening devices. 1 in the master bedroom, 1 in Lin Tian's bedroom, and 1 in the living room. No pinhole cameras were found. The bugging device can be hidden very well and is not easy to find. If it weren't for professionals like Fong Hejuan, Lin Tian himself might not be able to find them all in a day. He doesn't have the professional skills for this. Lin Tian, there are no such things in your home now, but it is still possible for spies to sneak in the future. I want to discuss something with you. Fong Hejuan said. Chief, just tell me what you want. Fong Hejuan, I want to apply to the higher-ups to have a few of our people placed in your property security, so that they can deal with it in time if there is a similar situation again. Lin Tian smiled and said, Team leader, this is a great thing for us. I have no reason to refuse. Fong Hejuan nodded, that's good. This is our fault. Knowing your relationship with Master Lin, we should have made arrangements. We won't bother you anymore. We'll leave first. We'll do everything we can to find the spy who came to your home. Lin Tian nodded. Fong Hejuan and the others left. Luo Bingning looked down at Lin Tian with a sad expression. Honey, is the bracelet gone forever? Don't worry, we'll find it. I promise. Lin Tian reached out and hugged Luo Bingning. His head hit the golden treasure chest on Luo Bingning's head. Chapter 143 Luo Bingning's Declaration of Love. Ding, the golden treasure chest is open. Congratulations, host, you have acquired a god-level sense of smell. The system voice rang in Lin Tian's mind. Honey, I'm going to take a bath and practice. I promise you, I'll definitely find this jade bracelet, okay? Lin Tian said. Lu Bingning nodded, Lin Tian returned to his bedroom. He felt a strange itch in his nose, and the cells in his nose were undergoing great changes. System, thank you. Your skills are awesome. Lin Tian thought to himself. Becoming a Grandmaster of martial arts, his physical fitness has improved a lot, and his sense of smell has also improved, but the improvement is very limited. Compared to many animals, humans have a poor sense of smell. Now that he has acquired a god-level sense of smell, Lin Tian estimates that his sense of smell may be comparable to that of the strongest animal. Soon, Lin Tian could smell several different scents in the room. He could smell the scent left behind by Feng Huqiang and the others. He could also smell the female spy who had entered his room. His sense of smell was still improving. As his sense of smell strengthened, Lin Tian could distinguish the layers of scents he smelled, and he could tell when they were left. He could tell the movement of the other person by the lingering scent. The improvement continues. Lin Tian found that he could lock onto a certain smell. He could smell the spy outside the door. He could smell the spy entering the compound and even after he left. He's so strong. I have this ability, which is great for criminal investigation. Even police dogs would be out of a job. Lin Tian rubbed his nose hard. The promotion was finally over. Lin Tian estimated that his sense of smell was now better than that of a dog. Splash! After taking a shower, Lin Tian went outside. Lu Bingning used to watch TV every day, but today she didn't even watch TV after taking a shower. She sat on the balcony and stared blankly into space. Lin Tian walked up to her, and there were still tears in Luo Bingning's eyes. Lin Tian, why aren't you practicing? Lu Bingning blinked her eyes and asked in confusion. Lin Tian sighed, I'm not in a state of cultivation right now. I've also found a clue. I'm going out later. Don't cry at home. Maybe I'll find it tonight. Luo Bingning's eyes lit up. Do you have an important clue? Lin Tian nodded, I know a little bit of hacking technology and found something. I'll go investigate. Luo Bingying's face lit up. Lin Tian had told her before that he knew a little bit about feng shui, but Lin Tian had gone to Fuzhou, and the Typhoon had changed direction and gone to the East Cherry Kingdom. You come back early. Be careful. Lu Bingying said with a mixture of hope and worry. Lin Tian smiled and said, if I come looking for you, it's not me who should be careful. I'm sure I'll be fine. Without driving his own car, Lin Tian took a taxi. An hour later, the taxi arrived in the urban village. The surveillance camera had previously detected that the spy had been here, and here, Lin Tian naturally smelled the scent of the woman. Driver, drive in this direction. Lin Tian pointed in the direction. The spy woman left in a car, and the residual scent was much reduced, but it was still enough for Lin Tian to track her. Guest, where exactly are you going? The taxi driver couldn't help but ask. The spy kept turning around, and Lin Tian also let him turn around. WeChat payment has arrived. Lin Tian scanned the code and gave him the fare of 1,000 yuan. Driver, any more questions? Lin Tian asked. The driver smiled and said, of course, big brother, there are no problems. We can go wherever you want, and you will be satisfied. 2 hours later, the taxi stopped outside a hotel. The female spy was very aware of counter-surveillance. She not only changed taxis, but also changed taxis 3 times. But in the face of Lin Tian's superhuman sense of smell, all of this was useless. Through his sense of smell, Lin Tian could clearly tell that the female spy was now in this hotel. After entering the hotel, Lin Tian quickly reached the floor where the female spy was. Splash! Lin Tian heard the sound of water outside the room. The other person was taking a bath. He pressed his hand against the door, and with a burst of internal energy, the door opened silently. He pushed open the door and entered the room. There was a LV backpack on the sofa. He sat down and opened the backpack, which contained the jade bracelet and the rest of Luo Bingning's stolen jewelry. The jade bracelet was worth several 100,000 yuan, and the rest of Luo Bingning's jewelry was worth more than 10 times that. The various precious jewelry worth millions of dollars would be a temptation even for a professional female spy. After a few minutes, the sound of water in the bathroom stopped. The female spy wrapped herself in a towel and went outside. You saw Lin Tian. Her pupils suddenly contracted. She was extremely cautious, and Lin Tian actually tracked her down. Should I call you Xiang Ji Mei Sha or Xia Xin Yun? Lin Tian said in a calm voice. With his super sense of smell, he knew that there was no poison in her mouth, and that she couldn't even think of killing herself. Lin Jun, this is up to you. The night is long. Shouldn't we do something else? The towel on Xiancha Misha's body slipped down. Lin Tian looked at her without taking his eyes off her. Xiancha Misha is not bad looking, and she has a great body. It's a long night, so we should do something. As a martial artist, I know a few torture techniques. Is that reasonable? I'll give you a good try later. Lin Tian's face revealed a cruel smile. He was just having a little fun. He wasn't interested in having anything to do with Xiancha Misha. He is a virgin. Xiancha Misha frowned in secret. Seduction was not effective. She knew it would be very difficult to escape from Lin Tian. She silently dressed herself. I'm curious how you tracked me down. Even with Skynet, you couldn't have tracked me down with this. Xian Kamesha stared at Lin Tian. Suddenly, her face changed slightly. She looked at her bag. Could it be that the things she took with her contained a hidden locator? Xiancha Misha, why did you come to my place to install a bug? What were you looking for in our house? Lin Tian said calmly. Xiancha Misha thought of a way to get out of it while saying, I asked first. Lin Tian moved his hand, and he instantly sealed Xiancha Misha's acupoints. You can't tell the difference between the big and small kings. If you make my wife cry, I'll show you the power of my separating the tendons and breaking the bones technique. Lin Tian said coldly. He quickly used the technique of separating the tendons and breaking the bones. As a grandmaster of martial arts, he knows how to use many weapons, including swords, spears, and clubs, and he knows how to use many things like the separating the tendons and bones technique. Xiangqi Nisha's eyes widened in an instant. She opened her mouth and wanted to scream. But her acupressure points were blocked, so she couldn't even scream. In a short time, she was sweating profusely from the pain. Her face turned pale. Ice, the stolen goods have been found. You sleep well. I'll be back later when I'm done. Lin Tian sent a message to Luo Bingning. He also took pictures of the bracelet and other things and sent them back. At home, Luo Bingning was not sleeping. She was overjoyed to see the message from Lin Tian. Worried for so long, she had a black iron treasure chest on her forehead, and now it had turned into a bronze treasure chest. Honey, I love you. Luo Bingning blushed and typed out these words. She hesitated for a moment. But in the end, she sent the message. Brothers, if you like it, give it a 5-star rating. Thank you. Chapter 144, The Purpose of the Beautiful Spy. Lin Tian smiled and looked at the WeChat message. He was sure that Luo Bingning's face must have turned red. Honey, why don't you come back later and meet me offline? Lin Tian sent a message. He added a lecherous expression at the end. Luo Bingning sent a message with a head-knocking emoticon. Good night. Good night. After chatting with Luo Bingning, Lin Tian glanced at Xiangji Misha, who seemed to have just been pulled out of the water. Team leader, come here if you're not sleeping. Lin Tian sent a message to Fong Hejuan. He also sent Fong Hejuan the address. Be there in half an hour. Fong Hejuan quickly replied. It was already midnight, but because of this incident, Fong Hejuan and many others were still working overtime to investigate. 10 more minutes passed, and Lin Tian restored Xiancha Misha, who looked at Lin Tian with fear. You're the devil. Xiancha Misha said in a hoarse voice. Lin Tian said indifferently, it's just a little trick. I still have other tricks. Maybe you want to try them too. No, not at all. If you have any questions, just ask. Xiancha Misha hurriedly said. Lin Tian said, it's good to secretly install a bug, but why steal things? Aren't you afraid of scaring the snake? What are you looking for in my house? Xiangqi Misha said, I was looking for martial arts secrets and any other information about Master Lin. I moved some things around to find these, and I was afraid you would notice, so I simply pretended that someone had stolen them. At this point, Xiangqi Misha paused. There was another reason. The jewelry also tempted me. Lin Tiandao, what is the purpose of installing a listening device? How many listening devices did you install in my house? Xiangqi Misha was silent. Lin Tian smiled faintly. It seems that you want to try other methods. The night is long, so let's take our time. I said. The organization suspects that Grandmaster Lin is behind the Typhoon. We need to get evidence. Grandmaster Lin is unpredictable. You have a relationship with Grandmaster Lin, so we'll start with you. 3 listening devices. Lin Tian looked calm. He had already suspected this. He suspected 2 things. First, the East Cherry Kingdom might suspect that he was Master Lin and wanted to eavesdrop to confirm this. The second is the Typhoon. The latter is much more likely, as the Typhoon incident has just happened. The damage caused by the Typhoon in The Hague was very great. If they had evidence, there would be a lot of public pressure. You guys have a big imagination. The Typhoon was clearly summoned back by your own people. Lin Tian smiled lightly. What organization are you from? Xiang Qimei looked at a pen next to her. If the pen was stuck in her neck, she could end her life. Lin Tian said with a smile, You're not a martial artist, are you sure you want to do something sneaky in front of a martial artist? If you want to kill yourself with a pen, I'll let you take the pen first. If you can kill yourself, you're amazing. Xiang Chenisha took a deep breath and said, I am from the Tianhe Society. Lin Tian smiled and said, Xiang Chenisha, it seems that you still want to try other methods. I will satisfy you. Lin Tian stood up and was ready to start. I'm from the Yamaguchi Gumi. Xiang Chenisha's face changed and she hurriedly said. She really didn't want to experience that feeling again. Yamaguchi Gumi? Lin Tian's eyes flashed with a glimmer of brilliance. He is a grandmaster of martial arts and ancient medical techniques. From the reaction of Isaka Misa, he could tell that she wasn't lying this time. Knock, knock. The door was knocked on. Fong Haijuan and the others were here. Lin Tian sealed Xiang Chenisha's acupoints and opened the door. Lin Tian, what's going on? Fong Yuanjun asked, and he and the other 2 entered the room. There was a beautiful woman lying on the bed. She was still sweating, as if she had just been through some strenuous exercise. Lin Tian smiled and said, Her name is Xiang Chenisha, also known as Xia Xinyan in China. She is a spy for the Yamaguchi Gumi. I just used a little trick to make her confess. For details, you can chat with her next. Lin Tian said as he released the pressure points on Xiang Chenisha. Team leader, I'll be going back first. Xiang Chenisha, you won't be needing this bag anymore, I'll take it with me. Lin Tian took away Xiang Chenisha's LV bag. This bag was not Luo Bingning's. Lin Tian had watched the video and Xiang Chenisha had been carrying this bag when she went. Take it away. Fong Haijuan and the others left quickly. He was amazed. In such a short time, Lin Tian had actually found Xiang Chenisha here. If it weren't for the help of the others, this would be very difficult. Lin Tian, you worked hard last night. Come and try it. There's something delicious today. The next morning, after Lin Tian finished washing up, the cheerful voice of Luo Bingying came from the kitchen. Lin Tian went to the dining room. Luo Bingying served a bowl of steaming crab roe noodles. Crab roe noodles are not easy to make. The crab roe in this bowl of crab roe noodles is very fresh, and you can tell at a glance that it must have come from live crabs. Bingying, did you get burned? Lin Tian asked. No, I didn't. Lu Bingning said with a little bit of guilt. Let me see. Lin Tian grabbed Luo Bingning's right hand, which had retracted, and there was a mark on the top of her right middle finger where the crab claws had been. Although there was no bleeding, the place where it was pinched turned dark red. Lin Tian, I'm fine. It's just a small mark. It will heal in a few days. Luo Bingning said. Lin Tian touched her tenderly, You're so silly. Why bother making crab roe noodles? Just get some egg noodles. Luo Bingning said, You were busy looking for the jade bracelet until midnight, so it's only right that I spend some time making you a better breakfast. Is this the only bowl? Lin Tian said. Luo Bingying shook her head. I finished eating early, and you got up late, so this bowl is all yours. Lin Tian sniffed. I smell eggs. You're eating egg. Noodles. It is worth mentioning that Lin Tian's sense of smell can be controlled independently. Usually, his sense of smell is the same as before. It's not necessarily a good thing to have an overly strong sense of smell. Anyway, I've already had breakfast. You should eat quickly, otherwise the noodles will be overcooked. Lu Bingying smiled. Lin Tian nodded and started eating. As he ate the steaming noodles, he felt warm in his heart. It was hard to find a wife like his own. A rich and spoiled daughter like Luo Bingning is hard to find. What do you think? Lu Bingning asked expectantly. Lin Tian nodded repeatedly. It's delicious. Bingying, you're really good at cooking, only a little bit worse than me. You're so arrogant. Auntie already said that your cooking is terrible. Lu Bingying giggled. Lin Tian smiled and said, how about this? When we kiss, I'll show you how good I am in the kitchen. If we kiss now, you can taste it today. Luo Bingning gave Lin Tian a look of disgust. No way. I'm going to clean up. We still have to take a plane to the imperial capital. Chapter 145, Yamaguchi Fujiwara panicked. After Lin Tian finished breakfast, Luo Bingning had also finished packing. Bingying, why are you wearing it? Lin Tian asked in surprise. Luo Bingning was wearing the jade bracelet on her wrist. The jade bracelet she was wearing was icy and translucent. Although she was very young, she looked very good wearing this jade bracelet. Luo Bingning also put on a cheongsam, giving the impression of being dignified and elegant, and her ladylike temperament was undoubtedly on display. I'm going to the imperial capital for a few days, and I'm afraid it will be stolen if I leave it at home. Besides, I don't need to practice martial arts these days. Luo Bingning said coquettishly, do you think I look good in this outfit? She said, turning around. The cheongsam showed off her perfect figure to the fullest. Lin Tian nodded, it looks good, but Bingying, you should change into something else. Lu Bingning looked at Lin Tian with a puzzled expression and said, are you lying? I don't actually look good in this outfit? Lin Tian shook his head. No, it's too good looking. You should have worn this outfit at home for me to see. I feel very bad when others see it. Luo Bingning said coquettishly, you're quite conservative. Lin Tian smiled and said, honey, you're wrong. I have both conservative and open-minded ideas. I think it's better to be conservative with my own wife. As for other wives, the more open-minded I think the better. Luo Bingning. She gave Lin Tian a white glance. The bracelet doesn't seem to go well with other clothes. Lu Bingning looked at the jade bracelet on her hand. Lin Tian smiled and said, you worry too much, my dear. Even if you wear a sack, I think you'll still look good. Nonsense. I'll go change. Luo Bingning quickly went back to her room and changed her clothes. The new clothes didn't show off her figure as much as the cheongsam, but they looked very good on Luo Bingning. Clothes make the man, but when a person is beautiful to a certain extent, the impact of clothes on the person is actually much, much smaller. Even if Luo Bingning wears a street stall product, she still exudes the temperament of a rich young lady. Lin Tian, will there be any more thieves in the house? Before leaving home, Luo Bingning was still a little worried. She didn't care too much if the jewelry and other things in the house were stolen, but it would be very upsetting if there were listening devices. It would be even more heartbreaking if there were hidden cameras. Lin Tian said, don't worry, the team leader will report to the higher-ups and will put a few people in the neighborhood security. He will definitely arrange someone to keep an eye on it during this period. Lin Tian smelled two familiar scents. Both of them belonged to the Special Affairs Team 3, a man and a woman, and they had been to the house the night before. Lu Bingning nodded. She had already experienced what happened last night once, and if she experienced it again, she felt that she would have psychological scars. Let's go. Lin Tian smiled. East Cherry Country, Yamaguchi Gumi. Yamaguchi Fujiwara got up, washed up, and sat down at the dining table. Did anything important happen last night? Yamaguchi Fujiwara asked in a low voice as he ate his breakfast. Boss, something might have happened to Xia Xinyun in China. A middle-aged man beside Yamaguchi Fujiwara reported. Yamaguchi Fujiwara's face changed slightly. He knew what task Xia Xinyun was on. If she failed and leaked the organization's information, it would be a problem. Why is it maybe? Xia Xinyun secretly sent a message last night, saying that she had succeeded and there should be no problems, but she did not send a second security message this morning. Yamaguchi Fujiwara frowned. Xia Xinyun, also known as Isaka Misa, is a high-level spy they trained, and she shouldn't make such a mistake. Without a second security message, the probability of something going wrong is not small. Team leader, you don't need to worry too much. Xia Xinyun can definitely withstand ordinary torture to extract a confession. She won't give up the organization. The middle-aged man said. Yamaguchi Fujiwara nodded slightly, but there was still a worried look in his eyes. Xia Xinyun had gone to Lin Tian's house. According to their intelligence analysis, Lin Tian may be Grandmaster Lin. Team leader, there's also this. The middle-aged man took out a tablet. The tablet displayed a painting, which looked like the Grandmaster Lin after he had changed his appearance. Is this Grandmaster Lin? Yamaguchi Fujiwara asked. The portrait gives him a sense of being a great man. The middle-aged man said, Team leader, no one took any photos that night, so there are no photos of Grandmaster Lin. It was paid to a person to draw a portrait, and it was at least 80% similar. Yamaguchi Fujiwara habitually tapped his left hand on the table. In other words, Lin Tian and Master Lin are not the same person. The middle-aged man said, I don't think so. Master Lin looks to be in his 40s, but he could be much older. Yamaguchi Fujiwara said, what did Lin Tian do in the past? Lin Tian went to Fuzhou. He knew that. Team leader, we think that Lin Tian may have gone to study. To study? Yamaguchi Fujiwara muttered to himself. It is indeed possible that if Lin Tian is the disciple of Grandmaster Lin will teach him through practice. What else do you need, team leader? The middle-aged man asked. Yamaguchi Fujiwara shook his head. First, stop any action. Don't let Grandmaster Lin know that it was the Yamaguchi Gumi that was behind it. He was a little panicked after the failure of the operation by Isaka Misa. She didn't know the secrets of the organization. But she knows she is a member of the Yamaguchi Gumi. For Grandmaster Lin, it may not be necessary to know the rest. It is enough to know that she comes from the Yamaguchi Gumi. The police need evidence to solve a case, and someone like Grandmaster Lin only needs to know who the target is. Buy me a ticket to the United States under a different identity. Yamaguchi Fujiwara Road. Donying is too close to China. The United States is far away. Go to the United States for a vacation to avoid the heat. Yes, team leader. The middle-aged man stepped back. Yamaguchi Fujiwara was uneasy, but Lin Tian did not target him for the time being. He could deal with him at any time. Seeing his father-in-law and mother-in-law was far more important than that. At noon, Lin Tian and the others' plane landed. Teacher, Mrs. Teacher, long time no see. When they came out of the exit, they saw two acquaintances, Luo Bingning's teacher and his wife, who had come to pick them up. Lu Bingning told them that they had to come to pick them up for the second treatment of the day. Professor Dai, Mrs. Dai, thank you for your trouble. Lin Tian smiled and said. Professor Dai quickly said, Shaolin, don't say that. Thanks to you, my wife is almost completely recovered. According to her own words, she is completely recovered. Mrs. Luo Bingning smiled and said, I feel completely better. Lin Tian chuckled, you feel completely better, but you're still a little off. But one more treatment will definitely make you better. After about an hour, Lin Tian and the others arrived at Peking University. Lin Tian first gave Luo Bingning a treatment. You will be completely recovered in no time, madam. Lin Tian smiled. Mrs. Luo Bingning smiled, Xiaolin, thank you. Bingning, you can have dinner with your mother-in-law tonight. You two can go to the school first. Lu Bingning nodded and agreed. It had been more than a year since she graduated, and she wanted to take a look around the school. After a quarter of an hour, Lin Tian took Luo Bingning's hand and strolled along the shore of the lake. Bingning, is your teacher's illness completely cured? You still owe me something. Lin Tian smiled and said, why don't I kiss you here? It's very suitable for people to come and go. Chapter 146 Luo Hongchuan's Misunderstanding. Lu Bingning's heart was beating fast. There are people coming and going all around, so Lin Tian wouldn't really kiss her here, would he? Sister Luo. At this moment, someone called Luo Bingning. Lu Bingning turned around and smiled. It turned out to be Shui Wei, a junior. It's been a long time. Shui Wei, the girl in Luo Bingning's mouth, is called Su Shui Wei, 2 grades younger than her, and very pretty. Su Shui Wei said, Sister Luo, I heard someone say they saw you. I didn't think you'd really come back to school. Who is this handsome guy? Luo Bingning introduced, he is my boyfriend Lin Tian. Dear, she is my junior, Su Shui Wei. Junior Su Shui Wei is very good at singing and dancing. Hello. Lin Tian smiled. Su Shui Wei smiled coquettishly, Mr. Lin, Miss Luo is very outstanding. You must be very good to be her boyfriend. What does Mr. Lin do at home? Farming. My parents, grandparents, and all of my family are farmers. Lin Tian's smile faded. Something is wrong with Su Shui Wei. Luo Bingning frowned. Su Shui Wei was quite outstanding, but she received more attention than Su Shui Wei did when she was at Peking University. Su Shui Wei was not convinced at the time. More than a year has passed. Luo Bingning thought she had changed, but she didn't expect her to ask directly like this. Su Shui Wei pretended to be surprised and said, No way? With Luo's qualifications, she could have found a rich young man. She had heard rumors that Luo Bingning had found a boyfriend, and that he came from a poor family. Luo Bingning said calmly, I don't need to find a rich family. Our Luo family is a family of nobles. Shui Wei, we have things to do, goodbye. Su Shui Wei said, No, Luo Shui Jie, it's rare to see you, let's chat some more. My boyfriend is almost here, let's chat. They men can also chat. At this moment, someone came over. Vivian. Someone called out with a smile. Su Shui Wei smiled and said, Tianyu, I ran into Luo Shui Jie, and her boyfriend is here too. You can chat. Lin Tian and Luo Bing looked at the person coming. The man's name was Zheng Tianyu, the second brother of Zhang Guangyao. When he saw Lin Tian and Luo Bing, his face suddenly changed. His younger brother Zhang Guangyao had caused trouble for Lin Tian, and the Zhang family had lost 3 billion yuan. His younger brother had now been marginalized by the family. His father Zhang Shishan still wants to ask the Luo family for help, and everyone has a meal together to ease the relationship. The Lin family is too powerful for the Zhang family to provoke. Lin Xiao. Zhang Tianyu approached at a trot. He bowed to Lin Tian. Who are you? Lin Tian was puzzled. Who is this person? Zhang Tianyu respectfully said, Mr. Lin, I am Zhang Guangyao's second brother, Zhang Tianyu. You can just call me Xiao Zhang. Next to him, Su Shui Wei was dumbfounded. She knew that her boyfriend was the second son of the Zhang family, which had assets worth hundreds of billions of dollars and was a super rich family. Zhang Tianyu actually called Lin Tian Mr. Lin. And he was so respectful. Lin Tian said in a calm tone, Su Shui Wei is your girlfriend? Bing Ning said that she sings and dances very well. I wonder if I have the honor to enjoy her singing and dancing? Zhang Tianyu's face changed slightly. Yes, of course. He nodded with a grimace. Why don't you dance for Mr. Lin? Su Shui Wei said in a trembling voice, Tianyu, I. Zhang Tianyu said coldly, if you don't want to dance, just leave. I'll dance. Su Shui Wei quickly said. She quickly got up and started dancing. She was actually a good dancer. When she finished, many people around her applauded. Thank you, thank you. Everyone, please disperse. Su Shui Wei smiled, but her heart was filled with bitterness. The rest of the people around her dispersed, and Lin Tian said in a low voice, You dance well, Zhang Tianyu. You have good taste in finding a girlfriend. Bingning, let's go. Lin Tian took Luo Bingning's hand and left. Zhang Tianyu looked at Su Shui Wei coldly, From now on, we will no longer have any relationship. Don't pretend to be my girlfriend anymore, understand? Su Shui Wei's face changed drastically. Zhang Tianyu was too lazy to say much and left quickly. Lin Tian arrived in the imperial capital. He had to talk to his father, and the Zhang family had to hurry and repair their relationship with Lin Tian. Honey, do you like watching beautiful women dance? Luo Bingning said coquettishly. Lin Tian smiled and nodded, of course it was good. Didn't you see that just now many people were applauding and cheering? She probably hates me to death, said Luo Bingning. Lin Tian smiled and said, she thinks she's on the branch and wants to step on you, but I can't indulge her. Luo Bingning sighed, she is actually quite good, but she is too competitive. Forget about her. I'll take you to a place I used to go. Lin Tian is in the imperial capital? Zhang Shishan received a call from his son, Zheng Tianyu. Yes, Dad. Dad. My girlfriend and he just had a little conflict, and I've already broken up with my girlfriend Su Shuewei. Zheng Tianyu said with a slight hesitation. He knew that he couldn't hide it. If he did, he would be punished for affecting the overall situation of the family in the future. Tell me in detail. Zhang Shishan said in a deep voice. Zheng Tianyu immediately told him in detail. Since Lin Tian vented his anger in front of you, and you two have already broken up, this matter should be over. But you still have to smooth things over as soon as possible. Zhang Shishan said in a low voice. He knew that Grandmaster Lin had gone to Jinhai Tower, and that Jinhai Tower had changed a lot. The change in the direction of the Typhoon might have something to do with Grandmaster Lin. If this is true, Grandmaster Lin will be even more important to the country. If the Zhang family has a bad relationship with Lin Tian and Master Lin, some people will definitely gradually distance themselves from the Zhang family in the future. Tianyu, you should also attend the dinner. Okay, Dad. Zhang Shishan hung up the phone. After thinking for a while, he called Luo Hongchuan's phone. The Zhang and Luo families had a normal relationship. They had exchanged phone numbers before, but they had hardly ever called each other. Young He-sun. What does this old boy want with me? Lu Hongchuan looked at the caller ID and wondered. Chairman Zhang, what's the good news? He couldn't figure it out, but Luo Hongchuan still picked up the phone. His hearty laughter reached Zhang Shishan's ears. Zhang Shishan said, Director Luo, it's been a long time since we last got together. Tonight I'll be the host. Shall we get together? I heard that Bingying and her boyfriend are in the capital. You can invite them, and I'll invite my son. Zhang Shishan thought that Luo Hongchuan knew about Lin Tian's situation, and even knew about the feud between the Zhang family and Lin Tian. He had no idea that Luo Hongchuan didn't know anything about it. When Luo Hongchuan heard this, his brows furrowed. Zhang Shishan was trying to matchmake his son with his daughter? Tomorrow is the anniversary of my mother's death, so I'm not in the mood right now. Mr. Zhang, I'll treat you next time. Luo Hongchuan said in a low voice. Zhang Shishan was stunned. Mr. Luo, I'm sorry I didn't know about this. Then let's do it another day, but I must be the host. Humph. After hanging up the phone, Luo Hongchuan let out a low whistle. Honey, what's wrong? Asked Luo Bingning's mother Suyin. Luo Hongchuan frowned and said, Zhang Shishan is treating, and he also asked us to invite Bingning, and he also invited his own son. Suyin said, he wants to match Bingning with his son? He thinks it's beautiful, but his 3 sons are not very good. Lin Tian is ordinary, but I think he is better than his sons. Lu Hongchuan nodded. Suyin said, Bingning sent a message saying that she was having dinner at her teacher's house. Send a car over later to pick Bingning and the others up. Yes. Lu Hongchuan nodded. Chapter 147, I met my father-in-law and mother-in-law. Night falls, Lin Tian and Luo Bingning finished their meal and walked to the school gate. I'll take a taxi. Bingning, are we going to your place or to a hotel? Lin Tian smiled and said. Luo Bingning said coquettishly, you bad boy, you think of nothing but bad things. My parents have sent a car to pick us up. Let's go straight back. Soon, the two of them left the campus, and there was a fleet of cars parked on the side of the road, a total of 5 cars, with a Rolls-Royce Phantom in the middle. 2 Mercedes Maybachs in front and 2 in back. Lu Bingning walked over. Lin Tian was stunned. Was this convoy here to pick them up? Brother Tian, let's go. Luo Bingning called out. She and Lin Tian had agreed to call each other by their first names at home. Calling each other by their names would seem too formal, and calling each other husband and wife at home was a bit awkward. Lin Tian and Luo Bingning quickly approached. Mr. Lin, please get in the car. Someone opened the door for Lin Tian and his party, and they sat in the back of the Rolls-Royce, with privacy partitions in front and behind. Bingying, do you usually travel in such a grand manner? The convoy soon set off, and Lin Tian asked in surprise. Luo Bingning shook her head, no. I usually only have one car, and occasionally a bodyguard car. I didn't expect my parents to send a convoy. Lin Tian smiled, this kind of welcoming with a motorcade gives me a feeling of a god of war returning and a dragon king traveling. Puff. Luo Bingning laughed out loud. Maybe my parents know that you are a disciple of Master Lin. I'll ask. Lu Bingning quickly sent a message to her mother. Suyin sent a message after a long time. Dear daughter, Mom and Dad hope you are happy. Since you have chosen, Mom and Dad respect your choice. Lin Tian comes from a humble family, so he is more sensitive. We are sending a car to pick him up, which shows that we value him and his family. Lu Bingying looked at her phone blankly. Bingying, what's wrong? Lin Tian asked. Lu Bingning handed the phone to Lin Tian. Lin Tian quickly finished reading it and said, your parents love you very much. Luo Bingning nodded. Lin Tian reached out and hugged Luo Bingning. Lu Bingying rested her head on Lin Tian's shoulder and said in a low voice, ever since I was little, my parents have always doted on me. There were only two things they were against. One is that I wanted to enter the entertainment industry and become a star, the other is that I wanted to try marriage with you for 3 years. Lin Tian smiled and said, your parents-in-law are right to stop you from entering the entertainment industry. Although you won't be involved in the messy things even if you enter the entertainment industry, people's words are terrible. Luo Bingning nodded. What about the second thing? Luo Bingning asked coquettishly. Lin Tian smiled and said, for the second thing, I have to stand on the same side as your grandfather. Lu Bingning smiled and said, I heard someone's heartbeat seemed to have accelerated. Is someone nervous? Lin Tian coughed lightly. I'm joking. How could I be nervous? Your parents are like this, I can beat 10,000 people alone. Luo Bingning pinched Lin Tian lightly, let you talk nonsense. Honey, my parents have arranged for a car to pick us up, but they will definitely test you. Lin Tian smiled and said, don't worry, I prepared gifts for your parents, and I promise they'll be happy. Lu Bingning looked at the bag Lin Tian was carrying. She didn't even know what was inside. Honey, what did you prepare? Lu Bingning asked curiously. Lin Tian shook his head, you'll know when the time comes. After more than an hour, the convoy entered a manor house. Luo Bingning sat up straight and Lin Tian withdrew his hand. Honey, we're here. Lu Bingning whispered. Lin Tian was secretly amazed. Although they were far from the city center, they were still in the imperial capital. A manor villa of this size was not cheap. Soon the convoy stopped. It stopped in front of the main building, which was brightly lit. Welcome, miss. Welcome, sir. Lin Tian and the others got off the car, and 2 rows of people outside the main building greeted them in unison. Such a grand occasion might make some people feel a bit faint. Lin Tian naturally wouldn't. Lu Bingying took Lin Tian's arm and entered the house. Dad, Mom. As soon as they entered the house, they saw Luo Hongchuan and Suyin. Luo Bingning greeted them happily. Hello, Aunt and Uncle. Lin Tian smiled and said. On the way here, he was actually a little nervous, but when he actually met Luo Hongchuan and the others, he was no longer nervous. After all, their strength and confidence were there. Lu Hongchuan nodded, you returned to the imperial capital in the morning, and I thought you would be able to come over at noon. It turns out that I only saw you now. Luo Bingning smiled and said, Dad, I had to go to my teacher's place for something. My teacher insisted on having us over for dinner. Lin Tian, sit down and have some fruit. Suyin called out. Lin Tian sat down. Lu Bingying's heart tightened slightly. She didn't know what her parents would say, and she regretted it a little. Maybe she should have told them about Lin Tian earlier. She wanted to surprise her parents. She didn't want her parents to be shocked. Auntie, I brought you a little gift. Lin Tian smiled and took out a box from his bag. When he opened the box, there was a small jade bottle inside. Lu Bingying's eyes lit up. She knew that the small jade bottle must contain the elixir of youth. Lin Tian's parents each took one, but she hadn't eaten it yet. What is this? Suyin was puzzled. Lin Tian smiled and said, Auntie, this is a pill that can prolong youth. It will do you a lot of good if you take it. Suyin frowned. Medicine? Luo Bingning couldn't help but say, Mom, if this pill is auctioned, it won't be difficult to sell it for 100 million US dollars. Ha! Lu Hongchuan and Su Yin's eyes showed surprise. A pill for $100 million? And Lin Tian can actually come up with something like this? But they knew their daughter well, and they knew that it was unlikely that Luo Bingning would help Lin Tian deceive them in such a matter. Uncle, I heard that you like calligraphy. This calligraphy is for you. Lin Tian took out another calligraphy work from his bag. Oh? Then I'd like to appreciate it. Lu Hongquan unfolded the calligraphy. He doesn't understand medicine, but he does understand calligraphy. This. Luo Hongquan was stunned. The calligraphy was 4 characters, Hai Na Bai Chuan, which was the same as the calligraphy hanging in his office. He had asked a master calligrapher to write it for him. But he felt that this one was much better. Looking at the work in front of him, he felt as if he were looking at the vast ocean, seeing countless rivers flowing into it. Lu Bingning brought Lin Tian back, and his heart, which had been a little restless, quickly calmed down. Lin Tian, is this a calligraphy work of a Grandmaster? Luo Hongchuan exclaimed in shock, where did you get this? This work seems to have been written recently. But are there any masters of calligraphy in the world? He loves calligraphy, and there are masters of calligraphy in China, but as far as he knows, there are no masters of calligraphy. Luo Bingning was stunned. Calligraphy master? She remembered Lin Tian saying before that he knew a little about calligraphy. Chapter 148, The father-in-law and mother-in-law were stunned. Luo Bingning said, Dad, are you sure this is master-level calligraphy? Lu Hongchuan nodded, of course. Although your father's calligraphy is only average, he still has the ability to distinguish. Masters value form, while masters value meaning. However, the artistic conception of a master is somewhat deliberate and is more influenced by the state of mind. This calligraphy is so free and unrestrained that it is impossible for a master to achieve such a level. Lu Hongchuan said, while looking closely at it. He loved this piece of calligraphy very much. Dad, how much is this calligraphy worth? Lu Bingning asked curiously. Lu Hongchuan said in a bad mood, you are a talented woman from Peking University, so you know how much this calligraphy is worth. If you have to measure it in money, this is a new work, so it can't be compared to those historical artifacts. If there aren't many masterpieces written by the same master, the market price of this piece of calligraphy is between 5 million and 10 million. Luo Bingning said in surprise, can it be so expensive? Lu Baichuan nodded, of course, because of your father, I would be willing to spend 10 million to buy this work. There are probably not many people in the whole of China who would be willing to pay more than me, so my estimate should be accurate. Lin Tian. His father-in-law's way of estimating is really unique. But don't say it's not accurate, because the value of calligraphy depends on how much the buyer is willing to pay. There are indeed not many more powerful buyers in the whole of China. There are still people who are richer than Luo Baichuan, but they would only pay so much if they also like calligraphy. Having said all that, Lin Tian, you haven't said where this work came from. I want to visit this master. Lu Hongquan looked at Lin Tian. Lin Tian coughed lightly and said, Uncle, you don't need to visit me. He has already come to visit you. Luo Hongchuan was stunned. Luo Bingning smiled and said, Dad, Lin Tian wrote this calligraphy himself. He knows a little bit about calligraphy. Lin Tian, did you really write this? Luo Hongchuan said in disbelief. Lin Tian is actually a master of calligraphy? Lin Tian nodded with a smile, it was indeed me who wrote it. You. Luo Hongchuan didn't know what to say for a moment. A master of calligraphy hasn't appeared in hundreds of years. If Lin Tian is a master of calligraphy, he will certainly be remembered in history, but how could Lin Tian be a master of calligraphy? Luo Hongchuan took a deep breath, I know you guys wouldn't joke about something like this. But how is this possible? Lin Tian, to be honest, I had you checked out before. Your family is average and you are average in every other way. Lin Tian raised his hand. His powerful internal strength sucked an apple off the coffee table into his hand. Crack! Lin Tian took a bite of the apple. Uncle, maybe the person you are looking for is not professional enough. I am actually a master in martial arts. Lo Hongquan and Suyin looked at Lin Tian in a daze. Lin Tian, are you Grandmaster Lin? Suyin reacted and said in shock, are you Master Lin? Lin Tian smiled and said, Uncle and Aunt, the masked hero is indeed me. Bingying said she wanted to give you a surprise. Lo Hongquan and Suyin were stunned. Lin Tian is actually the masked hero, Grandmaster Lin. Master Lin is a master of the Eru, Guqin, Suona, martial arts, and Feng Shui. Lin Tian, do you know anything else? Lo Hongquan asked curiously. Dad, I know. Luo Bingning quickly said, Brother Tian is very skilled in medicine. He should also be a master in medicine. He also speaks 9 foreign languages. He's also very good at disguising himself. Lu Hongquan and Suyin were both stunned. They thought their son-in-law was ordinary, but now they realized that Lin Tian is really too ordinary. It's a pity that the father-in-law and mother-in-law didn't open the treasure chest. Lin Tian thought to himself. The treasure chest on Luo Bingning's head has reached the silver level. I wonder if it will be gold tonight. Lin Tian, do you know anything else? Lu Hongquan asked. Suyin shook her head, honey, don't ask. I can't even remember all of this that has just come out. Let's keep some secrets for Lin Tian. Lin Tian smiled, I will. I basically know everything about ice and snow, and there are not many things that I haven't exposed. I still have a lot to learn. Lu Bingning said, Mom and Dad, don't tell anyone. It's much safer for Lin Tian to have a layer of camouflage. Behind him now is Grandmaster Lin, and without knowing his identity, no enemy dares to deal with him lightly. Lu Hongquan and the others nodded. They understand this principle. Lin Tian smiled and said, I really like my current life. If I go out in public, I may need to change my appearance. Auntie, take this pill. It will make you look a few years younger. If you take one every year, you will look about the same when you are 60. Suyin looked at Lin Tian blankly. Mom, it's true. Lin Tian's parents took one each this time, and Auntie became 5 or 6 years younger overnight. Lu Bingning smiled. Suyin was overjoyed. For women, the allure of this pill is too strong. Lu Hongquan asked, Lin Tian, does it look younger, or does it actually make you younger? Lin Tian smiled and said, it's true that the body becomes younger, but each pill can only last for a year. Lu Hongquan exclaimed in surprise, does it work even for old people whose lives are about to end? Lin Tian nodded. It works, but the effect is not as good. Luo Hongquan exclaimed, then this is not just about preserving youth, it is even more of an elixir for the elderly. As long as the effect can be confirmed, it is not uncommon for a single pill to be sold for $300 million to $500 million at an international auction house. You must keep the formula a secret. Lin Tian smiled, it doesn't matter if the formula is kept secret, even if it is made public, no one else can make it. Luo Hongquan said, if the raw materials are rare, you'd better stockpile some, otherwise the price of raw materials may skyrocket. Lin Tian nodded. I will stockpile some. But I don't plan to refine it much. If you speculate on raw materials, you will lose money. Lu Hongquan smiled and said, only a martial arts master can say that with confidence. It is a very wise choice to gradually reveal your strength as a martial arts master. How many geniuses have died before they could grow up? Speaking of this, Luo Hongquan remembered the phone call from Zhang Xishan. Knowing the situation of Lin Tian, he realized that he might have misunderstood Zhang Xishan. Zhang Xishan might not have wanted a marriage alliance. Lin Tian, have you had contact with the Zhang family? Luo Hongquan asked. Lin Tian nodded. Zhang Guangyao, the head of the Zhang family, was very rude to my parents because of his family's wealth. I made the Zhang family pay 3 billion. Lu Hongquan. Suyin. This son-in-law of mine is too fierce. That's 3 billion, not 300,000. Chapter 149 Luo Hongquan learns of his daughter's illness. Luo Hongquan said, Zhang Xishan called me today and said he would treat me to dinner and asked me to bring you and Bingying. He also invited his son. I thought he wanted to match his son with Bingning, but now I know that your situation is definitely not like that. The Zhang family has lost 3 billion yuan, and they can't even keep their son away from Luo Bingning, so how could they possibly match them up? Luo Bingning snorted. He wouldn't want to use you to get Tian Ge to return the money to the Zhang family, would he? Luo Hongchuan shook his head. If that were the case, he would have just invited me to dinner to communicate with me first, not to have dinner with me directly. I feel that he wants to use me to ease the relationship. Tomorrow is the anniversary of Bingning's grandmother's death. I haven't agreed to it yet, but he will definitely come to me again. Lin Tian, look. Lin Tian smiled. The Zhang family has assets worth hundreds of billions of dollars, and the Luo family is also in the imperial capital. In the future, there may be times when we have to deal with each other, so it's not a problem to meet. Uncle, you just make the arrangements. Lo Hongquan smiled and said, that's fine. I have to give him this face. If he calls again, I'll say yes. Lin Tian, you and Bingning seem to get along well. Lin Tian looked at Luo Bingning. Luo Bingning's pretty face was flushed with shyness. We really get along very well. Bingning is good in every way, and I like her very much. Lin Tian smiled. Lu Hongchuan let out a sigh of relief. His son-in-law was too outstanding. He was worried that his daughter wasn't good enough. In terms of talent, Luo Bingning is very good compared to ordinary people, but compared to the talent Lin Tian has shown, she is not worth mentioning. She is quite good-looking. But there are naturally not a few outstanding-looking women in the whole of China. The Luo family is not bad in terms of family background, but the Luo family's money is probably not very attractive to Lin Tian. With the help of the Elixir of Youth, Lin Tian would not have any difficulty making money. And Lin Tian already has 3 billion. As long as he doesn't invest or start a business blindly, it's really not easy to spend 3 billion. After calculating, Luo Hongchuan felt that his daughter didn't seem to have any particular advantages. What if the fairy son-in-law ran away? Lin Tian, you and Bingning have now received your marriage certificate, but you haven't held a wedding yet. What are your thoughts on this? Lu Hongchuan asked. For the older generation, getting a marriage license is not enough. The two of them are only considered to be truly together after they have a wedding banquet. Luo Bingying stood up with a slight blush. Dad, I'll go pack my things. She was a little embarrassed to discuss her own wedding. Honey, I'll help Bingying. Suyin and Luo Bingning took their luggage upstairs. Uncle, shall we go to the study to chat? Lin Tian Dao. Lu Hongchuan was a little strange. Couldn't they talk in the living room? But since Lin Tian said so, he naturally nodded in agreement. Soon, the two of them were in the study. Uncle, I think it would be best to hold Bingning and my wedding in March or April next year. What do you think? Lin Tian said. Lu Hongchuan frowned slightly. It's not even October yet, isn't it too late to hold the wedding in March or April next year? Lin Tian said, otherwise, the wedding can only be held within a month. Lu Hongchuan said, it's a bit too rushed to have it in a month. You and Bingning have only known each other for a little over a month. What about November or December? Lin Tian said in silence for a while, Uncle, Bingning has the body of ice and coldine, which was the top immortal body in ancient times. But now it has long since entered the era of the end of the law, and in the era of the end of the law, this kind of physique is called the absolute body of the Dark Yin. Lo Hongquan's face changed. The Xianin Juti doesn't sound very good. Is there a problem with the body of the Dark Yin? Lin Tian nodded slightly. The ice spirit in her body is getting stronger and stronger, and when it comes out, it will freeze her whole body. She will die. Luo Hongchuan felt a chill running up his spine. How much time does Bingying have left? Lu Hongchuan asked. Lin Tian said, if she hadn't met me, Bingying wouldn't have survived the winter. The ice spirit will grow a lot in the winter. At the end of October, I plan to take Bingying to Sanya. In the tropics, Bingying's condition will not deteriorate as quickly. Luo Hongchuan said, so if you want to hold a party, you can only do it within a month, or wait until the weather warms up a bit? Lin Tian nodded. Luo Hongchuan lit a cigarette. He took a deep breath. Your medical skills are very good. Can't you cure Bingning with your medical skills? Lu Hongchuan looked at Lin Tian hopefully. Not yet. But for the time being, I can alleviate the situation of Bingying and help her get through the winter. Lin Tian said truthfully. Lu Hongchuan's hand trembled slightly. You mean, with your current abilities, even if you can survive this year, you may not be able to survive next year? What if it lives in the tropics all the time? Lin Tian said, Uncle, people have a biological clock, and so does the ice spirit. It is more active in winter. It will be better in the tropics, but winter is still hard to bear. Luo Hongchuan's face turned ugly. Lin Tian Dao, Uncle, don't worry too much. I'll do more research and definitely solve the problem of freezing next year. Lu Hongchuan said in a hoarse voice, How sure are you? Tell me the truth. I don't need you to lie to me. Lin Tian thought for a moment. There is still more than a year until next winter. I don't think it can be solved by a master of medicine, it will probably take a god. It should be possible to reach the level of a god in that amount of time. Uncle, I can't say for sure, but I'm 80% sure I can do it. You really don't have to worry too much. Lin Tian smiled, even if it is not completely solved next year, my medical skills will definitely improve a lot next year. Phew. Lu Hongquan let out a sigh of relief. An 80 to 90% chance is still pretty high. And as long as Lin Tian's medical skills improve, even if it can't be completely solved next year, it should be able to help Luo Bingning survive the next year. Lin Tian, you're not lying to me, are you? If Bingning doesn't have much time left, we'll spend all our time with her. Luo Hongchuan said in a deep voice. Lin Tian smiled lightly and said, Uncle, don't worry. I was being a bit conservative when I said 80 to 90%. I can cure her next year with a probability of over 90%. Lu Hongchuan nodded. Lin Tian said this and he believed it. Do your parents know about Bingying's condition? Lu Hongchuan asked. Lin Tian shook his head, I haven't told them yet. Luo Hongchuan said in a moment of silence, let's get married and have a banquet next year. It's a bit too soon to do it in a month. You can get engaged in October. Before the engagement, you have to let your parents know about Bingying's condition. It's not good to hide it from them. Bingying is recovering well, but if Bingying is there. Luo Hongchuan couldn't continue. Lin Tian smiled and said, Uncle, don't worry. You see, I'm still in the mood to post videos on Huayin, right? If I don't post it, you can worry about it later. Luo Hongchuan smiled a little, that's true. You make good videos for Huayin, and I'm a fan. Shouldn't you update more often? Chapter 150, Luo's Family Feng Shui Problem. Lin Tian smiled lightly, I've been a little busy lately, but I'll update more when I have some free time. Lu Hongchuan asked curiously, the typhoon turned east to the country of Sakura. Many people on the internet said that it was done by Master Lin. Uncle, I only know a little about Feng Shui. How is it possible for such a large typhoon to be diverted? We must believe in science for this kind of thing. Lin Tian said seriously. Luo Hongchuan nodded with a smile, you're right. I wanted to warn you, but it seems you don't need it. He basically believed that Lin Tian was involved in the matter. Lin Tian's slight understanding of Luo Hongchuan is now clear. A master who starts out may not be a grandmaster. Lin Tian has no idea about anything below the master level. Bingning's mother likes feng shui, and the family has also hired a feng shui master to look at it. Can you help look around tomorrow? Lu Hongquan smiled. Lin Tian said, Uncle, it's still early. I'll take a look now. Tomorrow is the anniversary of Grandma Bingning's death. If there are any problems, they can be solved tonight. Lu Hongchuan looked at his watch. It's 8 o'clock. Is it still in time? In the past, a feng shui master would spend half a day looking at it. Lin Tian smiled lightly, if he doesn't spend more time, it's not good for you to pay him more. I'm a quick feng shui master, 20 minutes is enough. Luo Hongchuan was surprised. So fast? If another feng shui master had said that, he would have been worried that the other person had not done a good job. Let's take a look around your house. After a dozen minutes, Luo Hongchuan took Lin Tian around the front and back of the house, and around the inside of the house. Although Luo Hongchuan's house is large, it is enough to walk through it in 10 minutes. Lin Tian, is the feng shui of the house okay? The family's business has been booming in recent years. In the living room, Luo Bingning's mother, Suyin, smiled. She invited the feng shui master back. Lin Tian frowned slightly, and Luo Bingning said, Brother Tian, is there something wrong with the feng shui of the house? Suyin said doubtfully, I don't think so. After adjusting the feng shui, there have been fewer minor illnesses and injuries. The family business has also gone much more smoothly. Luo Hongchuan said, Lin Tian, we have lived in this house for more than 10 years, and it really feels good in every way. Our health, family, and career are all going well. Lin Tian asked, how did the feng shui master find it? Su Yin's face changed slightly. The feng shui master was introduced by my brother, so there shouldn't be a problem, right? He knows a lot of people from all walks of life. Lin Tian was silent. Su Yin said, Lin Tian, if you have any questions, just say them. Don't worry, I'll believe you. Lin Tian is a martial arts master, and he is also extremely powerful in other aspects. There is no need for Lin Tian to lie to her. There is no need to lie to the Luo family for money. Lin Tian sighed and said, Auntie, it's true that the Luo family has been thriving these years, but it's not without problems. You just don't realize it. Luo Bingning's face changed slightly. I should have had a younger brother? Lin Tian shook his head, you should have had a younger brother or sister, not necessarily a younger brother. Auntie, have you adjusted the feng shui of the villa recently? Sui nodded, yes, it was adjusted 2 months ago. Lin Tian said, the first time the feng shui was set up was to prevent you from having any more children. The last time it was set up was to make you sick. Su Yin's face turned very ugly. Luckily, Luo Hongchuan is fine. Lin Tian Dao, Bingying is sick. If something happens to you, her condition will probably worsen. If something happens to you in Bingying. Lu Hongchuan's face also turned very ugly. Mr. Luo is already quite old. How long can he live? He is already sick. If Lin Tian doesn't treat him, and his son and daughter-in-law die, and his granddaughter dies, can he bear such a blow? The Luo family's wealth will probably go to the Su family. My dear, I didn't expect this. Su Yin looked at Luo Hongchuan and said bitterly. The feng shui master was introduced by her brother, and if it was said that her brother had nothing to do with this, Su Yin herself would not believe it. Luo Hongchuan comforted his wife, saying, I know this has nothing to do with you, and I won't blame you. Lin Tian smiled and said, Uncle and Aunt, don't be too upset. The feng shui master is still quite good. The Luo family has been quite successful over the years. Your health has been affected recently, but the feng shui adjustment won't take long, so it's not a big deal. As for the children, I will adjust the feng shui and then treat you. You will have no problem having another child. Lu Hongchuan's expression eased a lot. If you have another child, Bingying will get less. Lu Hongchuan joked. Lin Tian smiled, if I work hard to make money, I should be able to surpass the Luo family in assets in less than a year. I can raise Bingying to be fat and healthy without the Luo family. Luo Bingying said coquettishly, I don't want to be fat and plump. Are you going to raise me like a pig? Su Yin looked at Luo Hongchuan and said, Honey, shall we have another child? She felt that she owed the Luo family a lot for this. Lu Hongchuan shook his head. There is no need. Bingying is enough. Let's have another one. When we pick up our child from kindergarten, other parents will definitely think we are grandparents. Su Yin said, but. Luo Hongchuan waved his hand, no buts. Our family doesn't have a throne to inherit, only a little money. All the family property will go to Bingying. My dear, I have to let your brother leave the company. Su Yin gritted her teeth, he's ruining our family. I'll call the police and have him arrested. Lu Hongchuan shook his head. What Lin Tian just said is not a reason to arrest him. Feng shui is just superstition in the eyes of the law. And after all, he is your brother. Su Yin said coldly, I don't have a brother like this, who secretly plots against us and tries to take over our family's wealth. I'm not so stupid as to recognize him as my brother. Lin Tian said, Auntie, let's deal with the feng shui master first. Can you ask him to come over tomorrow? Tomorrow is the anniversary of Grandma Bingning's death, so it's reasonable to ask him to come over. We can use him to confirm whether this is the case. It may not necessarily be your brother's problem, it could also be Aunt Bingying's problem. Su Yin's eyes lit up. If that's the case, it would be the best outcome. Honey, I think we should call the feng shui master now. If he is in the capital, let him come over. Otherwise, you won't be able to sleep tonight. Lo Hongquan Road. Su Yin looked at Lin Tian, if we ask the feng shui master to come now, it might be too late. Lin Tian smiled, I sleep very late every day. It's only a little after 8, so it's still very early for me. Sui nodded. She took out her cell phone and dialed the number. Master Wu, tomorrow is my mother-in-law's Memorial Day. I need your help with something. Are you in the capital? Master Wu's eyes lit up on the other end of the line. The Luo family is rich. He has helped adjust the feng shui 5 times, each time for 1 million. Mrs. Luo, I'm in the capital city. Suin apologized. Can you come over? I'm sorry to bother you so late. It's fine, I'll be right over. I'll be there in an hour and a half. Master Wu hung up the phone and drove off happily. Chapter 151, A Special Golden Treasure Box. Lo Hongquan frowned and said, Wu might not admit it when he comes over. What if he doesn't admit it when he comes over? Lin Tian smiled and said, Uncle, don't worry about this. When he comes over, I will reason with him nicely. Luo Hongquan was puzzled. Reason? Master Wu is not the type of person who can be reasoned with. He will deny everything. Uncle, Aunt, which room am I staying in? I'll go back to my room to practice. When he comes over, you can call me. Lin Tian asked. Suin asked, do you sleep in the same room over there? If you sleep in the same room, you can sleep in Bingying's room. Luo Bingning's pretty face visibly turned red. Mom, what are you talking about? We didn't. Luo Bingning hurriedly said. Suin said, you are both married, it is normal to sleep together. You are young, how can you be more conservative than your mother? Mom, I'm not talking to you anymore. Brother Tian, I'll take you to the guest room. Luo Bingying got up and said coquettishly. Uncle and Aunt, I'll go upstairs first. Lin Tian smiled and said that he quickly followed Luo Bingning upstairs. The Luo family had a large villa with many guest rooms. Luo Hongquan got up and said, Honey, let's go for a walk outside. Ha? Suin was a little confused. But she still followed Luo Hongquan outside the villa. After leaving the villa for a while, Suin said, Honey, are you trying to tell me about my brother? If it was him, I'll just pretend I don't have a brother. Luo Hongquan shook his head slightly. I'm not talking about that. I'm talking about Bingying's problem. Suin was puzzled. What's wrong with their daughter? Lu Hongquan said, doesn't Bingying have a chronic illness? It was better before, but now it hurts once or twice a month. Lin Tian said it was a rare case of Xianin Jumai, 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 a rare. After listening to Luo Hongquan, Su Yin's eyes were full of worry. Husband, can Lin Tian really solve Bingying's problem? Su Yin asked. Lu Hongquan nodded, if he can't solve it, maybe no one else in the world can solve it. According to what he said, he still has the mood to make videos and stuff, so he should be able to solve it in the future. The problem of feng shui may involve your younger brother. We must stand firmly by Lin Tian on this matter. Suin said, are you afraid that I will be soft-hearted when I meet him? If I protect my brother, will Lin Tian be unhappy? Don't worry, I definitely won't. Lu Hongquan nodded slightly. Suin sighed, I was thinking that Bingying and her husband would get married this year, but it seems that it won't work. Getting married within a month is too hasty. Lo Hongquan said, so what I mean is that they should get engaged this month. You still have to talk to Bingning. When it comes to taking the initiative, you still have to be a bit more proactive. Sui nodded slightly. The son-in-law is too outstanding. If Luo Bingning is too reserved, and Lin Tian is snatched away by another woman, then it will be too late to cry. Honey, I'm sorry. Suin whispered, her eyes flashing. What are you talking about? This is not your problem. We are old married couple. You don't need to say sorry to me. Lu Hongquan hugged Suin and comforted her. Suin said in a trembling voice, I think I'm scared. If it weren't for Lin Tian, I'm afraid our whole family would be finished. It's all right. Everything will pass. Lu Hongquan patted Su Yin's back. In the villa, Lin Tian and Luo Bingning arrived at Lin Tian's room. This room is right next to Luo Bingning's room. Brother Tian, my room is right next door. If anything happens, just knock on my door. Luo Bingning finished and was about to go back to her room. Lin Tian instantly reached out and embraced Luo Bingning. Luo Bingning's face turned red, and her heartbeat suddenly accelerated a lot. Bingying, your teacher's wife's illness has been cured, and you still owe me something. Now you can return it to me. Lin Tian looked down at Luo Bingning and said with a smile. Luo Bingning's eyes were a little bit confused. You bad guy, don't do anything crazy. This is in my house, and my parents are downstairs. Luo Bingning said weakly. Lin Tian laughed and said, they're not in the villa now. They've gone out for a walk and a chat. There are only 2 of us in this huge villa. It's useless to shout. Luo Bingning's pretty face turned red, and she turned her head to the side. You quickly finish kissing me and let go of me. Lin Tian lowered his head. His lips touched Luo Bingning's flawless face. In an instant, Luo Bingning felt as if she had been electrocuted. The last time Lin Tian kissed her forehead, kissing her face was even more stimulating to Luo Bingning. The silver treasure chest on Luo Bingning's head finally turned golden. You bad guy, why don't you let go of me? Luo Bingning said coquettishly. Lin Tianxin's mouth on her face did not leave immediately. You stingy little thing, a little more kissing won't hurt. Lin Tian said with a smile. He raised his head and bumped it against the golden treasure chest. I'm ignoring you. Luo Bingning left Lin Tian's embrace with a little force, and she quickly returned to her room with a blush on her face. Ding, the golden treasure chest is open. Congratulations, host, you have obtained all the information on the 5th generation stealth fighter. The voice of the system rang in Lin Tian's mind. Lin Tian quickly closed the door. A huge amount of information rushed into his mind, more than he had received before. Even with the system's protection, Lin Tian felt his head about to explode, and it took 20 minutes for him to calm down. What a find! Our country already has the 5th generation of aircraft, and I thought it was useless, but there is a difference between the 5th generation and the 5th generation. The technology contained in the 5th generation fighter I obtained is enough to build the strongest 5th generation fighter. Lin Tian thought to himself. In the short term, these may be more important than the technology of the 6th generation, because many of them can be used immediately. Even if the 6th generation has the technology, it won't be out that quickly. How do I give these things away? Lin Tian had a headache. Of course, he hopes that the country can use these things, but the question is how to give them out? Should he input them into a computer and hand them over? The data is extremely complicated, and it would take a long time to input it into the computer, and the state would suspect its origin. He has never even seen a 5th generation machine, so how could he have imagined it? No matter how smart he is, without the experimental data, he can't possibly design the 5th generation machine in his head. Forget it. I'll find a suitable opportunity later. There's no rush. Lin Tian thought to himself. Splash. After receiving the message, Lin Tian was sweating and went to the bathroom to take a shower. When Lin Tian finished his shower and went downstairs, Master Wu had already arrived. Luo Hongchuan and the others couldn't help but ask Master Wu. Their faces were not very good. Master Wu glanced at Lin Tian and said, Mr. Luo, if you don't believe me, I'll leave. What you just said is pure nonsense. Chapter 152, Great Memory Restoration Technique. Lin Tian smiled, Master Wu, don't be in a hurry. Master Wu is called Wu Zongxian, and he wore a mocking smile on his face. He came so late, and Luo Hongchuan and the others didn't look right, so he immediately raised his guard. Luo Hongchuan is an old fox, and it is impossible to get anything out of him. Lin Tian is just a young man who wants to eat shit. Lin Tian, we asked him, and he said there was no such thing, that he was purely helping our Luo family. He has never harmed our family. Luo Hongchuan said. He was a little regretful. Perhaps they should have let Lin Tian ask the questions first. Lin Tian nodded and said, Uncle, leave it to me. I am the best at reasoning with people. I also have a great memory recovery technique. Wu Zongxian sneered, the Luo family is big and wealthy, and it would be shameful to get benefits and wrongfully accuse people. Lin Tian walked closer. He instantly blocked Wu Zongxian's acupressure points. Wu Zongxian could not move or speak. He looked panicked, his mouth wide open as if he was about to say something, but no sound came out of his throat. Lin Tian smiled and said, Master Wu, don't worry. You can think about it first, and we can talk about it later. Lin Tian said, grabbing Wu Zongxian's hand. The separating the tendons and dislodging the bones technique is being used. Wu Zongxian's eyes widened in an instant. His face twisted in pain. Lin Tian continued to attack, and Wu Zongxian used his other hand. Both hands were in severe pain at the same time. Wu Zongxian soon began to cry in snot, and sweat began to pour out of his forehead. Lu Hongquan and the others watching on felt the pain. Lin Tian, will this leave a mark? Lu Hongquan asked. Lin Tian smiled and said, Uncle, don't worry, there won't be any marks. Even if he calls the police, it won't do any good. And if he dares to call the police, I will find him often. I will make him enjoy 2 hours of torture every time I find him. Luo Hongquan nodded, that's good. If there are any scars, it will be a bit of a problem. Since there are no scars, it's the same as having no evidence of feng shui. Even if Wu Zongxian reports it to the police, it won't make a difference. Lin Tian, what kind of tea do you like? I'll make you a cup of tea. Suyin asked. Auntie, I'm fine. Lin Tian smiled. Suyin returned with the tea, and Luo Bingning turned on the TV. Half an hour later, Lin Tian and the others had watched an episode of a variety show. Luo Hongquan turned off the TV. Lin Tian, let's ask him first. If he doesn't remember, we'll go to bed and come back to ask him in the morning. Okay. Lin Tian nodded. He quickly restored Wu Zongxian's hands. Wu Zongxian felt as if he had gone from hell to heaven. The pain from the separating the tendons and dislocating the bones technique was too intense. Master Wu, do you remember now? It's getting late. If you don't remember, you can think about it later. We have to go to bed, we can't stay up with you. Lin Tian said with a smile. Wu Zongxian's eyes showed signs of fear. He felt like he was going to die of pain after just half an hour. If it continued for the whole night, he would rather die. I'll talk. Wu Zongxian said in a trembling voice. Lin Tian said calmly, Master Wu, don't lie to me. The chances of you lying to me are extremely slim. If I find out you're lying, I'm sorry. Wu Zongxian hurriedly said, I definitely won't lie. I was recruited by Su Yongjun. Lin Tian stared coldly at Wu Zongxian, don't hide anything. Tell me everything you know. Wu Zongxian's body shook. Before I met Su Yongjun, his wife Guameijia came to me first and asked me to get close to Su Yongjun on purpose. Su Yin's eyes lit up. Continue. Lin Tian said in a low voice. Wu Zongxian said, after I got close to Su Yongjun, I showed my strength and we became good friends. Guameijia later asked him to introduce me to Mrs. Luo, and I heard that Guameijia had set up a special feng shui array. Lin Tian said, Su Yongjun doesn't know? Wu Zongxian didn't dare to lie, and he shook his head. He didn't know, and he always thought he had helped the Luo family. Su Yin relaxed completely. It's good that her brother didn't get involved. What did Guameijia promise you in return? You actually did such a thing. The Luo family is not someone to be trifled with. Lin Tian said in a low voice. Wu Zongxian said, Guameijia promised that after the job was done, she would give me 100 million, and I would never have to worry about money for the rest of my life. With inflation over the years, prices have gone up, and the Luo family's assets have also grown. I talked to her about 10 billion. But she added a condition. Lin Tian asked, what condition? Wu Zongxian said, she and Su Yongjun are not getting along very well these days, and she hopes that I will get rid of Su Yongjun at the same time. Su Yin gritted her teeth. Guameijia is really ruthless. Lin Tian, did he lie? Lo Hongquan asked. Lin Tian shook his head, according to my judgment, he is not lying. I should be able to tell if he is lying. Wu Zongxian said, I've already told you. I'll help you change the feng shui. Let me go. Even if you record it, it's useless. Feng shui killing is not recognized by the law. It's a superstitious act. Lin Tian smiled, Master Wu, you know a lot. Wu Zongxian said, you let me go, and we will not interfere with each other in the future. You can't keep me here forever. This is illegal detention, which is against the law. Lin Tian reached out and patted Wu Zongxian on the shoulder, Master Wu, you just suffered a setback, so don't do anything crazy in the future. I don't want to see you in China again. And don't tell Guameijia. Wu Zongxian left in a hurry. He didn't want to stay in this place for another minute. Lo Hongquan looked at Lin Tian, who smiled, "Uncle, those who do evil will die. I don't think he will live long. Don't worry about him, just let him go." Luo Bingning recorded it, but legally, there was really nothing he could do to Wu Zongxian. Feng Shui killing people is not covered by the law. But just because the law can't do anything to him doesn't mean Lin Tian can't do anything to him. He put a burst of internal energy into Wu Zongxian's body. This internal strength penetrated into his spine. 3 days later, this internal energy will completely erupt, and the nerves in Wu Zongxian's spine will be completely destroyed. He will either die or become a vegetable. Lin Tian, thank you. Suyin said gratefully. Lin Tian hurriedly said, "Auntie, you're being too formal. Bingning and I are married. Legally speaking, we are already husband and wife. We are family." Suyin smiled and said, "We are indeed a family, but even so, you still have to thank you very much." Lo Hongquan said, "Wife, shall we go to your brother's house?" Suyin nodded, "I had the same idea. Su Yongjun, Su Yin's younger brother, also lives in the imperial capital, not too far from them, a 20-minute drive away. Uncle and aunt, I'm going to join the fun." Lin Tian smiled. Lo Hongquan and the others nodded. It wouldn't be the same without Lin Tian. Chapter 153, Is the Sun Not Biological? Uncle, I'll drive. When he got to the garage, Lin Tian smiled and said, "His driving skills are master level, and he can easily drive a tank." Lo Hongquan nodded, "Okay, then you drive, you and Bingning sit in the front, and we sit in the back. Lin Tian, there should be no need for bodyguards to follow you, right?" Lin Tian laughed and said, "Of course not. With him by their side, it would be difficult for Luo Hongquan and the others to get into trouble. And even if something happened to him, it would be useless even if the entire bodyguard team were mobilized." Soon, Lin Tian and the others set off. Luo Hongquan had given the order, so the bodyguard team naturally did not follow. "Bingning, does your uncle have any children?" Lin Tian asked. Luo Bingning nodded, "Yes, my uncle has a son, 5 years younger than me, just a freshman." Suyin said, "Lin Tian, if Guomeijia doesn't pay up, you should take action without any hesitation. But don't kill her, it's best to let the law punish her. Honey, she must have taken advantage of the company." Luo Hongquan nodded slightly, "I knew she had taken some advantage of the situation. We are all family, so I turned a blind eye before. Don't go too far. Who would have thought that she would not only take some benefits, but she would viciously murder our entire family?" Lu Hongquan and Suyin were both furious. If Lin Tian hadn't discovered it, Guomeijia would have succeeded. If they died, the company would go to Luo Bingning. What if Luo Bingning was seriously ill and died? Su Yongjun is Luo Bingning's uncle. If Luo Bingning is seriously ill and about to die, she will definitely leave her will to Su Yongjun. After Su Yongjun gets it, if something happens to him, a lot of the Luo family's vast wealth will go to Guomeijia. 20 minutes later, Lin Tian and the others arrived. Su Yongjun and his family didn't live in such a nice house, but they did have a villa. They had made a lot of money off the Luo family. Click. Hearing the noise outside, Su Yongjun opened the villa door. "Sister, brother-in-law, why are you here?" Su Yongjun asked in surprise. "It's already past 10 p.m. Luo Hongquan and the others are health conscious, so they're usually asleep by now." Suyin said, "Is Meijia here?" Su Yongjun nodded. "She is. She's taking a bath right now. Sister, brother-in-law, please come in." "Hey, Bingying, why didn't you get out of the car when you came?" Su Yongjun said with a smile. Lin Tian and Luo Bingning also got out of the car. Luo Bingning cried out, "Uncle, this is my boyfriend, Lin Tian." "Hello, uncle." Lin Tian smiled and said. Su Yongjun was puzzled. Luo Bingning had brought her boyfriend to see him, but she shouldn't have come so late. And he came empty-handed. Even if the young people don't know etiquette, Luo Hongquan and the others definitely do, and they shouldn't let Lin Tian come empty-handed. "Brother-in-law, please come in." Su Yongjun guessed that Luo Hongquan and the others had something to do. Soon Lin Tian and the others arrived at the villa. Suyin took out her cell phone and opened a video. "Yongjun, take a look at this. This is a video that was just shot." "Okay. Sis, you can watch it whenever you like." Su Yongjun watched the video. Soon his face became very ugly. His wife had actually plotted to take over the Luo family's wealth and even wanted to get rid of him. Honey, why haven't you come up yet? Hey, sister, brother-in-law, you're here so late. Gua Meijia's voice came from the second floor of the villa. Change your clothes and come downstairs, Su Yongjun said in a low voice. Gua Meijia quickly changed out of her pajamas and came downstairs. She asked curiously, brother-in-law, is there something the matter with you coming over so late? Pop. Su Yongjun got up and slapped Gua Meijia hard in the face. Gua Meijia was stunned. Su, you dare to hit me? I'll fight you. Gua Meijia came back to her senses and yelled furiously. Pat. Pat. She usually let Su Yongjun get away with it, but this time he wouldn't let her. After a few slaps, Gua Meijia calmed down. Su Yongjun, why? With the Luo family backing you up, you're going to abuse me like this? Gua Meijia covered her face and accused him. Su Yongjun said coldly, what's going on with you and Wu Zongxian? Gua Meijia looked at Su Yongjun. Su Yongjun must have had concrete evidence to beat her like this. You neglected me all these years. I slept with him, so if you want a divorce, go ahead. Gua Meijia said coldly. Lin Tian's eyes showed surprise. There was another layer? They didn't expect this, and they didn't ask Master Wu about it. Su Yongjun was so angry that he wanted to vomit blood. Gua Meijia actually had an affair with Wu Zongxian behind his back. You and he conspired to seize the Luo family's property and even wanted to kill me. Gua Meijia, you have a heart of ice. Su Yongjun gritted his teeth. No, that's not true. Gua Meijia hurriedly said, her expression was panicked. Seeing her look, Su Yongjun immediately made a judgment. Master Wu was right. Gua Meijia did have such a plan. Suyin said, Wu Zongxian only talked about feng shui, but I didn't expect you to cheat on Wu Zongxian. What feng shui kills people, no such thing. You guys don't talk nonsense, feng shui kills people is just superstition. Gua Meijia sneered. She admitted to the affair and agreed to divorce, but she would not admit to adultery. Lin Tian smiled and walked forward. He instantly pressed Gua Meijia's acupressure points. Then he used the Great Memory Technique, and with the help of the Great Memory Technique, Gua Meijia remembered it after a short while. Uncle, have you ever done a paternity test? Lin Tian asked. Su Yongjun shook his head, no. It is recommended to do a paternity test at that time to confirm it. Lin Tian Dao. He had just used his godlike sense of smell to detect the presence of Wu Zongxian in Su Yongjun's son's room. Recently, Wu Zongxian has entered Su Yongjun's son's room, and when he entered, Gua Meijia did not enter. What was Wu Zongxian doing in Su Yongjun's son's room alone? He stayed for quite a while. Who are you? Don't talk nonsense here. Su Yongjun, the son must be our son. Gua Meijia said. Lo Hongquan stood up, Yongjun, you keep an eye on her. The police should come tomorrow to take her away. You should have Lin Tian do a paternity test. We'll go back first. Su Yongjun said bitterly, brother-in-law, I'm really sorry. It was me who introduced Wu to the police. I will resign tomorrow. Luo Hongquan shook his head, there is no need for you to resign. You were also deceived, and you are also a victim. We're leaving first. Soon, Lin Tian and the others left the villa. As they drove away, Luo Bingning said, Brother Tian, why do you suspect that Uncle's son is not his biological son? Lin Tian said, I suspect that Wu has something to hide. Gua Meijia went to find him, and they should have known each other before. With Wu Zongxian's methods, it should not be very difficult to drug Gua Meijia and get her pregnant. Gua Meijia directly asked Wu Zongxian to set up a trap to kill someone. How did she know that Wu Zongxian had such abilities? Lu Hongquan narrowed his eyes. Lin Tian, are you saying that the mantis catches the mantis, and the sparrow is behind it? Could it be that Yongjun's son is Wu Zongxian's biological son? Lin Tian nodded, I have such a guess. Suyin took a deep breath and said, if that's the case, Wu has set up a huge trap. Chapter 154, Yang Lao's Call for Help. Back at the villa, Lin Tian and the others returned to their respective rooms. Lin Tian took out his laptop from the system space and quickly checked Wu Zongxian's whereabouts. It didn't take long for Lin Tian to find out that Wu Zongxian had boarded a plane to Europe, which had already taken off at that point. That's good. Lin Tian thought to himself. If Wu Zongxian had an accident in China, he would have been taken care of and sent to the hospital in time, and he might have even survived as a vegetable. If he goes abroad, no one will take care of him, and he will definitely die. The rich have a lot of problems. I never thought I would run into such a thing so soon after arriving. Fortunately, Bingning's parents are very nice people. Lin Tian thought to himself. As long as Luo Bingning's parents are fine, the rest is just a minor problem in Lin Tian's eyes. Oh, right, maybe Wu Zongxian has already had a paternity test. Lin Tian first hacked into the network of the plane Wu Zongxian was on, and then he hacked into Wu Zongxian's phone. Wu Zongxian's international flight has internet on board. It really does. Lin Tian found the paternity report in Wu Zongxian's phone. There is a parent-child relationship. Lin Tian flipped to the back of the paternity test and sighed when he saw the results. Uncle Luo Bingning is a bit pitiful, raising someone else's son for so many years. Gua Meijia is ruthless, seeking to kill for money, even her own husband. Wu Zongxian is even more skilled, and he even let Gua Meijia give birth to a son for him. They are all trouble. Lin Tian shook his head in disapproval. After cleaning up the traces, Lin Tian put away the laptop. It's approaching 60 million fans. Lin Tian opened the Huayin app and took a look. He had nearly 40 million followers before the last live broadcast. The live broadcast of flying on the leaves and other things was too explosive, and his followers increased dramatically. But his recent surge in fans is not just due to the live broadcast, but also due to the impact of Typhoon Hague. It has been exposed online that when Typhoon Hague was approaching the coast of China, he went to Zhenhela in Fuzhou. And he also erected a monument there. This news has been circulating on the internet. These guys actually let me talk about feng shui on live broadcast. Can I talk about this? This is superstition. We have to talk about science. Lin Tian thought to himself. He quickly uploaded 3 videos of his inventory. One each of Eru, Guqin, and Suona. In the villa, Luo Hongchuan lay down on the bed, but he didn't go to sleep right away. Instead, he first checked his phone. Master Lin has posted a video. Luo Hongchuan said. Suyin leaned in and said, "Honey, Lin Zongxue is Lin Tian, and you still call him Lin Zongxue." Luo Hongchuan said seriously, "In the future, we should not change anything in private, and we should be the same as before. We should continue to call him Grandmaster Lin." Suyin's heart stirred. "Are you afraid that someone is eavesdropping?" Lu Hongchuan nodded. "Didn't Bingying say that they have spies from the East Cherry Kingdom there to plant listening devices? We must be more careful in what we say and do in the future." Suyin pointed to Luo Hongchuan's cell phone, and Luo Hongchuan said, "Our cell phones have been handled by network experts. Let's watch a video." Lu Hongchuan clicked on one of the videos. After watching the 3 videos, Suyin smiled and said, "I suddenly feel that Master Lin's music sounds better than before." Lu Hongchuan smiled. Their mood has changed. Now that they know that Master Lin is their son-in-law, their favorability rating has gone up. Imperial Capital Military Region General Hospital. How is Master Su? The second elder arrived at a special care ward in the hospital late at night. Elder 2, after our rescue, Mr. Su has temporarily escaped the danger of death, but Mr. Su's physical functions have declined, and I'm afraid he won't last much longer. The hospital's director, Chang, sighed slightly. The second elder said, "Su has made great contributions to our country's aviation industry, so we must do our best to save him. P.S. Su is fictional. Do you have any other ideas?" Dean Chang thought to himself, "Elder 2, Yang was in a terrible condition at first, but he survived. I heard that the young man who treated him was very open-minded, so maybe there is a way." The second elder nodded slightly. "I have also heard about the situation of Mr. Yang. Will Mr. Su be okay for the time being?" Dean Cheng said, "Don't worry, he'll be fine for now, but the best-case scenario is that he'll only last a month." Alas. The second elder sighed. Dean Cheng hesitated. "Dean Cheng, if you have something to say, just say it." The second elder saw that something was wrong with the look on Dean Cheng's face. Dean Cheng smiled bitterly. Mr. Su said he still had work to do. He said that lying down was just a waste of the country's money. There is no point in living longer. It is only meaningful for the country if he works one more day. The second elder frowned. How can he work in this condition? You have to persuade him properly. Dean Chang said helplessly, you know, if Mr. Su insists, we can't persuade him. The second elder went to the bedside. A gray-haired old man was sleeping on the bed, his brows slightly furrowed, not sleeping very soundly. Mr. Su was only 82 years old. If he hadn't overworked himself, he would definitely have lived to be 90. The country owes him a lot. The second elder said softly. Elder, don't say that. Father doesn't regret it. Su's son said. Take good care of him. I'll think of a way to see if I can keep him alive for another 2 or 3 months. The second elder said. He wouldn't dare say more. Director Chang has already said that he can only last a month at most. The second elder came out of the hospital with a heavy heart. Su had made great contributions to the country in silence, and even as he lay dying, he was still thinking about contributing to the country. But seeing him lying in bed, he was powerless. Xiao Zhao, take note. Tomorrow, find some time to visit Mr. Yang. The second elder said. Yes, sir. The next day, the second elder woke up early with something on his mind and arrived at the Tianshui Sanatorium at 7:30. The old man went to bed early and got up early. Yang Lao had also gotten up early and was eating breakfast at the moment. The second elder entered the house. Mr. Yang, you have a good appetite. You look very healthy. The second elder said with a smile. Yang Lao got up and said, Elder, you are a busy man. What brings you here at this hour? Let's sit down and talk, Mr. Yang. The second elder said a little about the situation of Mr. Su. Mr. Yang, you know more about Xiaolin's situation. Do you think Xiaolin can help with Mr. Su's situation? Yang Lao ate a dumpling and said, Elder, I think you must also know the situation of Xiaolin. Why don't you just call Xiaolin directly? Elder Tu coughed lightly. I do know a little about it. But you know him well, so you might be able to get in touch with him better. He is in the imperial capital now. Can you ask him to take a look at Mr. Su? Yang Lao was silent for a moment and said, Elder, even if you were doing it for your own son, I wouldn't make that call. You can call him yourself. But Brother Su has dedicated his life to the country, he deserves it. Soon, Yang dialed Lin Tian's phone. Lin Xiao, this is how it is. Chapter 155, The Domineering Mother-in-Law is online. After listening to Mr. Yang, Lin Tian was deeply moved. Many scientists of the older generation have worked tirelessly for the country. And many of them have dedicated themselves anonymously. Shaolin, can you think of a way? Academician Su has lived a life worthy of the country and the people. Yang said in a heavy tone. Lin Tian said, Grandma Bingning's Memorial Day is today. I'll go directly to the Military General Hospital in the afternoon. Yang's eyes lit up. Lin Tian, do you have a solution? Lin Tian smiled and said, if you say so, I would feel like a national sinner if I couldn't help. I think I can do something about this situation. Yang Lao let out a sigh of relief. That's good. Xiaolin, actually, it was the second elder who found me this time. The second elder felt it was a bit rude to approach you directly, so he asked me to approach you first. Would you like to say a few words to the second elder? Lin Tian was stunned. The second elder? This is a top leader who often appears in the news. Master Lin, I'm a fan of yours. A familiar voice came through the microphone. I had never heard this voice in real life, but I had often heard it on TV. Lin Tian hurriedly said, Elder Lin, you're joking. You can just call me Lin Xiaolin. Elder Lin said with a hearty laugh, Xiaolin, I'm not joking with you. I really like the arrow, and I'm a big fan of yours. My granddaughter saw your video and recommended you to me. At that time, you didn't have more than 5 million fans. Lin Tian was surprised. Elder Tu might have really been following him for a long time, and there was no need to lie to him as Elder Tu. Elder Tu, that's my honor. Lin Tian smiled. Elder Tu laughed and said, it's a pity that I have something to do this afternoon, otherwise I could have learned from the young people to meet their idols and chase after them. Shaolin, please take care of the matter of Mr. Su. But you shouldn't feel burdened. If it's the will of heaven, there's nothing you can do about it. Lin Tian said, don't worry, I'll do my best. After hanging up the phone, Lin Tian was full of emotion. The second elder is very approachable. When he arrived at the cemetery, he saw many people from afar. So many people? Lin Tian asked in a puzzled tone. As far as he knew, although Luo Bingning's grandfather was not an only child, only he survived the war. Her grandmother was a rare only child. Luo Bingning whispered, "There is a saying that goes, the poor are ignored in the city, but the rich have distant relatives in the mountains. But it's good this way. The worship of grandma can be lively and bustling." After a few minutes, Lin Tian and the others approached Luo Bingning's grandmother's tomb. The Luo family was wealthy, so the tomb was naturally very grand. "Mr. Luo, the company's performance is good this year. Bingying, you've gotten prettier since I last saw you." Everyone greeted her warmly. After a while, Luo Hongchuan said, "Everyone, today is the anniversary of my mother's death, a sad day, but Bingning has brought her boyfriend back. They are going to get married, which is a happy thing for our family and for my mother." Lu Hongchuan looked at Lin Tian. The marriage certificate has been issued, but the wedding is still a few months away. For the outside world, Lin Tian is still Bingying's boyfriend. Lin Tian smiled and said, "My name is Lin Tian. I am Bingning's boyfriend. I hope you will take good care of me in the future." Someone in the crowd stood up. "How did Bingning suddenly have a boyfriend?" "I was going to introduce Bingning to a boyfriend. He is very, very well qualified in every way." The one speaking was a middle-aged woman. Suyin stood up and said in a low voice, "Everyone, in the past, you wanted to introduce a boyfriend to Bingying, and I didn't object, even if you secretly accepted benefits from others. But Bingying already has a boyfriend now, so please stop this from now on." The middle-aged woman said anxiously, "But I have already promised someone else." "Suyin, at least let Bingying meet him. It's not a bad idea to compare." Suyin frowned and said, "Bingying and Lin Tian have a very good relationship. I and my husband are very satisfied with Lin Tian. Don't mention this again." The middle-aged woman was even more anxious when she heard Suyin say that. "Suyin, just once, just once. Bingying, can you do me a favor and meet with the other party?" The middle-aged woman said she greedily accepted 200,000 yuan from someone else, and some time ago, her son already spent the money on buying a house. Lin Tian's face turned cold. Suyin said coldly, "I said not to mention this kind of thing again. Since you brought it up again, we are no longer relatives. Husband, does his family's factory have any business with us?" Lo Hongquan nodded. Although they say they are cooperating, in reality, the Luo family is taking care of the people, and the main partner of the factory is the Luo family. Suyin said, "Let's stop doing business with them. I, Suyin, am not a person who doesn't care about family. But if someone goes too far, there is no more family." Lu Hongchuan nodded, "My dear, you can decide on these small matters in the family." The middle-aged woman's face turned pale. The small factory in her family, which is backed by the Luo family, can earn hundreds of thousands of yuan a year. Without the Luo family factory, it will definitely go bankrupt. "Suyin, you can't do this. Can't I just return the money?" The middle-aged woman hurriedly said. Suyin shook her head, "It's too late. If anything happens to your family in the future, don't come to me. We have nothing to do with each other anymore. It's a joke." A distant relative and a son-in-law like Lin Tian, Suyin of course knows which side to protect. "Suyin, you are too ruthless. Everyone, look at her. She's so cold-blooded and ruthless to her own family for the sake of Luo Bingning's boyfriend." The middle-aged woman said in a hysterical voice. Suyin said calmly, "If you keep this up, don't blame me for being even more unfriendly. I might be able to make you lose everything." "You." The middle-aged woman was scared. With Suyin's status, she really has the ability to do so. Lin Tian secretly praised his mother-in-law. "My mother-in-law is domineering. Stop talking. Let's go." The middle-aged woman was dragged away by a man, which really annoyed Suyin. They really would go bankrupt. "Everyone, I hope nothing unpleasant happens again. Father is here, ready to begin the sacrificial rites." Lo Hongquan rode. Luo Yongqian slowly walked over with a black umbrella and a bunch of white flowers. Luo Bingning went over to help Luo Yonggan. "Grandpa Luo." Luo Yongqian approached, and Lin Tian cried out. Luo Yongqian nodded to Lin Tian. Xiao Lin, you and Bingning are doing well. Grandpa Luo is relieved. Bingning is very happy with you. Her grandmother would be at peace in the next world, and so would your grandfather. Time passed, and the ritual was carried out in an orderly manner. After the ceremony, everyone went to a 5-star hotel. After dinner, Lin Tian and the others came out of the hotel. A long-wheelbase Hongqi limousine was parked at the hotel entrance. 2 small national flags were also inserted in front of the red car. Mr. Lin, the chief asked me to come and pick you up. A man approached Lin Tian quickly and said politely. Lin Tian nodded and looked at Luo Hongchuan and Suyin, uncle and aunt. I have to go out for a while. Okay. Lu Hongchuan nodded, and he was shocked. He recognized that the one who was picking up Lin Tian was the secretary of the second elder. Chapter 156. Mr. Su, there is a mistake here. Lin Tian drove away, and a man next to Luo Hongchuan said in shock, Luo Dong, that just now seemed to be Zhao Mi. Luo Hongchuan looked at the other person. The middle-aged man he was talking to was part of the system, so it was not surprising that he recognized Zhao, the secretary of the second elder. It's him, don't talk nonsense. Luo Hongchuan reminded the other person. Hiss. The middle-aged man took a deep breath. The second elder actually had his chief secretary come to pick up Lin Tian, Luo Bingning's boyfriend. What kind of background does he have? I understand. The middle-aged man hurriedly said. What are you talking about, husband? What's the story with that guy? He seemed to say that the chief asked him to pick up Lin Tian. A woman next to the middle-aged man asked. Don't pry into other people's business. Don't ask questions you shouldn't. Luo Dong, it seems that your family may be going to the next level. The middle-aged man was full of admiration. He originally thought that it was a pity that Luo Bingning had casually found a boyfriend, but now it seems that his thinking was narrow-minded. Lin Tian's identity is probably very special. A long-wheelbase Hongqi limousine with 2 small red flags in the front. Don't you think anything of it? If you rule out deliberate arrogance, then it's really awesome. The rest of the people whispered to each other. Luo Hongchuan coughed lightly and said, Everyone, there are other things to do at home, so let's part here. Be careful when you go back. In previous years, sometimes they would go back to Luo's villa and estate to sit. Hearing Luo Hongchuan say this, everyone dispersed. Bingning, where are Lin Tian and I going? Lu Hongchuan asked Lu Bingning. Luo Bingning shook her head. Brother Tian didn't say anything. Dad, should I send him a message and ask? No. Luo Hongchuan shook his head. Since he didn't say anything, his schedule today may be confidential. Don't ask. Go back, you still have to deal with your uncle's affairs. An hour passed. Lin Tian arrived at the Military General Hospital in the imperial capital in a car. The hospital's director, Chang, was waiting. Although Lin Tian is young and Lin Tian may not be able to solve the problem, Lin Tian was personally invited by the second elder. Mr. Lin, I'll be waiting for you in the parking lot. After you're done, give me a call and I'll bring the car over. Secretary Zhao said very politely. He knew that Lin Tian was a highly skilled doctor, but more importantly, he knew Lin Tian's true identity, that he was a martial arts master. Zhao, don't wait for me. It should take me a while. When I'm done, I'll just take a taxi home. Lin Tian hurriedly said. He is the secretary of the second elder, and the second elder has a driver when he goes out. He is not the one driving, and it is already a great show of sincerity for him to drive himself to pick me up today. Should I make him wait downstairs? Mr. Lin, but. Brother Zhao, there is no but. If you wait downstairs, I will still be worried about you and I won't be able to concentrate on the treatment. Mr. Lin, I'll be going then. The red flag car left. Dean Chang warmly said, Mr. Lin, I've heard rumors about Mr. Yang. He's a young man with great potential. Let's not waste time with pleasantries, Dr. Chang. Let's go straight to the point. Okay. A few minutes later, Lin Tian and his party arrived outside the old man's room. An old man in his 50s or 60s was standing outside the room. Mr. Lin, this is Mr. Su's son, Su Xinghua. Dean Chang introduced him. Su Xinghua held out his hand and shook Lin Tian's. Dr. Lin, Dean Chang said you might be able to help my father. I am grateful to you whether you can help or not. Lin Tian nodded. Dean Chang, arrange an examination for him. I suspect that he has early-stage liver cancer. Su Xingguo was stunned. President Cheng's face changed slightly. Okay, I'll arrange it right away. Su Xingguo, have you had your physical examination this year? Su Xingguo coughed lightly and said, I feel fine. I've been busy this year, so I haven't had a physical yet. You should go for a checkup. Dean Chang said. Su Xingguo shook his head. Dean Chang, there's no rush. I still need to talk to Dr. Lin about my father's condition. Dr. Lin, please come in. Lin Tian and the others entered the ward. Su Xingguo's father, Su Lao, was awake at this time, but he was not in good spirits and looked very weak. Dean Chang, you're here. Help me up. Xingguo, did you bring the computer I asked you to bring? I can still contribute to the country. Su Lao said he wanted to sit up with the help of others. Mr. Su, don't move. This young man is very skilled in medicine. If he can't cure him, I'll agree to your request. Director Chang quickly stepped forward to hold Su Lao Dao down. Okay, you said it. Su Lao sure agreed. He looked at Lin Tian with surprise. Lin Tian looked very young. Why did Dean Chang believe in Lin Tian so much? Old Su, let me take your pulse. Lin Tian sat down and smiled. He reached out and placed his hand on Su's wrist. It didn't take long for Lin Tian to realize that Su didn't have any serious illness. Mr. Lin, how is it? Lin Tian withdrew his hand, and Dean Chung hurriedly asked. Mr. Lin said, Mr. Su doesn't have a serious illness. He's just been overworked for a long time, and his body is close to exhaustion. Mr. Su was surprised and said, Young man, you are really good at medicine. You can tell just by feeling his pulse. I'm beyond help. Help me up. Lin Tian smiled and said, Old Su, I didn't say there was no cure. Ha? President Chang and Su Xingguo looked at Lin Tian in surprise. Lin Tian took out a small bottle from his pocket and poured out a round pill from it. Mr. Su, you take this. Lin Tian handed the pill to Su Laoren. Su took the pill and without hesitation, he put it in his mouth. There was water nearby, so Su Laoshi quickly swallowed the pill. Young man, unless this is a magic pill, I'm already halfway to hell, you can't possibly save me. Xingguo, take out your computer. I have some new ideas about the modified stealth aircraft that I want to discuss with you. Su Laoshi said anxiously. Su Xingguo looked at Lin Tian. Lin Tian was now in charge of the treatment, and only he knew what would happen if he took the pill. Lin Tian smiled and said, There is no problem helping Mr. Su get up. However, it will take a few hours for the pills to take effect, and I will have to watch over him. Will that be a problem? Old Su said, Young man, you can look around freely. If you can understand what we are saying, that would be a great blessing for our country. It's related to stealth fighters, so it must be secret, but such secrets can't be seen just by looking at them. Su Xingguo looked at Dean Chang. Dean Chang smiled and said, Mr. Lin was invited by the second elder. There is definitely no problem with Mr. Lin's identity. Soon, Lin Tian and Su Xingguo helped Su Xingguo up. The pills gradually took effect, and Su Lao felt his stomach warming up, and his spirits seemed to be a little more than usual. Su Xingguo opened a laptop that he had brought with him. Xingguo, I have some new ideas and thoughts on improving the performance of the stealth fighter. Su Laogao told Su Xingguo. Su Xingguo occasionally discussed with Su Laoshi. Lin Tian was sitting next to him, and he could see the laptop screen, which was covered with various patterns and formulas. Old Su, the data here is wrong. Lin Tian pointed to one of them. Ha? Both Su Laoren and Su Xingguo looked at Lin Tian in surprise. Chapter 157, The Shock of Mr. Su and Others. Su Laohu smiled and said, Shaolin, can you understand it? It's not easy to understand these messy data. Lin Tian said, I can. Understand it. Su Xingguo was also interested. He asked, Dr. Lin, how do you think the data here is wrong? Okay, I'm bored anyway. Lin Tian began to explain. He had obtained all the information on the 5th generation stealth fighter. As long as it is not up to the 6th generation, it is a 5th generation machine, and the 5th and a half generation stealth fighter naturally includes it. The strongest 5th generation fighter that Lin Tian knows is even stronger than the 5.5 stealth fighter that Su Lao and the others had imagined. Mr. Su, do you think my analysis is correct? Lin Tian said after a long speech. Su Lao and Su Xinghua looked at Lin Tian blankly. They thought Lin Tian was joking, but they didn't expect Lin Tian to really know. Lin Tian, have you studied this before? Which secret research institute are you from? Su Lao asked in a puzzled tone. Lin Tian shook his head. Mr. Su, I haven't been exposed to it before. Didn't I just watch a lot of it? Ha! Su Lao and the others were shocked. He was able to point out their mistakes after just a short while? Shaolin, take another look at these. These are some of my previous ideas. See if there are any problems. Mr. Su opened another folder. Can you understand it? Mr. Su asked. Lin Tian nodded. It's okay, a lot of knowledge is available on the internet, and I've learned some things online. Su Lao, I'll flip the pages myself. Sun Yang nodded, and Lin Tian began to flip through the pages himself. He flipped through the pages several times faster than Sun Yang. Lin Tian only read a page for 10 seconds. Can you read it, Dr. Lin? Su Xinghua said in disbelief. He had to read his father's information carefully, line by line, sometimes spending hours on a single page. I have a good memory. Lin Tian smiled and said. He is now a Grandmaster of martial arts, and the acquisition of some other abilities has also enhanced his memory. It was no problem to memorize a page in 10 seconds. Understanding is even easier. He already understands it completely. Mr. Su, your designs are generally correct, but there are a few problems in a few places. After 10 minutes, Lin Tian had finished reading the folder. Oh, tell me. Mr. Su said with great interest. Lin Tian began to explain, and Mr. Su listened attentively. This. Su Xinghua was dumbfounded. His level is still very high, but now he simply can't keep up with the rhythm. He hasn't even grasped what Lin Tian has said before he moves on to the next thing. Lin, take another look at this. Before he knew it, 2 or 3 hours had passed. Academician Chang had left at the beginning and returned to the ward. The situation in the ward made him feel very strange. Lin Tian was actually lecturing to Academician Su, and he was lecturing on something that Academician Su was best at, and the key thing was that he was listening very attentively. Xinghua, what's going on? Dean Chang was completely confused. Su Xinghua took a deep breath and said, Dr. Lin is a genius, and a rare genius that comes along once in 100 years. Dean Chang nodded, I know that. Otherwise, how could he be so strong at such a young age? Su Xinghua shook his head. You don't understand what I mean. He can understand all of his father's research data after just one look. And he can also find the mistakes his father made. Do you know how much it costs to verify those mistakes? Dean Chang shook his head, he didn't understand. Su Xinghua said, one problem is that sometimes we have to spend tens of millions or even hundreds of millions of dollars to repeatedly verify. Sometimes even test pilots have to sacrifice their lives. Just recently, Dr. Lin has already pointed out more than 10 problems, some of which are quite serious. Lin Tian raised his head, Dean Chang, you're here. Let Su sleep well, he can live for another year or 2. President Chang was stunned. Can Mr. Su live for another 2 years? Lin Tian stood up and smiled, Mr. Su doesn't have a serious illness. My pill can extend his life by a couple of years. Keep it a secret, the pill is very expensive. Su Xinghua was overjoyed, Dr. Lin, can my father really live another 2 years? Lin Tian nodded, it should be possible. Old Su, you rest well, I'll leave first. Su looked at the laptop. There was still a lot left unsaid. He really wanted Lin Tian to finish telling him everything. But the environment here today is not suitable. Dr. Lin, how much are your pills? Su Xinghua asked. Lin Tian waved his hand, don't ask about that. Mr. Su has dedicated his life to the country. This pill is a gift for Mr. Su. Soon Lin Tian left. Dean Chang said, Xinghua, what are you asking? If the effect of the pill is real, can you afford it? Su Xinghua said, I usually spend little, so I've saved up a bit. Dean Chang shook his head, what's the point of the little money you saved? If you have billions of dollars in assets and are about to die, how much would you be willing to spend to extend your life by a year or two? Would you be willing to spend 100 million US dollars? Su Xinghua nodded without hesitation. What about a billion? Su Xinghua nodded after a moment's thought. After all, what use is money if you're dead? Even if it is to be left to future generations, 5 billion is more than enough. President Cheng smiled and said, "You hesitated just now. If it were Buffett, he wouldn't bat an eye at $1 billion. If someone can offer this price, it is worth this price." Su Xinghua took a deep breath. Then this person owes a huge favor. President Cheng looked at Mr. Su. "Mr. Su, how do you feel?" Mr. Su smiled and said, "I feel very good. No wonder I haven't felt particularly tired after 2 or 3 hours." Xinghua, put the computer away. You still have to consult with Xiaolin later. Dean Chang, what just happened must be kept secret. Dean Chang nodded, I understand. He can understand it after just one look and find the problem. What kind of terrifying ability does Lin Tian have? This kind of thing must never be revealed. Lin Tian returned to the Luo family. Lu Bingning and Su Yin were busy in the kitchen together. The Luo family has a nanny and even a dedicated chef, but today Su Yin gave them all a day off. Lin Tian, are you done with your work? Asked Luo Hongchuan. Lin Tian nodded with a smile, I'm done. It wasn't a big deal. Grandpa Luo didn't come? Luo Hongchuan smiled and said, he's here, taking a walk outside. The food is almost ready, and he should be back soon. Not long after, Grandpa Luo returned. Son, the police are here. The police said they were looking for Lin Tian and had already arrived outside. Grandpa Luo said. Lu Hongchuan's eyes showed a look of confusion. The police are looking for Lin Tian? Lin Tian thought of Wu Zongxian. This guy's plane must have landed. He must have called the police. He's become more daring since he's abroad. Mr. Luo, I'm sorry. Someone has accused Lin Tian of intentional injury, so we have to ask him to come to the police station to assist with the investigation. 2 policemen entered the villa, and one of them said. Chapter 158, A Gift from the Big Boss. Lo Hongquan said in a low voice, Gentlemen, who is the accuser? Has he provided you with the corresponding evidence? Lin Tian got up, reached into his pocket, and took a document from the system space into his hands. Mr. Luo, although the accuser did not come to our place as the accuser, he should not have filed a false police report. So we would like to ask Lin Tian to come back with us to assist with the investigation. The other policeman said. Lin Tian said, the accuser called from abroad, so it's not convenient to go to your police station right now, is it? Yes. The 2 policemen nodded. Lin Tian took out his ID, take a look at this. One of the policemen took the ID card and was stunned when he opened it. Lin Tian turned out to be from the State Security Bureau. Do I need to go back with you? Lin Tian asked. If he still needs to go back for investigation, he doesn't believe that there is no trick in the middle. Comrade Lin Tian, no need. We received a report and had to respond. Please forgive us. The second policeman also looked at the ID card and returned it to Lin Tian. Lin Tian nodded, if you need my assistance in the investigation, you can contact me at any time. I will actively cooperate. Lin Tian handed over a business card. The 2 policemen took the card and left. Lo Hongquan frowned and said, Lin Tian, it's not right that the police came directly to me for such a trivial matter. There may be someone behind them. Lin Tian smiled, Uncle, they are just following orders from above, there is no need to make things difficult for them. It's normal for Wu Zongxian to have real skills and a bit of connections. Luo Hongchuan said, then you gave them your business card. Maybe they will continue to look for you to cooperate with the investigation. You have to be tough when you need to be. Lin Tian smiled, Uncle, that business card is not mine, it belongs to Zhao, the secretary who picked me up today. Luo Hongchuan. Giving Secretary Zhao's business card to someone else, isn't that bullying them? The person who sent them here is of a much lower rank. What are we going to say when we get back? Just tell them. I hope we don't have to make another trip. The 2 policemen returned to the car. They were a bit helpless about this kind of thing, but since a deputy director had spoken, they had no choice but to make the trip. Ha! The policeman with the business card looked at it. He was a bit dumbfounded. Start the car. The police officer in the passenger seat urged him. Can you tell if this is real? The policeman in the driver's seat handed the card to his colleague. The secretary of the second elder, this. The police officer in the passenger seat's pupils constricted after reading it. Such a character, even their immediate superior couldn't say a word. Could it be fake? Unlikely. It could be fake if it was taken out by an ordinary person, but it was taken out by Luo Hongchuan's future son-in-law. He had no reason to ruin his future with this. The two policemen quickly returned. They handed the business card to the deputy director Lu Jinbo, who had assigned them. Lu Jinbo and Wu Zongxian had some acquaintance. Shit. Seeing this business card, Lu Jinbo's whole body went numb. Lin Tian actually had a business card from such a high-level person. You Wu, you're cheating me. Lu Jinbo's face was ugly. Wu Zongxian had helped him and they had a little friendship, but this friendship was not worth ruining his career. No, this business card has to be returned. Lu Jinbo's forehead was sweating. He quickly set off for the Luo family villa. A little ahead of him, Secretary Zhao arrived. Dean Chang had already reported to the second elder about the current situation of Mr. Su. The data of Mr. Su has recovered a lot. And it is still recovering. The second elder is not in the imperial capital right now, so he asked Zhao to run another errand and thank Lin Tian properly. Dean Chang told him about the pills. In order to save Su Laoshi, Lin Tian had to take out extremely precious pills, and the second elder had to owe Lin Tian half a favor. Mr. Lin, a sword for a hero. The leader said that this arrow was a waste in his hands, and he gave it to Mr. Lin so that he could hear more beautiful music. Secretary Zhao said with a smile. Next to him was a simple box containing an arrow, better than the one Lin Tian had bought. Lin Tian smiled and said, Zhao Ge, then thank the second elder for me. I really need a good arrow. Sometimes when I feel like playing, I want to play at home, but the arrow is somewhere else and I can't do it. Do. The intercom rang. Lu Hongquan walked over and answered it. Mr. Luo, you have a visitor. He said he was Lu Jinbo, the deputy director of the district branch, and had come to visit you about something. The property staff said. Please ask him to come in. Luo Hongchuan said. Secretary Zhao stood up. Mr. Luo, Mr. Lin, you and the rest of the guests, I'll leave first. Lin Tian smiled and said, Secretary Zhao, why don't you stay for a while? This matter still has something to do with you. Huh? Secretary Zhao was puzzled. Lin Tian told him about the matter. Secretary Zhao said, a phone call from abroad and you immediately send someone over to investigate. You really are conscientious and responsible. Lu Jinbo came soon. He saw Zhao Shu and his legs trembled. Of course he knew Secretary Zhao, but at his level, he was not qualified to be known by Secretary Zhao. Secretary Zhao. Lu Jinbo said in a slightly trembling voice. He didn't expect that Lin Tian not only had a relationship with Secretary Zhao, but that Secretary Zhao would actually come to visit him in person. Secretary Zhao smiled slightly. Lu Jinbo, did Wu Zongxian contact you? Yes. Lu Jinbo nodded with a stiff face. It was useless to deny it. If a person of Zhao's level wanted to investigate him, he could find out everything in a matter of minutes. Secretary Zhao said, he's already abroad, and you've done your job and investigated him with a phone call. You can go back and wait for further instructions. The organization may have other uses for you. Lu Jinbo walked out of the villa in a daze. He knew his career was over. Secretary Zhao said that he would be put to good use, but what good could he possibly be? It was very likely that he would be sent to a remote village to train. And he would probably have to keep training until he retired. Wu, I'll fuck your father. Driving away, Lu Jinbo cursed. Secretary Zhao got up. Mr. Lin, the second elder, said that if he goes to S City in the future, he might come to visit. Lin Tian smiled, anytime. Zhao left, and Luo Hongchuan exclaimed in amazement, Lin Tian, the second elder actually gave you his treasured arrow. Lin Tian, you play the arrow? Mr. Luo came down from upstairs and asked. He still didn't know Lin Tian's identity as the masked hero. He only knew that Lin Tian's medical skills were formidable. Lin Tian is a martial arts master, but he doesn't know that. Grandpa Luo, I know a little about the arrow. Lin Tian smiled. Luo Yongqian's eyes lit up. I also know a little about the arrow. Let's go to the music room and play a few tunes to compare notes. Bingning, you be the judge. Chapter 159 Luo Yongqian vs Lin Tian. Lu Bingning blinked her eyes. Grandpa, why don't we just forget about it? Luo Yongqian smiled and said, afraid that Lin Tian will lose? It's okay, let's have fun as a family. Lu Baichuan sighed. He sighed in his heart, Dad, you really have confidence. Grandpa Luo, you are right. It's all about having fun as a family. It doesn't matter if you win or lose. Is there a bet? Lin Tian smiled and said. Luo Yongqian smiled and said, Bingning, you see, Lin Tian is more generous. Lin Tian, there is a Zhangji dumpling shop 1 kilometer south of the community. The food is very good. I want to eat there tomorrow morning. If you lose, how about running there to buy it? Lin Tian laughed and said, if I win, I want to try it too. You little. Okay. If you win, I'll get up early tomorrow to buy some, so you'll have dumplings to eat no matter what. Luo Yongqian said confidently. Soon, the 5 of them arrived at the music room. Suyin and Luo Bingning both like music, and they often practice here. Lin Tian, you go first. Don't be afraid. You've only just started playing the arrow. You're still young, so it's normal that your level is a little low right now. Luo Yongqian said with a smile. Lu Hongchuan and the others looked at Lin Tian expectantly. They had never heard Lin Tian play the arrow live. Lin Tian took out the arrow that the second elder had given him. Huh, this arrow looks pretty good. Luo Yongqian said with some surprise. Lin Tian gave it a little test, and the sound was very good, even better than the one he bought for a high price. Looks like a real one, not bad. Luo Yongqian smiled. Lin Tian smiled and said, Grandpa Luo, I'll play a song about horse racing. Luo Yongqian was stunned. Is this a piece that a beginner can play? Lin Tian's arrow is at the level of a top master. Soon he played with all his might, completely immersed in the music. Luo Yongqian was dumbfounded. Lin Tian's arrow level is more than 8 streets ahead of him? Master level. Luo Yongqian judged this, and he quickly became immersed in it. When the song ended, Luo Hongchuan and the others applauded. You guys don't seem surprised. Lu Yongqian said in surprise. Luo Hongchuan smiled and said, Dad, didn't you watch the video of Master Lin? Don't you think it's a bit similar? Luo Yongqian realized, Lin Tian, you are Master Lin. It turns out that I was the last to know. Suing quickly said, Dad, we also only found out yesterday. Bingying and Lin Tian wanted to give us a surprise. Grandpa, I told you not to compare. Lu Bingning smiled. Lin Tian smiled and said, Grandpa Luo, it's your turn. Luo Yongqian smiled and said, Lin Tian, do you think you're going to win? Grandpa Luo will teach you a lesson today. High level does not necessarily mean winning. It didn't take long for Luo Yongqian to finish his song. Son, you 3 are the judges. You vote. Luo Yongqian glared at Luo Baichuan. Luo Baichuan looked at Lin Tian and said helplessly, I vote for you. Dad, I vote for you too. Suyin also said. Lin Tian. Shady, shady. Lu Baichuan smiled and said, Lin Tian, get up early tomorrow and run fast when you come back. The dumplings will be cold and not as good to eat. Lin Tian took out a small bottle from his pocket. Grandpa Luo, this is an elixir of life. If you take it, you will live longer and be younger tomorrow morning. After saying this, Lin Tian shoved the bottle back into his pocket. Hey, do you think I'll believe that? Luo Yongqian smiled. Luo Bingning said, Grandpa, it's true. Tian's parents took it, and his mother looks 5 or 6 years younger. This is the gift that Tian gave to my mother. Luo Yongqian coughed lightly, revote, son. Although I am your father, don't do anything shady. The new vote will naturally be 3-0. Grandpa Luo, you can take it now. Auntie, you should take the pills too. You'll see the effects in the morning. Lin Tian took out the small bottle and smiled. He and Luo Yongqian were just playing around. Luo Yongqian is the grandfather of Luo Bingning, so how could he not get the pills? Grumble. Soon, Luo Yongqian and the others took the pills. Lu Hongchuan didn't, but he wasn't in a hurry. As the father-in-law, he doesn't need to worry at all. Lin Tian, play a few more tunes, Lu Yongqian said. Lin Tian nodded with a smile. Imperial Capital Military Region General Hospital. President Chang arrived at the ward of Mr. Su. Su Xingguo was still there, and he had a place to sleep in the intensive care unit. Knock, knock. President Chang knocked on the door. Su Xingguo opened the door and Dean Chang called Su Xingguo outside. The results of the examination are in, early-stage liver cancer. President Chang handed the results to Su Xingguo. Dr. Lin was right, Su Xingguo said calmly. He wasn't surprised. With the strength Lin Tian has shown, it is normal for him to be right, and it would be surprising if he were wrong. Xingguo, you need surgery. You have to put your work aside for a while. Your health is more important, Dean Chang said in a deep voice. Su Xingguo frowned and said, work is more important. I don't have time for surgery now. Can it be delayed for 2 years? Dean Chang said in a bad mood, this is cancer, it's deadly. Do you know how long it takes for liver cancer to progress from early to late stages? 6 months to a year. If you want to wait 2 years, you should ask the cancer cells if they will agree. Su Xingguo said, Dean Chang, do you think Dr. Lin can treat cancer? Maybe he can. This. President Chang hesitated. If you were talking about someone else, I would definitely say it's impossible, but Lin Tian is not necessarily the case. Su Xingguo said in a low voice, I'll go to see Dr. Lin tomorrow and see if he can help. The international situation is tense, and the country needs stronger fighter jets. Before long, it was the next morning. Mr. Su woke up early. He felt that his weak body had regained its strength. He slowly stood up and supported himself with his hands. Dad! Su Laowan's movements woke Su Xingguo. He looked at Su Lao in disbelief. Su Lao's face had improved a lot, and he was even able to walk on his own. Help me walk outside. Breathe some fresh air, Su Lao said, his voice was much louder. Okay. Su Xingguo helped Su Laodao out. As they walked, Su Laodong no longer needed Su Xingguo to help him. He could walk slowly on his own, which was a great surprise to Su Xingguo. His father had already stepped into the underworld, but was suddenly pulled back by Lin Tian's pill. Xingguo, get out of the hospital right away. Bring your laptop and let's go find Lin, Su Laodao ordered. Su Xingguo was stunned. Dad, just discharge me? Mr. Su nodded, I never had a serious illness, and now I've recovered to the point where I can be discharged from the hospital in a year or two. Besides, if there are any problems, we're at Xiaolin's, which is better than lying in the hospital, right? Su Xingguo nodded. That's true. He is now convinced of Lin Tian's medical skills. Dad, let's have breakfast first. It's still early, and I'm afraid that Dr. Chang hasn't woken up yet. No one would dare discharge you so casually, Su Xingguo said. Mr. Su nodded slightly, well, I'm really a little hungry. Chapter 160, The Enemy's Assassination Operation. Grandpa Luo, these pan-fried dumplings are really good. Lin Tian smiled as he ate the fried dumplings that Luo Yongqian had bought. Luo Yongqian said in a bad mood, I thought you would be a good person studying medicine, but I didn't expect you to be so full of bad water. Your grandfather was much more honest than you. When he said this, Luo Yongqian's eyes revealed a look of reminiscence. He sighed slightly, but unfortunately, he is gone now. You must have secretly treated him, right? With your medical skills, you couldn't even let him live a few more years. Lin Tian was silent. At that time, he didn't have any medical skills. He had a system, but the treasure chest system was only activated after he met Luo Bingning. Lin Tian, you have another guest coming. The other party said his surname was Su, and he was quite old. I let the property management let him in. Lu Hongchuan arrived outside the villa. Lin Tian and Luo Yongqian were eating the fried dumplings they had bought outside. He's quite old. Is Mr. Su here? Lin Tian thought to himself. Soon, Su Xingguo drove over with Su Lao in the car. Old Su, how did you come here? Su Xinghua and the others got out of the car, and Lin Tian walked up to them and smiled. Lin, do you have time? I came here to listen to your lecture. I don't know if you'd be willing to talk about it. Su Laoda said. Lin Tian smiled and said, Mr. Su, I would like to talk, but you said you wanted to hear me lecture, which is not right. Let's exchange ideas. At this point, Lin Tian looked at Su Xinghua and said, let me call you Uncle Su. Uncle Su, don't you need surgery or hospitalization? Su Xinghua coughed lightly. Dr. Lin, the project is very tight. I don't know if you have any other methods? Even delaying it is good. Su's face changed slightly. Xinghua, what's wrong with your body? Dad, don't worry, it's just a minor illness. Su Xinghua quickly said. Su Lao said in a low voice, your father is not senile yet. If it is a minor illness, do you still need to trouble Lin Xiao? Lin Tiandao said, old Su, he has early-stage liver cancer. In a year or two, it will develop into a late stage, and then he will be dead. Uncle Su, I can solve this, but with my current medical skills, it is still a hassle to solve cancer. You still have early-stage liver cancer, so it would be best to have surgery directly. His medical skills are only at the master level. Master-level medicine is still a bit lacking. If it were at the Grandmaster level, early-stage cancer should be easy to solve. You should go back and have the surgery. I have recovered a lot now, and the project will not be delayed. Su said in a deep voice. Lin Tian smiled and said, Uncle Su, you should go back to the operating room quickly. I don't think there will be any problems with you, Uncle Su. Okay. Su Xinghua nodded. After chatting with Luo Hongchuan and the others for a while, Su Xinghua left. Please come in, Mr. Su. Luo Hongchuan and the others ushered Mr. Su into the villa. Brother Su, how did you find Lin Tian? Luo Yongqian asked in a puzzled tone. He is a member of the Dragon Group and has lived long enough to know that Su Lao is a great expert in fighter research. Su Lao Dao, Xiaolin looked at my data yesterday and was able to understand it directly, and he was also able to find errors. He is much better than me. Luo Yongqian's eyes showed shock. Su Lao's data is probably similar to the Book of Heaven. Lin Tian can read it directly and find the loopholes? This is too evil. However, when he thought of Lin Tian's identity as the masked hero, Luo Yongqian's shock gradually subsided. No matter what happens, it seems more reasonable for a genius like Lin Tian to be involved. Shaolin, take Mr. Su to the study. No one will disturb you. Master Luo. What Mr. Su is researching is confidential. Lin Tian nodded, and he took the bag that Su Laoshi had brought with him to the study. Soon they began discussing it again. Dad, who was that just now? Asked Luo Hongchuan. Lu Yongqian thought for a moment, and told Lu Hongchuan that they had no problem with Su's identity. Su Laoj is a leading expert in fighter jet design and research, and has led our country to make great progress in this area. Even though you have made a lot of money to the country, 10 of you are far less important than Brother Su. Lu Hongchuan and the others were shocked. But they were not shocked by Su Lao's identity. They were shocked that he had come to find Lin Tian, who seemed to be even more powerful in this regard. A bronze treasure chest appeared on Luo Bingning's head. From morning until night, Lin Tian and the others discussed it. Lu Bingning brought lunch and dinner. Through discussions with Lin Tian, Su Laoren suddenly realized many things and was already confident about the fighter plane redesign. Shaolin, why don't you become the chief designer? Su Laoda said. Lin Tian hurriedly said, Mr. Su, please don't lock me up to do research. I can't do it. He can't get anything from Luo Bingning, so he's not going to be able to do any research. He knows his own level. Mr. Su, in the future, if you have any questions, we can have a video call. I also know a little about the internet, so no hacker should be able to eavesdrop. Lin Tian smiled and said. Mr. Su understood immediately. Lin Tian understands a little, and should understand 1 billion points. I don't think there are many people who can match Lin Tian in terms of the internet. Shaolin, I'm sure I'll have to trouble you again. Let's try to get our modified 5th generation machine out as soon as possible. Mr. Su stood up and said. Lin Tian nodded. The 5th generation of the Chinese machine is already very strong, but if we want to beat the 5th generation of the American machine, we still can't do it. The modified 5th generation machine must be able to beat the US 5th generation machine in all aspects. Mr. Su, I'll see you back. Thank you, Xiaolin. You can take me directly to the Research Institute. Many aspects of the work need to be changed. Lin Tian nodded. He quickly drove Su Lao away from the Luo family. The Vulture reported that the target had left the Luo residence. The target was traveling in a normal Mercedes-Benz. There is no escort. The driver is a young man. At the top of a high-rise building 2 or 3 kilometers from the Luo residence, someone whispered a report. In another location, 3 people are processing various pieces of information. It should be Luo Bingning's boyfriend, Lin Tian, who is suspected of having the strength of a martial arts master. On the internet, Master Lin is very likely to be his elder or master. One of them said. Team leader, should we take action? Suan is a SSS level target, and Lin Tian is also an SS level target. Maybe we can send them both on their way together? The other person said in a low voice. The two of them looked at the third person, who was a white man. He pushed his gold-rimmed glasses up and said, arrange for the fire dragon to set off and send them to heaven. One of them nodded. He gave the order. A tanker truck soon set off, with a small bomb inside. The bomb was weak, but the tanker was full of gasoline, so the explosion was absolutely terrifying. The dragon is 1 kilometer away from its target. 500 meters. Half an hour later, the tanker truck was approaching Lin Tian and the others. The tanker was driven by an ordinary middle-aged man. His job was to deliver the oil as instructed. He had been doing this job for several years and had never made a mistake. What's going on? Lin Tian frowned. He felt a chill in his heart. His intuition as a martial arts master told him that something was wrong.